morning, everybody. It's the second day of the inquiry, and this morning we're going to have the cross-examination of the council's witness on landscape, and this afternoon we'll move on to the appellant's landscape witness. Is there anybody here that's wanted to speak who wasn't able to be here yesterday? No. Okay. Are there any procedural matters?
Not well, I suppose it's slightly procedural. I've been passed, well, I suppose it's an email from the ladies, I think, sitting behind me there, Mrs. Levitt and Mrs. Lancet Mills, who have offered access to their back gardens, numbers 4 and number 8 Willow Drive, if you wanted to see views of the site from the back garden during the site visit. So they've provided sort of a signed. Okay. I can give you a copy of it. I don't know whether you can see it.
Okay, thanks very much. Is this, yeah, okay, so if I need to see it, I'll just knock on the door or go, you won't be, okay, so I can go down the side or something, yes, okay.
It's the only access to the field. There's no public access other than via the houses that have built the bungalows.
Right.
So in Willow Drive. In Willow Drive.
Yes.
Give you a clear view right the way across, edge to edge, top to bottom.
Okay, all right, that sounds helpful. Thank you very much, thank you.
In addition to that, Mr. Musk has received an email from a Ms. Simmons, who has provided a number of kind of wider viewpoints in the area where I think she's saying that the site can be seen from, and I think is suggesting that again you might like to look at those. I know you indicated that you were considering driving around a bit. This would obviously not be accompanied.
Yes.
To see kind of the extent of visibility from a wider area. So what I've done is I've asked Mr. Musk to arrange for just the map to be printed. Mm-hmm. There are also some photographs, I think, and I don't know if you want those or not. Get them printed and see whether you want to look at those or not. But again, okay. I mean, this is really more for you to. You know, she's suggesting that you should visit those places. Matter for you whether you.
Yeah,
or not,
if I have the viewpoints, that's great. In respect to the photographs, do you want to see the photographs first?
It'd be helpful to see them before.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Good morning, Mum. Just to advise, there is a possibility that there may be a fire bell test. It usually is carried out on a Wednesday morning at approximately 10 a.m. in this building. Right. But obviously we have largely vacated this building. Yes. But it may well be that bell rings imminently, just to give you some advance warning.
Okay, thanks. I won't panic then. Right. Anything from the appellant side?
No, I'm just going to hand up some of the plans that you mentioned yesterday in a moment when I start, but nothing new from us.
Okay, all right, okay. Well, when you're ready, Mr. Matt.
Thank you. Good morning, Mum. I'm going to ask Mr. Williams to hand up a large version of the proposed illustrative master plan and also a A3 version of his site. In his proof, he has figures 1 through to 4A and 4B. So I'm going to ask for those two to be handed up.
Are those the appendices, sorry?
Yeah, the appendices to that. Because I just think it's worth you and the witness having the same documents to work from while we... Do you need a... Should we go?
If there's one spare.
Do we have an extra pair? Or?
Don't worry, I've got it all electronic.
Okay. For what it's worth, I don't have one. I only have the small version.
Oh, actually, I do have a spare of the A3.
Yeah, but would you give that to? You can give that to Emma then.
If you'd like that.
Yeah. Give that to Emma.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
If you don't mind, I think it might be useful if I move the table.
Yes, absolutely, and put it to the side. Yeah. I thought you might have said that on the first day, because I said to the council that you might want an extra table.
Yeah, that's quite useful with a big plan.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I just confirm how to pronounce your surname? Is it Mr. Withycombe?
Correct. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Withycombe, let me just give you some of the documents we're going to need as part of our discussion this morning, please. Just bring this a bit closer. Can everyone hear me okay there, just at the back? Thank you. Your proof of evidence and Mr. Williams's proof of evidence, if you need core document references, it's your proof of evidence is CD 11.7.
Hard, thank you.
And 11.3 for Mr. Williams. The landscape statement of common ground, which is 5.6, I think. You have just been handed up the proposed illustrative master plan at core document 1.5. That's this large document there. The LVA by FPCR at CD 1.12. And that's a document that we will be returning to a bit. So if you haven't downloaded it already, it might be useful to download that.
That's a good point. I'll use it off the axis.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Because it's a large document as well.
Yeah.
And then two final documents, which are the DAS at 1.6. And then final document is Glivia. Now, I hope that we don't need to go to it, but I have some questions about your evidence in relation to year 1 versus year 15. So I'll ask you those questions, but if it doesn't go the way I think it will, then we might have to go into the Glivia. But
Okay.
that's what we'll need for now. So the first topic for me this morning is just to kind of reflect on what you told us yesterday and then see whether you still stick by where we agreed on the statements of common ground. Is that all right?
Yes, that's fine.
So as I understood your evidence yesterday, what you told us in a nutshell is that the extension of Hamstreet in this particular direction is essentially a no-go zone because of the landform and topography. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that's a fair summary, yeah.
Good. So you mentioned 14 times, and I counted, the idea of the perception that Hamstreet and this site is completely disconnected because of this particular thing.
Yes, I think the term I use is distinct. So
you
physically
used
and visually distinct.
Yeah, but you also used perception 14 times.
I might have used perception for fine. I accept that as well.
Yeah, but do you understand the difference between perception and reality?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you talk about perception, is it your evidence that this is how one would personally perceive the reality, the situation, rather than the reality?
It's how you would experience.
Right. Okay.
The extension, be that. Yeah.
Okay. And then when we think about the I think I can hear myself back there. I'm really not that. Yeah. Fair enough. Thank you. And this perception that you have told us about, when I think about it from the perspective of it being both physical and visual, what you were describing yesterday, I think I've identified two things. One is the topography, and two, it's the landscape buffer on the western side.
I wouldn't say it's isolated to those items. No, it's a combination of factors. Matters like the lack of vegetation cover on the existing site. So it's a combination of factors, not just those two.
But so if it's not just really boils down to the topography and landform, and then the landscape buffer, what else, apart from your perception and what you might feel and what you might experience,
yeah.
what is it exactly that we can actually understand that you say separates us from Hamstreet beyond the topography and beyond that landscape buffer that you've identified? Because I haven't heard anything else.
It's that, I think what separates us, to use visual separation, is that this site is seen in isolation. You don't experience it in relation to the settlement.
Sure. I understand that that's the perception problem and that's the question of how you might experience it on the ground. That's a matter for the inspector to experience. I understand that. But in terms of what I can grapple with, I've heard the topography and the landform and the buffer on the western side. Do you have any?
And the landscape setting. There's a whole host of factors which would contribute to why a site might have more or less landscape and visual effects. It's a whole combination of factors. It's the viewpoints to it's how far away you can see it from. It's a combination of factors.
Okay. We'll come back definitely to the viewpoints. We'll come back to the character. But could just to be clear, insofar as what you're pointing us out to, experientially, I understand that's a matter of judgment. But it's the landform and the topography and the buffer on the western edge disconnecting us from Hamstreet.
You've asked me several times. I've given them my response. So those are key factors that I consider.
Again, just reflecting on what you said yesterday and thinking about how you've approached this. What you said yesterday is this is a site that should have been discounted at first hurdle. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
So your perspective is essentially that no development should take place on this site at all. That's your evidence, isn't it?
This development on that side.
No, Mr. Whitcomb, I need an answer to my question, not a rephrasing of my question. When you say that this is a site that should be discounted at first hurdle, what you're saying is no development at all on this site.
If you're quoting me exactly, what I probably should have said should have been discounted at first hurdle. I was referring to this development on this site.
Can there be a different development on this site?
I would think it would be a very...
yes or no? I need a yes or no.
You're pushing me a little.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for. So I need an answer to the question.
Could there be a different sort of development on this site? Possibly. You would need to see what that development is.
Right. So you're not saying that there is no development at all on this site. You're just saying not this one. Yes?
I am only able to consider what is before the inquiry.
Okay. I need an answer to my question, and you can qualify it all you like. But, Mr. Withycombe, we've got a lot of ground to cover. I need you to answer my question.
I agree. I'll give you my
Yesterday,
answer.
you said this is a site that should have been discounted at first hurdle.
Correct.
My reading of that is you're saying no development at all. You're now saying possibly a development.
No, I'm not saying. I think this is a site that has a lot of constraints, which would constrain. It has a lot of constraints, which would limit what I would consider to be developed on this. That's my position.
I still don't understand your position. I'll try one more time.
Sorry, I'll just intervene. Yes. So I'm not entirely sure what you want to... I think what you're asking,
Thank you.
and correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
Could there be any development at all? So could another housing development be acceptable, or any scale of housing, or is it just an outright no, you can never build on that?
That's exactly what I'm asking for.
My gut feeling is it is a site that is inappropriate, and therefore it is unlikely that any form of housing development on this site would be acceptable.
Thank you. That's a very clear answer. So, unlikely that any form of housing development would be acceptable on this site.
That's my position.
That's your answer.
Yeah.
So when the inspector then comes to understand your whole approach, and in particular whether you're telling her that the mitigation is acceptable or not, she needs to remember that your starting position is it is unlikely that any form of housing would be acceptable on this site. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
Good. So then we know where we are on the parameters of your position as far as your approach is concerned. So in other words, there was no kind of mitigation that we could have proposed that you would have been happy with. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's
Good.
the correct answer. Yeah.
Fantastic. So that helps us understand that. your position. Thank you, Ma'am, for your intervention. In terms of then, again, thinking about the parameters of where we are, again, just focusing on the answers that you'd given to my learned friend yesterday, I'll come back to the table that we've got in the Statement of Common Ground. But one of the things you did was you focused on the impacts on day one, and you went through them, and then said you've never experienced anything of this magnitude of impacts on another site. Something worse to that effect.
I think what I said was for a development of this scale.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But can we agree, and maybe this is where we need to decide whether we need to go to Glivier later, focusing and understanding a site's impact, or the impacts on a site, on year one is an incomplete assessment.
Correct. We have a year 1 and a year 15 assessment.
Right. So in order to have a complete assessment and a complete understanding of the ultimate landscape effects on a site, we need to take into account year 15.
Of course we do.
So year one is not the full picture.
Year 1 is a position in time. Year 15 is the next position in time.
No.
Yeah.
No. It's year one is only part of the picture. By the time we get to year 15, that's the full picture.
Yes, but there's an experience in between, of course. Yes, understood. Yeah.
Okay. So that helps in terms of where we are. So just thinking through in terms of the answers you've given, mindful of your position that it's unlikely that there would be any form of development on this site for housing. Again, thinking that to its logical conclusion, your evidence in front of this inquiry is that it's completely inappropriate for Hamstreet to grow in that direction.
Yes.
Good. Good. So then that helps us situate your evidence. Next is in relation to the Statement of Common Ground, please. If you have that to hand.
Yes, I do.
One of the things I've tried to do, Mum, in preparation for this is to try and make sure that we don't have to jump around in too many documents. So hopefully I'm going to succeed. Let's see how we go. So just thinking about the Statement of Common Ground, can I just check that you're still faithful to all of its contents?
100%.
100%,
Yeah.
good. Now, I just wanted to just follow up a few things to bolster it. Number one, we can agree, obviously, that this is not a protected landscape of any kind in terms of designation, both national, local, in terms of what we mean by valued landscape. That's right, isn't it?
Agreed.
And in terms of the view that you've taken about a valued landscape, you're independent from this council, because I understand that you're an external consultant. Is that right?
Correct.
So the council reached a view that it wasn't a valued landscape, but it was still open to you to have come to a different conclusion.
Of course it was, yes.
And you decided too that it wasn't a valued landscape.
I didn't address the matter of landscape, no, and I accept the evidence that we have that it's
Good.
It's not a valued landscape.
In terms of viewpoints of our site, again, just thinking about protection, if you like, if I call the designation point about protection of a site. In terms of viewpoints, this is not a site whose viewpoints is protected in the way that we understand. For example, if we're stood in the conservation area of Hamstreet, sometimes you can have a view outside into the countryside that is identified as a protected view.
Correct.
There is no protected view to and from our site in any direction. That's
Correct.
right, isn't it?
That's correct.
And in terms of then understanding a site's elevated topography, it's interesting, isn't it, that even though it's quite an elevated part of the site, there is an elevation of the site in part. And given that your evidence is a significant part of it is about the topography and the landform, it's important that we also don't have a protected view of the site from any direction to and from, isn't it?
It's a consideration, of course it is. Yeah, yeah.
In terms of, again, we've confirmed, have you had a look at the conservation area appraisal? I know that you're not a conservation witness.
I haven't in depth.
No, that's all right. I don't expect you to. But again, if this particular elevated position was of particular value, we might have found a conservation area grappling with it if it was important.
If there was yes. I mean, I think that much of my evidence makes clear that I consider there is no strong visual relationship between the settlement in any shape. You know? Yeah. And so we have no view from the conservation area. Agreed.
Yeah, but the visual relationship point, again, I'll come back to, because I think you conflate character and visual in a number of places. I'll come back to that. But I'm just focusing on the topography and the height of it and the questions of any protection. Next is in relation to technical objections. As far as you're aware, there are no technical objections in relation to the site's topography that things can't be achieved. So like the road can't be there. No. So the elevation and the topography isn't a physical constraint on development.
It might be a physical constraint on development in that part of the site. So that if you like, the westernmost edge or to the settlement. It might be a constraint there. I don't know. I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. You don't know. All right. Again, another really important point. None of the LCAs that we're dealing with, none of the LCAs that we're dealing with discuss specifically or identify the topography and the landform of this particular location as being particularly important. Do you agree with that?
This particular lake, I think that's not uncommon in LCAs.
Is the answer yes?
The answer is yes. I don't believe it is specifically referenced Cotton Hill in the LCAs.
Okay. In terms of then protection and thinking about Ashford Borough, do you want to just have a look at the first page of that appendices, the figures that you were given? Ma'am, it's right here for you. It's the one that we gave you today. That one there. It's the first page. Figure 1?
Yep.
So I'm going to point the finger at Mr. Williams, that the key on the left-hand side isn't completely complete in one sense, but I think we can agree. So you can see Charing and Y at the top. Can you see that? And Ashford?
Yep.
That's the Kent Downs near there on the top. You agree with that?
The national landscape, yep.
Yep, a national landscape, the Kent Downs. And then when you come down to Hamstreet, we're just outside the national landscape. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then down to Tenterden, I can never ever pronounce it properly. Below that is the High Weald National Park.
Correct. National Landscape.
National Landscape. Used to be called AOMB. So the interesting thing about this particular view and understanding of Ashford Borough is you can see how the spatial, I don't know if you're familiar with the spatial strategy. We have Ashford at the centre, Tenterden and then second, and then Charing, Y and Hamstreet third. You're familiar with how the spatial strategy works. So in terms of the way that the spatial strategy works, and in terms of the constraints in landscape terms, we are remarkably unconstrained compared to those other settlements.
We are unconstrained. I wouldn't use the term remarkably. We are unconstrained. There are no landscape constraints, we agree, on this particular site.
No. If you're at Charing, for example, you're right next to a national landscape. You can see that. Are you honestly suggesting that our site is comparable to the constraints that might be happening in places like Charing and Y?
I don't dispute the evidence on this. This is a site that is not covered by national or local landscape designations. It has no specific landscape constraints in that respect.
So when you were assessing the impacts of this development on this site, did you have any regard to how it compares to other settlements in Ashford?
Specifically for this inquiry, no, but I have dealt with inquiries at both Charing and Y, so I'm well aware of the constraints, both landscape and visual and designation-wise at those sites.
I understand that, but what I'm saying to you is, if you're sitting there and you're telling this inspector, as you are, that this site is a no-go zone, where would she find your understanding of how other settlements compare to this site in relation to just looking at how Charing and Wye are so constrained in that context?
I'm not disputing that evidence whatsoever, that those two villages have greater constraints than this site. You're using the term no-go zone. I'm saying this specific expansion to the east is a no-go zone. I'm not saying Hamstreet is a no-go zone.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to come back to whether you can do anything else in Hamstreet. But what I'm saying to you is, what we don't have is an understanding in your evidence of how Hamstreet compares to what is a highly constrained borough when you assess our site as being a site that should be free from housing development. We don't have any understanding of that in your evidence.
I think the term highly constrained borough implies that Ashford is more constrained than most boroughs in Kent. All boroughs in Kent have a similar level of constraint, in my opinion. Ashford is not particularly highly constrained.
I'm here to talk about Ashford.
Correct.
Borough. I've just shown you that when you look at the settlement hierarchy and you look at the first tier, the second tier, and the third tier, you have them right next to landscapes of the highest protection.
We agree.
We are outside of all of that.
We agree.
When you're telling our inspector that our site should be free from development of housing in the way that you are, she needs to be...
not free from housing development. This particular site I'm concerned with. I'm not saying Hamstreet. I'm saying this particular
I'm
site.
talking about our site. You have told her that our site should be free from housing development. We've already agreed this. What I'm saying to you is she has no understanding of how you've come to that judgment in comparison to similar sites, similar settlements in the rest of Ashford.
Well, I don't think either of us have prepared an assessment of all three villages, what sites might be available, what constraints there might be.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Williams will answer that question.
Okay.
But a very simple answer to that is we have produced, for example, this map that is there to show how and what's happening in the rest of Ashford. You haven't done that.
I haven't done that, but that doesn't give me any indication of what sites might be available in those locations. It's a very high-level assessment.
Okay.
One's got a drawing with 3 dots on it.
No, I'm sorry, but the last question I'll ask you about this is, the point to draw from this is, and I think you accept this, there is nowhere in your evidence do we see a serious grappling of other sites, other settlements, and their designation as compared to our particular site and its lack of designation. We don't have any of that in your evidence. Right?
Agreed.
Okay. So, again, final question on this. We know where you stand. You don't think there should be any development of housing on this site anyway. We know that. But when compared to those settlements, thinking about our site and its lack of designation, you with me?
Mm-hmm.
This is an ordinary open field currently being used for amenity turf production.
Yes, agreed. Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Statement of Common Ground, page 20, please.
I have that, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm just waiting for the inspector.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
Have you got that, Mum? So page 20 to 21, I just want to again confirm that you're still faithful to the conclusions here.
Yeah.
We can agree, can't we, that by year 15, apart from the public rights of way users, all of the impacts at the end of year 15 is either moderate or minor.
we have PRO users in the site, visual receptor
I've discounted that.
I beg your pardon.
That's
I
the
missed
only
that.
one I've discounted.
Okay,
Everything else is either minor or moderate.
correct.
So can we agree that we've already agreed that the inspector should be assessing this site for year 15 to have a full picture, and she can agree with both of us that we have common ground, that apart from the public rights of way on the site itself, all of the impact by year 15 is either minor or moderate. That's fundamentally the end of the assessment, isn't it?
Yes, that's what it says. Yeah.
And you still stick by that?
That's agreed. Yeah, but
Good.
Yeah.
For your benefit, if you, ma'am, for your note, there are 6 moderates. I don't know if you want to write this down and check later for yourself. It's the way they can, but 6 moderates, 5 minors, 3 minor moderate, 1 none, and 1 major adverse, which is the public right of way. Now, in light of that agreement of where we are, of everything apart from the public right of way being either minor or moderate by year 15, you can't be seriously telling this inspector that the impact will be a significant effect.
Yes, I am.
That's your evidence.
100%.
That's your evidence.
Yes, I think to the reduction from major to moderate. Moderate adverse applies to the site and its immediate contact. Moderate adverse applies to the LTA 19. Those are still substantial adverse effects, and we're agreeing that those will persist even with the mitigation.
Okay, that's fine. But we also know that your attitude to mitigation is that nothing should be happening on this site on a housing development anyway. We've already established that, and we've already established that your view is that this site should be a no-go zone for any housing development anyway. So we can understand your perspective, even though your starting point is no development on this site, and that's how your mitigation is coloured. You still come to this conclusion that is minor moderate by year 15. So the inspector can draw her own conclusions.
We are agreed on these impact assessments. Yes?
Yes.
We are agreed. I think it's how we not interpret, that's the wrong word, it's how we consider that these still reflect harm. In my opinion, if after 15 years you still have quite extensive moderate adverse effects, we're talking about the whole landscape character area 19 here, we're talking about the site in its immediate context, we're talking about probably the most sensitive views from the canal and from the land to the south and from the site and from Hamstreet Woods. These are substantial, persistent, adverse effects. If you read the definition of moderate adverse, well, I don't know we don't have a definition of effects, but it still reflects that this is something that is going to be perceived as uncharacteristic and incongruous in this landscape. Yeah. And taking your point of my position, but these are agreed between us. These
are agreed. I agree. I understand that. But the point is that even though they're agreed, we have a starting position of our witness,
correct,
who thinks that building housing on this site is acceptable. Your starting point is it's a no-go zone.
Correct.
So when the inspector comes to understand your judgment and your perspective on this, and how you then, this is really the critical point, how you take the agreed positions and say significant adverse, and Mr. Williams takes the same position and reaches a different conclusion, the only real difference will be the fact that your starting point is there should be no development here. That really fundamentally is what it boils down to. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I can understand what you're saying, but my starting position
is no development.
Of no development is based on an assessment, a site visit, a consideration of the issues, and if you're pushing me to that, then that would be my, I think I used my sort of gut feeling.
Yes, exactly.
Would be this is a site that would
Yes.
not be suitable for development.
I agree. I agree. That's the difference between you and Mr. Williams. You're dealing with your gut feeling that went there and looked at it and thought no development, and that's how you started your process. And that's
I
how
didn't start my process. That's what I arrived at the end of my process.
your gut instincts usually start at the beginning.
But
so
you've pushed me into a question on I don't say anywhere in my evidence whether development of any shape or form should be acceptable on this site.
you've said that today.
I accept that.
Okay, so what's the point of taking me to your evidence when you've accepted that today?
I hadn't said that. And I said, but what I want to tell you, I didn't start with that position.
You've just told us that your gut feeling was that there should be no development.
My position was, after completing my assessment, and you've asked me that question, that's my conclusion.
Okay. Well, the inspector's heard what she's heard. Now, still sticking with the statement of common ground, please. I think we've done the point about year 15 being the final picture. And then a couple of things. Page 6, please. Oh, no, I beg your pardon. Page 5.
Yep.
So page 5, design principles. You can see section 5, design and access statement. The design principles at 2.3.2 establish indicative guiding principles for a variety of elements of the appeal scheme, including, and then it sets them out.
Yep.
And then it says these principles provide an appropriate level of detail to guide the subsequent reserve matters and are capable of being controlled by an appropriately worded planning condition. You agree with that, don't you?
I would agree with that, yes. If the inspector finds in favour of development, then I think there's a lot of information in the DAS that would guide this.
Fantastic. 2.4 is the mitigation. We'll come back to a bit more detail of where you are on the mitigation. But 2.4 is where we set out the various proposed mitigation measures. And then at 2.4.2, these mitigation elements can be controlled, etc., etc. And then, again, you agree that that's possible, and that's still your position, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good. Let's move on to the next topic, which is landscape character now, please. Section 3 of the Statement of Common Ground, page 8.
Yes.
The only direct effects of this development to the local character areas is on LCA 19, isn't it?
Correct, because that's the locum which that's the LCA which the site is located in.
The old Romney shoreline settlements.
Correct.
And the site is immediately south to LCA 21.
Agreed.
And we're agreed that the effects are indirect.
Yes.
And so the only LCA, and then just thinking about where the statement, before I get to LCA 2. So I've just mentioned LCA 19 and 21.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to jump around, but page 20 of the Statement of Common Ground. Page 20, we can see that LCA 19 and LCA 21 we're agreed moderate adverse and minor adverse.
Moderate adverse for LCA 19, minor adverse for LCA 21. Agreed.
Yeah. And LCA 19, again, just focusing on that, LCA 19 is the only character area that we are directly impacting, and by year 15, it's a moderate adverse.
Agreed.
Thank you. LCA 2 is where fundamentally we seem to disagree, and the Romney Marsh Mixed Farmlands is, again, around 500 metres north of the appeal site.
Yes, that's agreed.
So then now I'm going to delve into LCA 19 and 2, given that we have those parameters. Back to the Statement of Common Ground, page 8. So So LCA 19 is, again, the one with the direct effects, moderate adverse by the end of year 15. And then we see without the page at the bottom of page 8, the key characteristics are set out there. And then over the page 9, we have the overall guidelines.
Correct.
Just in terms of your view on the guidelines, is it fair to say the guidelines are sort of, they're not policy, they're not law.
No.
They're just guidelines that are just helping an inspector or yourself make a judgment about what's happening?
They're guidelines, well, for this inquiry, but they're guidelines that are written in order to understand the landscape character of that particular area.
Sure. And it wouldn't be as granular as a site-specific issue referring to a particular location and saying we identify this particular guideline for Hamstreet, for example.
That would be, yes, that would be your next step. You would look at those key characteristics and guidelines, and then with a specific site, you would then look at to what degree your site perhaps reflects those guidelines.
Yeah. And in terms of LCA 19, bear with me, it's for your reference, Ma'am, LCA 19, CD 112, which is the LVA, page 125 of the PDF. And I think it's just worth turning that up so that we can see the kind of area mass that it covers. Are you there? Are you there?
You're taking me to the LCA's.
Well, instead of going to the separate LCA, what I've been using is the LVA has it at the end.
Sorry, the LVA has the LCA.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
And if you've got if you've got it in the PDF, if you put in 125 on that top bit, it will take you straight to it.
So I had all the other bits of the LVA.
That's all right.
But not that way.
That's all right. Thank you. Thanks, man. So page 125 of 143.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah, chuntering. How we go?
That was me at 1 o'clock in the morning last night.
Come on. One, 2, 5.
Yes. Ma'am, no doubt you'll read the key descriptions and the conditions, and I will probably go through Mr. Williams with some of this, but I just wanted to just look at the scale of what we are dealing with here from that map based on our site and the surrounding redded area that you can see. Have you got that? Can you see 19 Old Romney shoreline settlements?
I'm there now.
You're there.
Sorry,
Okay, great.
Yeah.
No, it's just because I'm just making sure that this is the only one that we're affecting directly.
Yeah.
And moderate adverse, we're agreed. I just want to help the inspector understand the full agreement here. So that's the scale that we are dealing with. And then in terms of the guidelines, again, we can agree that we conflict with 4 of the 10 of the guidelines.
As we say in the common ground, yes.
4 of the 10. So the majority of the guidelines is not offended by this development.
I think, again, you need to read the guidelines. I mean, some of them relate to architecture, some of them relate to rural lanes, some of them relate to agricultural intensification. So,
yes, but
the likelihood, where I would narrow it down is, I consider we conflict with the 4 key landscape guidelines.
Sure, but for example, I could. Let me put it this way: Are you saying that the fact that we don't conflict with the other 6 is irrelevant?
No, of course not.
Okay. So, and can you agree with me that the fact that we are not offending 6 out of the 10 is a material consideration for this inspector?
Is a considerate material? Yes,
Okay.
Of course, yeah.
So, when then we think about 3.35 of the Statement of Common Ground over the page, we can see the conclusion here is there are some short-term major adverse landscape effects to LCA and to the site and its immediate context. After 15 years establishment, there will reduce to moderate adverse due to almost 2/3 of the site being provided as various forms of green infrastructure. Do you still agree with that?
Agree with that, and agree with the fact that it remains as a moderate adverse,
Okay.
affecting the whole LCA that relates to. That's the conclusion. It's the harm to the LCA 19 Old Romney Shoreline Settlements character area is moderate adverse.
Hang
after
on.
15 years.
Hang on. Are you suggesting that our site, by virtue of the conclusion of moderate adverse, will affect that whole LCA that we see being described on page
I'm saying
125?
that the level of harm is such that it affects the characteristics.
I understand that, but are you suggesting that our scheme will have an impact on the whole of that LCA area? Is that your evidence?
We have the
No,
conclusion.
Mr. Withicombe, I need an answer to the question.
Okay.
Please answer the question.
No, it's not. My evidence is that it is affecting those specific characteristics in that location. We do have a conclusion before the inspector that says LCA 19, moderate adverse,
Yes.
after 15 years.
Yes. But
So the interpretation of that is obviously between us.
No, it isn't. It really isn't. LCA 19, moderate adverse, our site being
A very small part.
exactly.
I agree you entirely.
Exactly. So what did you mean to say that we're going to be impacting the whole of the LCA?
The impact assessment that's written, as it's written, implies that there will be a moderate adverse effect. That's the conclusion of the assessment affecting LCA 19. Now, I agree this is localised in the respect.
Exactly.
But that's the agreed conclusion.
Exactly. So what you did not mean to say is that this is a scheme whose development will be impacting the whole of the LCA. That's just not right.
It's not right.
Good. So what you meant to say was that moderate adverse by year 15 on a very small part of the LCA. That's what you meant to say.
Part of the site of the LBA which reflects the site, yes. But that's not defined geographically between us. We don't define that geographically.
Okay.
But we have still between us agreed a moderate adverse effect
I'm not
against
going,
LCA
you keep
19.
repeating that. That's not what I'm asking you about. Let me just conclude this point on this. Moderate adverse on year 15 on a very small part of this LCA.
On a part of the LCA.
You've just told me it's a very small part.
Okay.
A very small part of the LCA, and then fundamentally, 4 out of the 10 guidelines that we've talked about.
Agreed.
Good.
And the other point I made is those are the 4 key, in my opinion, landscape guidelines that we're deemed to be, I consider we're in conflict with.
I'm not going to quibble with what you think to be the key
Okay,
out of the 10. That's a matter of judgment for you. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to, still with LCA 19, I just wanted to check one other thing. No, that's fine. LCA 2, please. LCA 2. And if you are still in the LVA, you'll find it at page 122, please.
Sorry, what's the CD number for that?
The LVA 1.12.
Oh, sorry.
We're still on the same document. Again, I promised not to try and jump around too much, so
Okay.
hopefully we'll be there.
Sorry, which page? That's
122, the PDF. So this is the Romney Marsh mixed farmlands. This is the indirect effects. And I think we're agreed it's 500 metres away.
Yes, from this, I'm not sure that's measured from, but I assume it's the site boundary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the only one that we're disagreed on in terms of the ultimate
Effects.
Yeah. And to help the inspector, she'll find that analysis on page 22 of the Statement of Common Ground. And again, I'm going to spend more time with Mr. Williams on this, but I just thought I'd touch upon a few of the sort of really critical differences. So on page 22 of the Statement of Common Ground, no, before I do that, so back to the 122.
Yeah.
So again, a very small part of this site is impacting this LCA.
The site itself is not
Sorry.
physically impacting. No.
A very small part of the LCA. Let me start that again.
I understand what you're saying.
So let me start that again. The LCA is 500 metres away from us, and our site is a very small part that we're dealing with.
Correct.
Yes?
Of the next LCA.
Of the next LCA.
Yeah.
So we're a small part of LCA 19 impacting LCA 2 that's 500 metres away.
Yes.
Okay.
But my position is that because of the prominence of this site as part of the shoreline, it influences character over a large part, perhaps a larger part of LCA 2.
I understand that, and that's the difference between us, and that's where we're disagreed on. I agree with you. I understand that. But just looking at the landscape sensitivity assessment, just so that we can help the inspector. So we can see site and immediate context, appellant, council, and then LCA 2, which is what we're discussing. It's really interesting because the appellant puts value in the same place as you do. Page 22.
Which table is that one?
LCA Romney Marsh Mixed Farmlands.
Yeah, okay. I'm just going to get right to this page.
Page 22.
Correct, both medium.
So you are both ascribing medium value, and yet you don't shift at all when it comes to sensitivity.
Sorry, I assess sensitivity as medium.
Yeah.
And your appellant's position is low to medium.
No, you don't shift at all from your value to the sensitivity, because your susceptibility and your value remain the same, and then you've come out as the sensitivity being medium.
I think that's my judgment. Yeah.
So in terms of when the sensitivity, the starting point, the difference between you is between low, medium, and medium. Then when we get to, I won't spend too much time on, when it comes to the landscape magnitude at completion, at the bottom of that page, 22, you see that?
Yes.
You're agreed on it being irreversible.
Correct.
You agreed on the scale and size being low.
Yeah.
But there's a big difference between the geographic extent.
Well, medium to high, so it's one step. Yeah.
Okay. Again, fundamentally, the magnitude, very little between you, low, medium to medium. Yeah. Yes?
Yeah.
But really, the critical thing that I wanted to understand was post 15 years.
15 years post-completion.
Post-completion. Table 3?
Yes. Medium, council, appellant is low.
Yeah. And that's because you don't ascribe much value to the mitigation, isn't it?
It's informed to a large extent by also the geographic extent. I think this will influence your experience of LTA2 because it will be so visible and so prominent from such a large part of that character area.
No, I
It's
understand.
an indirect effect.
I understand that, but really fundamentally, when we look at what's happening post 15 years, it's because you start...
I think it will still be a prominent...
Correct. Because the mitigation you don't think is going to be enough.
I agree, yeah.
Good. And then I'll pick up the rest with Mr. Williams. I won't trouble you any further. That's LCA 2. Next topic, you still got the stamina to keep going.
Yes, I absolutely have. Yeah.
The next topic is yesterday you kind of, I wouldn't say flippantly, but briefly, you sort of suggested that there was an opportunity for development to happen elsewhere in Hamstreet. Do you remember that?
I was drifting to that and felt I shouldn't be. Yeah.
Okay, well, you did, and we're here now.
Yeah.
So let's get going. Could you just help me with this? Pick up Mr. Williams's proof.
Proof. Yeah.
Yes, please. And then you'll see... oh, no, actually, sorry, I beg your pardon. The constraints plan in the big document that you were given today. You know, Mum, the constraints plan is on page 14. Oh, somebody's calling.
This isn't... No, this isn't.
Page 14.
Yep.
So remember, I'm going to ask these questions in the context of you having alluded to something about potentially development going elsewhere in Hamstreet, but also fundamentally because you've told us today that growth towards this direction of Hamstreet is a no-go zone and you don't think any form of housing development is appropriate here. So that's the context in which I'm asking these questions, yeah?
Yep.
So here we can see, let me just explain what I see and see if we can agree. So we've obviously got the Hamstreet Woods National Nature Reserve to the north of us.
Correct.
You can see from the quay the conservation area in the village proper.
Correct.
A couple of stars of the listed buildings. You can see the flooding.
Yep.
You can see the railway line running through the settlement. The ancient woodland is also marked out. So you can see all these sort of constraints, yes? And then I think the other thing that, sorry, you don't have anything, you don't doubt the contents of these constraints?
Absolutely agreed.
Okay, you're agreed on that, that's good. You agree that's an accurate reflection of the constraints around Hamstreet?
Yes.
So the inspector can rely on it as being a sort of a common ground document, if you like?
Yes.
Good. The other thing that this doesn't have is if, for example, we were to pontificate about where development might go elsewhere, for example, we don't know what the access arrangements might be, for example. This doesn't really show us, does it?
No, of course not.
Good. And then just thinking about another constraint that perhaps isn't shown here, could you turn up Mr. Williams's proof, page 18, and keep that document with you at the same time? Page 18 of his proof.
Yes.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Inset 5. Why have I got it as page? Inset 5 in his proof. Why is it?
It's earlier, I think.
Page 8, maybe? Is it 14? Where did I write that down from?
Yeah, it's the one with the incremental growth.
No, yeah, I'm looking for the one that shows the contours.
Inset 5, I think.
Yes. No, there's another one. Bear with me. Bear with me. There's one
Is it Inset 5 in the Statement of Common Ground?
Yes, you are absolutely right. Page 18 of the Statement of Common Ground. You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
So, I am right. It's
18.
page 18. I am right. So I thought it was in his proof, but it's actually in his. So keeping the plan of the constraints, and then page 18, inset 5 of his Statement of Common Ground, just to layer on another constraint. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. Yep.
So if we look at those two plans together, so we're looking at the constraints plan on one hand, and then the Hamstreet key contours at the same time. Yeah? So you can see from this plan where our site is and the range between 24 m AOD contour and 14 meters AOD contour. Can you see that? Yeah?
Yep. I agree.
And then if you look at the opposite side on the north, if you just looking at this and assuming that that's north, but the northwest corner there, you can see a similar pattern of a range between 24 and 14.
Agreed.
Yeah?
Yep.
So that's another example of a particular constraint that exists that we can layer on in terms of landform and topography, yeah?
I'm not sure why that specifically should be the range between those two contours should be a particular constraint.
That's fair. Probably what I should have said is rather than seeing it as a constraint, it's another consideration to kind of understand the holistic picture of Hamstreet.
Absolutely, 100%.
Fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay, so now to the question. If you don't develop our site, where else can you go in Hamstreet?
I think you would have to undertake a proper assessment, as I believe is being carried out as part of the local plan now, with a call for sites. And there are, the short answer to your question is there are locations looking at the constraints plan where there are no constraints.
Where? Show me where you say,
so
because you haven't done an exercise and you were pontificating
Okay,
yesterday that
Pontificating's a bit strong.
the housing could be going somewhere else. But where do you think
So
it
let's
could
take
go?
the location, so you can see Stumbletree Wood.
Yes.
There's a location behind that, Alston Villa, I think, is noted there, which wraps round and links behind other properties.
So that's the backing onto those properties you think we can develop there, okay?
I'm not saying I think. Well, it looks like there's a potential access. You have the new development on the western side of the village, adjacent to the A2070.
So, sorry, bear with me. I was with you up until
So drop
Alston
down
Villa.
to the west. You've got the A road skirting the village.
Yeah, where the flooding is.
But there is an area of white that is not affected by the flood zone.
Okay. You think we should develop there?
I didn't say we should develop them. It's a potential site.
Okay.
And if you take Hamstreet itself,
Yeah.
you have the railway going north. Again, there is an area of land that looks to have links from the existing extension
Yeah.
up the valley, which doesn't appear to have constraints. Now,
Good.
They're potential sites.
Good. Okay. So I'm going to show you. I could show you now what's the best word? How that is just would not ever happen. But one example I'll give you is: do you know where the first one that you gave an indication of where it could happen, Alston Villa? Do you know that that's a public open space?
Okay. Yep. No,
Okay.
I'll take that part. Yeah.
Okay. So the three examples you've given us, I'm going to get Mr. Williams to explain why they're just completely and utterly unworkable and won't happen. But the simple point I wanted to get back to is you do not provide any evidence at all to this inquiry of where else Hamstreet could grow if not this site.
Agreed. I don't.
And so when this inspector listens to your evidence to say this part of Hamstreet where we are seeking to develop is a no-go, you are essentially also saying Hamstreet has grown enough.
I'm not saying that. I haven't said that.
Okay? Think it through.
I'm
This
with
site
you.
is no-go,
Yep.
and you've not provided any evidence of where else it could go. The only logical conclusion to your analysis is that Hamstreet has grown enough. Think about it.
I think that's a big jump. I haven't said that in my evidence at all.
I know you haven't. That's why I'm asking you about it. So I'll try again.
So my answer is no. I don't believe that to be the case.
So if you have no evidence of where else Hamstreet could grow at all, but you do know that in this direction it can't.
But that is the purpose of the current local plan call for sites, isn't it?
No, but let's say we have a call for sites.
Yeah.
The council's position, based on your evidence, will be this part of Hamstreet cannot be developed.
This site, you mean?
Yes.
Agreed.
So whatever call for sites there is, the council will be saying, not here. So I'm asking you, if not here, where?
I'm not presenting any other sites to this inquiry because I haven't done that assessment.
If you're not presenting any other sites and you're saying this site is a no-go, you're saying Hamstreet has grown enough.
No, I think that's a big jump. What I'm saying is that not this site. I think that a proper assessment should be carried out of the opportunities elsewhere. If there is a need to grow Hamstreet, if that's the case, there should then be a full and proper assessment of the village as a whole to identify the sites.
I understand that, but the council's position would be, based on Mr. Withercomb's evidence, not here.
That's my opinion on this site, yeah.
Madam, can I just, sorry to interrupt, it was just suggested a moment ago that Mr. Williams is going to present some evidence about feasibility of other sites. Now, I've not seen anything in his evidence, so that suggests to me that there's going to be some new material that we haven't yet seen. And I think just as a matter of fairness, if that is going to be the case, I think it's only right that we would be able to see that, or for it to be put to Mr. Withercombe for him to comment on it, rather than it being kind of held and kind of jumped out on us during Mr. Williams' evidence in chief, and then I'm going to have to try and respond to it without knowing what it is.
Sure. My learned friend can rest assured that her lunch plans are still intact. There is no new evidence. The point is that Mr. Williams's evidence is very clear in terms of the constraints in other places. What he's simply going to be doing is looking at those particular locations that we've just talked about based on what Mr. Withercombe is saying in relation to where else it could go. And he'll say, that won't work there. There's a public open space. That's not new evidence.
That's not even that.
That's not new evidence.
Well,
that's a fact.
But where is it in the existing evidence?
It's a fact in the plans on the aerial drawings that you've got in his evidence. He's literally pointing out on the ground what you can see. If you look at figure 2L, you can see, for example, what the stumble tree wood looks like, and the numbering will be able to help you in terms of what is on the ground. If you look at the Google Maps on figure 2L on the page before that, he'll be literally pointing out on the ground, this is what that looks like. That's not going to happen there. This is not new evidence. This is telling you about your borough and what's happening on the ground in your locality that your witnesses would know about. What's the new evidence there? There is no new evidence.
No, I mean, just that point about public open space, I actually didn't know that. I don't see that on the plan.
Could I ask
fine, I'm not disputing it. But,
yeah.
But, you know, if we're going to be going into some sort of alternative sites discussion.
No, it's just simply, put it this way, let me reassure you, Mum, and say, anytime Mr. Williams tells you there's something here or elsewhere, he'll be literally showing you on this plan, as indicated in many places, in many of these plans that you've got in front of you. There is no new evidence. So I don't understand the objection. I'm happy to carry on if you want.
Well, I don't think, from my memory, I don't think that has been set out in that kind of way in the evidence where there's different sites saying that that's not suitable, that's not suitable.
I agree, but we're not saying, we have set out what we consider to be the constraints around Hamstreet. We have set out why our site is the most appropriate. Mr. Withercombe yesterday on the hoof said other developments could happen elsewhere. This is what's prompted that. So now we're trying to deal with that, because lest you go away and think, I agree with Mr. Withercombe, this part of Hamstreet should not be developed. What we want to be clear with you is, if you agree with him, what's the consequence of that? That's the point of just trying to go through these constraints plans, the material that's there. We're not looking to sort of say, well, down there will not be a site assessment, a site access, because here's an assessment of what the constraints are. That's not what we're going to do. We're just merely pointing out that this is the only show in town for Hamstreet right now, and there's no evidence to the contrary. That's it.
Can I revert back to you, please? Just.
I've said what I've said.
Yes.
I mean, we'll see where. I don't want to. There's no point prolonging a discussion about what may or may not be said. I guess I'll wait until something's said, and if it's, I'll just have to deal with it then. I just wanted to, I was just slightly concerned on hearing that, and also from Mr. Withercomb's perspective, because, it sort of suggested that there was going to be more material that he hadn't seen or wasn't aware of. That's all.
No,
but I've said what I've said, and I don't think we need to take it any further.
Thank you.
Could I possibly ask for a clarification on Plan 2M?
2M.
The constraints plan.
Yeah, sure.
The black line, it doesn't appear to be on the key.
Sorry, 2M, what, the black line?
There's quite a heavy black line which seems to enclose most of the new, more recent developments, and also encloses that area of land that you tell me is a public open space.
Yes, I think that refers to recent planning applications that have been granted. I think that's what that is there to illustrate.
So there's a recent planning application affecting the land, okay?
Yeah.
So the land in the northern edge of the village, the planning application area was actually more extensive than actually has been currently built. I don't know the history of that application, but I'm just looking at that.
Well, I'll get Mr. Williams to deal with that. But the simple point that I just want to conclude on this discussion is this. You don't present any evidence of any alternative sites in and around Hamstreet that could be developed other than this site.
Agreed.
And insofar as this inspector is able to understand particular constraints, not site-specific constraints, but this plan gives her an idea of what's happening in the rest of Hamstreet.
It absolutely identifies the constraints.
Yeah, good. I don't have to ask you about the GLVIA in 15 years. Ma'am, before I start a new topic, I'm happy to carry on, but I'm also happy to take a very short comfort break, entirely in your hands.
Okay, so it depends how long you're going to go on. So
yes.
When are you thinking about lunch? Then
I think we're going to have lunch no later than 12:30, possibly 12:15.
Right. Okay. I think then probably it's best to have a short comfort break. So come back at 25 past.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 25 past now, so we'll resume if you're ready, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Mum. Mr. Withicombe, can we use for this exercise, we're going to need the illustrative master plan in just a second, but I just wanted to just start asking you some introductory questions. First is just, I appreciate what we've discussed already colours what we're about to discuss now in that your views on what can't happen on this site and your views on mitigation, but I just thought I'd engage you based on what's already being proposed and what this inspector should take away from that. So in terms of yesterday, again, what was interesting and the takeaway I had from yesterday's conversation was you had said this is a scheme that falls at the first hurdle, but then after that you'd confirmed that if the development were to happen, you were basically agreeing with us that the scale, form and massing you agreed is in keeping with what's already in the village.
It's broadly in keeping with, yes, it is, yeah.
Good. And so that means the height, the massing, the stories, all of that you agree is in keeping.
I think I've raised issues in my proof of evidence, relationship to the single-storey dwellings on Willow Drive.
Yeah.
And so with those caveats of what's in my proof of evidence, we're broadly in agreement. Yeah.
Good. That's very helpful. And then, so in terms of then, as a matter of principle, and then just thinking about, we looked at in the statement of common ground the design principles. We've agreed that that's something that can be suitably conditioned. So that's all fine. That's helpful. And then yep, and we've dealt with that. Okay, that's helpful. So now I just want to deal with this bigger point about mitigation and the historic patterns. Remember yesterday we briefly discussed that as well, and the extent to which the mitigation that's being proposed is in line with the historic patterns of the area. Now, again, yesterday, your view was, and I'm quoting you verbatim here, I can see how some of the historic field patterns are being followed, but this is more of a nod to it in the overall landscape terms. It is not a particular benefit. It is not restoring it as a feature.
That's absolutely agreed. Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of then just thinking about that, when you say I can see how some of the historic field patterns are being followed, you agree that at the very least there is an attempt from your perspective. I disagree with what we're doing, but from your perspective, you're saying that you agree there is some attempt to follow the historic field patterns.
The alignments of some of the hedgerow field boundaries are being followed, but obviously the hedgerows themselves, as far as I can see, are not being reinstated.
Okay. So insofar as there is some following, from your perspective, of the field patterns, is that a benefit?
I think
I need an answer to the question first.
I'm kind of thinking.
Okay, but I'd rather have the answer first, but carry on.
I need to think first, generally. It's a reflection of the previous field pattern. There is no reinstatement and restoration of that landscape.
Okay. Okay. Again, I'll ask the question a different way. In order for you to say to this inspector it's a benefit, there has to be a wholesale reinstatement of the historic field patterns.
Well, I think I agree.
I need an answer to the question.
Okay, beg pardon.
I know it's tempting.
I think that is that's a greater benefit that if one can actually reinstate features that had been lost, that's a greater benefit. A reflection, I think it's the degree to which that creates a better scheme is debatable. But following the old field boundaries, it may be that actually on this site, a change in alignment, different vistas might be more important. So it varies from site to site.
I agree with that, and I understand what you're saying. it varies. But what I'm trying to understand is we're saying we're following the historic field patterns. You disagree.
I didn't say that. No, I said that there is a reflection of the historic
Fine.
field patterns in the layout.
Sure. So there is a reflection in the field patterns in the layout, a nod, to put it another way. But what I'm trying to understand now is what would it take for it to be a benefit? Do you see?
I acknowledge it as a benefit because my conclusion as to the impact on the landscape resource is minor beneficial. So
Yes.
there is a benefit, and the restoration and the reflection of the historic field pattern
Sure.
is part of that
Sure.
judgment.
I understand that. Minor beneficial, Mr. Williams says major beneficial. What I'm trying to help this inspector understand is what we would have to do, mindful of the fact that you don't want anything on this site, I get it. Mindful of the fact that you don't want this development to happen, mindful of the fact that nothing we could do in our mitigation would ever be enough for you, I get all of that, but just engage with me on this hypothetical of what we say should happen. What would it take to get you to a major beneficial if you were to accept the principle of development? Would it have to be us literally restating the historic field patterns as a matter of mitigation?
It's not. But that's the point. Is it's not viable. It's not doesn't fit with this development to reinstate the historic field pattern.
I thought you might say that. So that's where I thought you would be. So what you're basically saying is it's impossible for us to match the historic field patterns because it's physically impossible because of the housing. That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying that. No. To do that exercise, one has to be engaged to understand how one can do this. I haven't been engaged to do that. Mr. Williams has. So I haven't undertaken that design, detail. What might be the options? How else could we change the layout? How else could we change the location of the houses such that one might be able to retain that historic field pattern?
Okay, I think that's a fair point. So again, I don't want to be unfair to you in our closings. What you're saying is there is minor beneficial because you've done some work to match, reflect the historic field patterns.
I agree.
It's still not enough. And in order for you to be able to pontificate or tell us what enough looks like, you haven't done that exexercise because you haven't done it.
Yes, and that minor beneficial in terms of the landscape resource of which the field pattern is part of, is a combination of factors. It's all the other considers of GNG, amenity value, recreational value.
Okay. Now that we have those parameters, let's look at what we're actually doing. So page 22 of Mr. Williams's proof, please. Now, this is the image that you're seeing there is one of the images that is from the historic patterns in the LVA. I don't need to take you to that, but if you wanted a bigger version, it's available in the LVA, I think. Can you see inset 8, Mr. Withicombe?
Yes, of course can, yeah.
So you can see there, and the explanation and the context of this document, we have at paragraph 4.2.6 where we're told inset 8 above illustrates the historic hedgerows removed since 1908 in green and the darker green lines indicating the broad alignment of new green corridors within the site inspired by the historic alignment. Do you see that?
Yes, agreed.
So again, can we agree that do you have any disagreement in how Mr. Williams has depicted what we're doing as overlaid the 1908 field pattern?
And exactly how he expresses it in 4.2.6. I agree with that.
Great. So that's helpful. And just looking at that, and within the red line plan, can you agree that the site is doing a significant job within the red line boundary to replace those historic hedgerows with new green corridors that seem to align? Do you agree with that?
It is replacing those hedgerows with green corridors planting, yeah.
And it's doing a significant amount of that exercise within the red line.
It's certainly the design is reflecting that field pattern in relation to the majority of the hedgerows on the site.
Brilliant. That's good enough for me. Majority. Keeping that page still, please, and then going to the Statement of Common Ground. Page 4 of the Statement of Common Ground. Page 4 is another inset that shows the appeal site through the 20th century. We can see it goes from 1898, 1940, 1976, and 2006. Are you there?
Agreed, yep.
So looking at the 1940 aerial photograph, apologies, is not the best quality. But then also keeping in mind the 1908 field pattern application.
Yes.
Again, it's a pretty uncanny attempt and effort to restore what was also present in 1940.
It reflects those alignments, yeah.
Good. Page 24 of the Statement of Common Ground.
Visual sensitivity, yeah.
So this is the parameters plan. Page 24 of the I should have told you. Page 24 of the proof.
The proof.
Yeah. You got the inset 9.
Yes.
And here's the parameters plan. You can see that?
Yes.
And this is again showing where the green corridors are
Yes.
going to be. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, granted, not all of the historic hedgerows are going to be restored in the exact same place by this development. But when you say it's seeking to reflect the alignment of the historic field pattern, do you agree that it's successfully demonstrating that that's possible?
Reflecting the pattern, yeah. Agreed. Yes.
Okay. So so I'm just clear, because I'm struggling to understand how we can get to minor to major beneficial. Is your evidence that in order for us to get to a major beneficial position, it would have to restore the exact hedgerows?
No, but you're taking the hedgerows in isolation.
But we're talking about the field patterns here.
But that's in isolation. That's not the only consideration. It's the overall assessment of benefit in terms of landscape resource takes account of the current land use. It takes account of a whole range of other elements. It's not just physically about the reinstatement of the hedgerows.
So thinking about the land use point, is your point also then that if we were to restore these green corridors, for example, and it was free from development, that's where you would get to major beneficial?
I would say, on a development of this scale, major beneficial to me implies something that is very much of a landscape scale. This is the highest assessment.
But what does that look like? That's what I don't understand.
Well, I think it's about scale. Again, it's about the point that we come back to about. It's quite localised. This is not major.
I'm going to deal with the localised benefits point in just a second. I'm just trying to understand on reflecting the historic field patterns.
Yes.
And insofar as we're attempting to reflect the historic field patterns through the replacement of the historic hedgerows with these green corridors, I'm just trying to understand from your judgment, what more could we do?
Because I agree, because it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to this development.
We wouldn't be able to build houses.
Again, I haven't done that exercise, so you could. I haven't done that exercise.
Okay. So, in light of the fact that you seem to agree strongly, I think that we're reflecting the historic field patterns, and that we're attempting to do that within the site boundaries, can I push you to at least move from minor to moderate beneficial?
No, because I think that the impact on the landscape resource is not just about the field pattern.
We're talking about the mitigation right now. We're not talking about impact. You're conflating the effects and the mitigation. focusing on just where we are on mitigation and
Mitigation as a whole.
As a whole on this site, given that when we look at the historic field patterns, when you look at the fact that over 60% of the site is going to be open space.
Agreed.
When you look at everything that's happening around the edges when it comes to what's being provided as landscape work, when you think about the extent to which we've gone to restore these historic field patterns that you say we're reflective of, surely you should be moving from at least minor to moderate beneficial. That would be a fair way of assessing
I disagree. I think if those benefits in terms of the landscape resource were so substantial, we would be agreeing a greater reduction in other landscape harm in terms of site and immediate surrounding area, in terms of views. I think we'd be agreeing that those impacts and effects are being addressed through the landscape mitigation. So I would expect to see more of a consequent reduction in the harm of the development in that respect. Yeah, that's my response.
Okay. Going to this point about localized benefits.
Yeah.
When you say localized benefits, what's the opposite of localized benefits?
In terms of landscape scale benefits, perhaps.
What does that look like? So
it's a scale point.
So we should be benefiting what? The LCA?
I think the
what's the answer to my question?
The answer to your question is that it's quite.
No, Mr. Widdicombe,
answer.
You're not answering my question. I'm going to put it to you again. Think about the question and think about the answer. I'm trying to understand what's the opposite of localized benefits.
I'm trying to answer.
Does the localized benefits, the opposite of that, mean that we need to benefit the LCA as a whole? Yes or no?
No, not the LCA as a whole.
Good. Beyond localized benefits, do we need to benefit Hamstreet village core in landscape terms? Yes or no?
My answer to the question is that with a scheme of this scale, in my judgment, it's hard to achieve a major beneficial effect on the landscape resource because we are quite localised when it's not a big scheme. And the whole purpose of the gradations and the scale is that they can be applied to one dwelling or to 2,500 dwellings.
I'm going to ask you the question again.
Great.
You accept that our mitigation is going to have benefits locally.
Agreed.
Presumably, when you say locally, you mean site-specific.
It's limited, in my opinion, to the site and immediate surrounding area.
Okay.
Or the site, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
In order for this to be benefit beyond the local area, what area do we need to benefit in landscape terms?
Oh, that's a very hard question to
answer.
It's a very hard question.
If you don't have an answer, you say, I don't know, because I'm going to record that. Because right now you keep diminishing the mitigation measures being proposed by this development because you keep repeating the fact that they are localized benefits. I need to understand why that matters. So if you're saying they're just localized benefits, tell me what more I need to do.
It's how the use of the scales to assess impacts and effects.
You're again conflating the effects with the mitigation. Focus on the mitigation.
The mitigation has to deliver. So I guess one answer to that is that the mitigation should be that. It should be something that is aiding the integration of the site into the landscape.
From where?
In the views from the south, in the views from the wider area. And we come back to my point that no development on this site is hard to mitigate, really hard to mitigate.
I know that. We've dealt with that. You've told us we can't build on here, it shouldn't happen, we can't mitigate. I know that. I'm trying to move this along. So let's not go back what we discussed this morning. If you're saying the mitigation we're proposing is only beneficial locally, I'm trying to understand why that matters and what more can we do, and at what scale?
I think
at what scale?
I wouldn't expect more to be done on the site of this scale,
Okay.
in this location. But that has the consequent effect.
Okay. So we are doing, in terms of mitigation measures, what you would expect of us at this scale.
Yes, I think that's a fair. Yeah, that's
Okay.
good. That's a reasonable answer.
So when you try and diminish that by telling us it's localized benefits, it means nothing.
It's my judgment as to what the benefit that it is. I mean, Mr. Williams concludes major. I conclude minor, and I've given my reasons for that.
But I understand that bit. What I'm just trying to understand is why it matters that you keep repeating localized benefits. Why does that matter?
Why does it matter?
That you keep saying it's only localized benefits.
Well, that's justifying my judgment.
I understand that. So what I'm trying to understand is if you're saying it's minor beneficial because it's localized,
correct.
Help me understand if you say you need to benefit the LCA to get to major beneficial, which is not what you're saying.
No.
What more do we need to do? Otherwise, your repetition of localized benefits means nothing.
No, it doesn't, because what I'm saying is that I don't believe you could deliver, in relation to a site of this on this particular site, with a development of this scale, with this mitigation, a major beneficial effect on the landscape resource.
Okay. I think I've taken that as far as I can. Can I just deal with this point on the buffer, on the... If you just pull this out, because I think we need this now, the illustrative... So again, you keep saying that the strong landscape buffer at the western end of the site, you keep saying that it's unlike anything, in your words, unlike any other I have seen and results in the disconnection of the site from Hamstreet.
Yes, I think
that's your evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, have you taken into account the functional purpose of that area and of that buffer when you came to that conclusion?
Of course, it provides an open space and a relation of other benefit, yeah.
But you would reach the same view if it was a wooded area that would completely screen the back gardens of the residents of Willow Drive, some of whom I think are here, and Fairfield Terrace. So if there was a wooded area that was completely screening the open space from that community, you would reach the same view that there is a disconnection, as you are telling us now,
well, I think
when it's an open space.
The purpose, well, if you look at number 13...
No, listen to my question.
I'm listening to your question, and it's an open space, but if you could listen to my response, within that open space is the area of woodland planting, 13. The purpose of that woodland planting, to enhance character of landscape character and provide separation of new development from existing properties. That's what I'm saying.
Do you see that there is a footpath that's going across there?
Yes.
Do you see that at number 3 there is a existing pedestrian access that directly connects this site with Fairfield Terrace?
Yes.
Do you see another number 3 that connects this site directly onto Hamstreet Road?
Yes.
Do you see that essentially, have you been on site and understood the distance between the back gardens of those at Willow Drive and Fairfield Terrace and what will be the nearest point of a house?
Yes.
Of this development?
Yes.
And yet you're here to tell this inspector that it's going to be physically and visually separate.
Well, I've read you. The purpose of the planting to the rear of Willow Drive is to provide separation of new development from existing properties.
To give privacy and to ensure that you're not encroaching on people's gardens. Is that your point, that because we're planting that element of it, you're saying we're completely disconnected to Hamstreet? Is that your evidence?
I haven't said completely. No, I have never said completely.
Your evidence yesterday. No. Your evidence yesterday is the strong landscaping buffer to the western end of the site is unlike anything I have ever seen and results in the disconnection of the site from Hamstreet. Your words yesterday.
Not unlike anything I've ever seen. I will. If I said that, what I meant was, it's unlike anything that I've seen in Hamstreet. The other extensions are not separated from the village by a landscape buffer.
are you still maintaining that there is a complete disconnection with Hamstreet?
My evidence
What,
is that
yes
they
or
are
no?
my evidence says they are physically and visually distinct, which is not complete separation.
I'll just ask a question of
Of
you,
course,
if you don't mind.
Please.
So, hope you can hear me. Where this buffer is,
Mhm.
if that were to be removed and the houses were backing on to the other houses that exist already, and you just had a footpath perhaps between them, the footpath remains but maybe a different alignment so that there was no buffer, would the development still be disconnected from Hamstreet?
Distinct.
Distinct,
Distinct.
sorry.
Yeah, he
Thank you.
doesn't.
No,
he says it's
yes.
not a disconnection. It's distinct.
Sorry.
now.
Distinct from.
Yeah, distinct.
Again, this is so dependent on individual sites. There's quite a steep level change in this location between Willow Drive and where the new development is. So the land rises.
It's this part, isn't it?
So I think that's quite an important consideration in this. My answer to that is that you'll see on the site visit that there are other new extensions in Hamstreet where there is a relationship between the existing development and the new development, and they're not separated by a landscape buffer. So it's all about the relationship between the site you're proposing to bring development forward on and the existing settlement pattern. So in this case, the fact that we have an access being created outside the village, beyond the village, means that that in itself tells you there's a difficult relationship with the existing settlement. I think this varies from, and I think you'll see on the site visit.
Sorry, I didn't hear an answer to the question. If that buffer was removed, which is a landscaping issue that could be addressed at reserved matters, and the footpath was there.
But there's going to be issues there because
what's the answer to the question?
The reason why you're putting the landscape buffer in,
Mr. Withicombe,
yep,
would you still say that the site is distinct from Hamstreet? Yes or no?
you can't give a straight yes or no answer to that because the relationship between the proposed development and the existing development would not be a comfortable one in this setting.
One more time, just the point on, we didn't ask you about the access. The inspector was asking you if this landscaping buffer that you're currently saying makes our site distinct from Hamstreet was removed and you had the footpath there alone, would you still maintain that our site is distinct from Hamstreet? Yes or no?
I don't think you can answer it straightforward yes or no.
So you're refusing to answer?
I'm not refusing to answer. I'm seeking to qualify my answer.
But
the relationship...
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Withicombe. You need to answer to qualify. You haven't answered. So if you want to qualify, you can. Okay. Yes or no, then qualify. You can't tell me you're qualifying and non-answer.
I think in this case, it would be an uncomfortable relationship between the proposed development and the existing development. So in this case...
No. No, the removal of the buffer, the removal of those trees would still not be enough for Mr. Withicombe.
I think that's my position, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
we
you.
Finally got there. Still with the illustrative master plan, a few more points. So we have obviously just hopefully this is something that I hope we can agree relatively easily. So just looking at this, we have a site that's obviously 32 hectares field with no landscape elements other than turf and crop at the moment. We agree with that?
Yep.
And then the boundary hedgerows, in terms of where we are in the boundaries, the boundary hedgerows, save for the bit that's needed for the access, will be retained?
Correct.
We have over 50% biodiversity net gain that you don't dispute?
Don't dispute.
substantial new landscaping treatment informed or reflecting the historic patterns, in your words.
Agreed.
And so when we're looking at the landscape resource, I think we've done that to death. But can I just check with the Royal Military Canal?
Yeah.
I think there was mention somewhere in your evidence of a sort of a linear row of trees, but do you accept that they're actually a sporadic line of trees?
Sporadic line of trees. Agreed.
You accept that?
Agreed.
Good. Nearly there. Final section is just on policy. You asked, you cover this in your proof, so I'm just going to ask you some great basic questions. This is something that Mr. Musk and I were going to spend time on it next week, but I just thought I'd double check a couple of things with you. So back to your proof, please. I know in terms of, it's hard for me to, let me try and ask you these questions, because these are policy questions, and I don't want to be unfair to you.
Yeah.
Because you're not a policy expert. So
Thank
please, this is the only time I'm going to not give you a hard time for saying I don't want to answer the question.
Thank you.
So in terms of policy, if you say that that this part of Hamstreet shouldn't be developed in the way we've been discussing, do you understand that that has a consequence for the spatial strategy of Ashford?
Yes, it will do. Understand that, yeah.
Thank you. And that also means that the houses that Ashford needs, in particular, and also Hamstreet needs, would go undelivered as a result of such a very blunt position on no development on this site.
Well, assuming the other sites can come forward, obviously. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. And do you also accept that in building houses there has to be some sort of landscape and character harm? I mean, that's inevitable.
I absolutely agree. Yeah.
The question is really whether that harm is significant, demonstrable, and then unacceptable.
It's the degree of harm, yeah.
SP1 you grapple with in your proof at page 9?
9, 4.16.1.
Yeah. Just wanted to just check with you. This is also mentioned in my Learner Friends openings. I just want to be clear about this, because B says to conserve and enhance natural environment, etc., infrastructure network, managing flood risk, delivering net gains, biodiversity, and improves access to nature. That's a policy that when we don't have a flood risk issue, we're delivering net gains in biodiversity terms, and over 60% of the site being improving access to nature. In a way, that policy, insofar as your position is concerned, isn't offended in its totality. Do you agree with that?
In its totality, my ideal obviously with landscape in its context of part of the natural environment.
So when you say we're contravening it, you're only talking about a part of it.
I'm talking about landscape as part of the natural environment. To conserve and enhance the borough's natural environment, landscape is clearly an element of that.
Very helpful. C is about designated and non-designated heritage assets. That's not really a matter for you, is it?
No, it's not.
Good. D is about design. I think we're agreed on design, aren't we? Based on the statement of common ground?
Yes, I think the fundamental part of D is, and this is my point about the hurdle, is responding to the prevailing character of the area. Yeah.
Fine, that's fair. SP2 over the page. Again, I'm going to be dealing with these policies, but you're talking about environmental sensitivity. But again, that paragraph you've quoted talks about accessibility, infrastructure provision, level of services available, suitability of sites, and environmental sensitivity. Your complaint is just about those two words.
It's because I'm a landscape witness.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I'm just making sure that that's clear, because then I know what to deal with Mr. Musk next week. SP6, again, this is a design point, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's not much between us, as far as I can tell.
If you get over the first hurdle, yes. Yeah.
Helpful, thank you. HOU5, residential windfall development in the countryside, etc. Again, this is a housing policy that sets out a number of criteria. But the bit that I wanted to just check with you is, are you conscious of the fact that it says proposals for residential development adjoining or close to the existing built-up confines, etc.? When it talks about adjoining or close to the existing built-up, this is a policy that is explicitly acknowledging a site that is either adjoining or close to that, namely our site, could be developed.
Close to, yes, yeah.
So, as a matter of principle, this policy expects a site like this to come forward, subject to
provided it meets the criteria.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good. I won't go through the other parts of this policy because there's it deals with a lot of other elements. And then, again, I don't want to go into the details, but there are various elements of the policies in the local plan that I'm going to deal with Mr. Musk. But a broader point, and a sort of a principal point. Do you accept that generally it is much more preferable for us to direct major development to less sensitive landscape locations?
Yes.
Do you accept that?
Of course I do, yeah.
And do you also accept that if we do not develop less sensitive landscape locations, the inevitable consequence is that we'll put pressure on those other sensitive landscape locations if we're running out of space?
If that's the consequence, yes.
Good. Couple more before we finish, which is, generally I don't spend time on visual stuff because I just think an inspector can see for herself. But I just wanted to take issue with one of your images that you had produced. So I just need you
one of mine.
Yeah, one of the ones that you had produced.
Yeah.
In your proof, CD 11.7A.
Yeah.
And then I just wanted to take, because this is the point where you basically say there's that physical and visual disconnection. Do you remember? Which is what we've been talking about. Distinct, not disconnection, distinct. Yeah. But this image that you've got on viewpoint 6A.
Yes.
So that's from the footpath AE575.
Yes.
At Cotton Hill towards the settlement edge of Hamstreet.
Yes.
Are you in any doubt as to where Hamstreet is from this image?
I don't quite understand the question. You're looking down on Fairfield Terrace and Willow Drive, and the settlement is towards the central part, right side of the view.
So from our site, you can know exactly where Hamstreet is, and you know what you're looking at.
I think the point I make with that viewpoint is that is the western part of the site. It's from that. It's only that that extreme western part of the site that you have that visual relationship.
So, in order for us to have a visual relationship from your perspective, you need to be able to see Hamstreet from every direction.
No, I didn't say that.
So, what's the point of telling us that you can only see it from this particular spot?
Because I think it's part of that visual relationship.
But if you have a visual relationship with the settlement from a part of your site, what is the point of telling us that you might not be able to see it from somewhere else? There is no point, is there?
Well, okay. I think there is, because it's a reflection of how a site relates to a settlement. For instance, if we had a site that was enclosed by existing settlement on three sides, we'd obviously have a much closer relationship to that settlement.
I appreciate there's a matter of fact and degree. I understand that. Yeah. But what I'm trying to understand is if you're telling this inspector, or in the words of my learned friend's opening remarks, this is a development that's just dropped into this location, in her words, if that's what you're telling this inspector, what I don't understand is, are you saying that you need to be able to see Hamstreet from every direction from our site for us to have a visual relationship? That's not what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
No.
So from this image, which is from the site,
yes,
we do have a visual relationship with Hamstreet.
Yes. And the purpose of that was to demonstrate that it's limited to the western parts of the site. But yes, there is a visual relationship.
Okay. Thank you. bear with me. I think that's everything. Let me just check. Thank you, Mum. Those are my questions. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions?
I think just a few, just bear with me because I've obviously been doing it as I've gone along, so I just need to scroll back and work out what I actually need to ask. Just on the point about alternative sites, Mr. Withercombe, you asked a lot of questions around that. And can I just ask you this? Obviously, you've not done that assessment. You told us that. Is that something that Glivia would expect to be done for a landscape assessment or in preparing landscape evidence?
Not in relation to a planning application for an individual site, no.
If such an exercise was done, I mean, how would that feed in if you did have that information? How would that feed into...
Okay,
just give me a minute. How would it feed into your assessment of the landscape and visual impacts of development on this site if you had that information about other sites?
The process of landscape and visual impact assessment should inform the design. And at the earliest stages of that process, it should inform aspects such as whether the differing constraints on different sites. So it would feed into the design process. And that, again, it will vary depending on developments, but it may be that the LVIA considers a number of sites and then draws conclusions as to which one might be the most appropriate due to the lack of more limited landscape and visual constraints.
So that's a sort of site selection process.
It's more the site selection, it's a higher level, yeah.
But once, you've obviously come to this at a later stage when an assessment has already been done. If there was that comparative, if there was that information about other sites in Hamstreet and constraints on those sites, when you came to form your views about the landscape and visual impacts of developing this site, how would that other information feed into that assessment?
It would potentially feed in that one would have sites to compare with, so one would then be able to identify whether this site is the most constrained or not.
Okay. What's that? Okay. You asked quite a lot of questions about mitigation and the benefits of mitigation, in particular in relation to the field boundaries. And this question of localised, and remember that line of questioning. Now, obviously, we've got the statement of common ground where both you and Mr. Williams have set out your assessments of the effect on the landscape resource of the site. I think he says major beneficial. You say minor beneficial. And in table 3, where you're this magnitude at 15 years. I think that's where we see your reference to localised. Do you see that? Yeah. And indeed at year 1. Can I just ask you, maybe, what is that assessing when you're talking about the landscape resource of the site? What does that encompass in your understanding?
Glivia has a much wider definition of landscape resource, but my use of landscape resource in this context is essentially the landscape fabric. It's land use, it's the features, it's pattern, it's all those elements coming together. So that would include the current land use.
Would it include, when you're assessing effects, would it also include proposed land use? Would you include the effect of the residential development on the fabric of the site, as well as the mitigation and the open space and those things?
Of course.
questions were being put to you about the benefits of mitigation and whether those would be localised. Have you carried out an assessment of the effects of the illustrative landscape mitigation in terms of the planting and what's shown on the landscape strategy plan as a receptor?
Yes, in that it's part of the landscape of the site in immediate context.
Does that only consider the landscape mitigation and the effects of that?
It's the development, yeah. The scheme as a whole.
Have you anywhere done an assessment of just the mitigation and whether that would be adverse or beneficial, and to what extent?
Just the mitigation without
Yes.
the development?
Yes.
No.
Do you understand that Mr. Williams has done that? I can obviously ask him, but has he done that assessment, as far as you're aware?
I think that's a question that you
Yeah.
put to me, is the judgment on landscape resource, is that in isolation or does it take account of the development? That's a question for him, Pat.
What would be your view of the value of that exercise of just taking the landscape mitigation that's proposed, planting, open space and so on, and assessing just the effect of that?
Well,
Would that be something you would do?
This scheme would not come forward in this shape or form if one was looking at simply landscape restoration, for want of a better term. One would simply reinstate the hedgerow pattern if one didn't have the development. If you're looking at it in isolation, you would not put a scheme such as this necessarily forward.
On the what we're referring to as the landscape buffer on the western boundaries, that separation between the back gardens of those properties on Willow Drive and Fairfield Terrace and the nearest residential property, it was put to you that that's a buffer that could be potentially removed at reserve matters. I may be straying beyond landscape matters here, so tell me if I am. Can you just look at the parameter plan, please, if you've got that?
Sorry?
The parameter plan, so it's in Mr. Williams' proof of evidence. I'm just where I've got it closest to hand. You might have it elsewhere. It's in Mr. Williams' proof at page 24.
Yes, I have that.
That's showing us the area for residential use. That's a plan that's for approval. What's your understanding based on that plan? Would it be possible to reduce that gap and bring the houses closer to those back gardens?
Landscape and visual terms, I guess it would be subject to the constraints of the site, such as slopes, etc. But I think the point I was struggling with answering that question, because the point is the need for that landscape buffer is a consequence of this development on this site. I think if one was to remove that buffer, it would create an uncomfortable relationship with the existing settlement and the rear gardens of the existing properties.
Okay. And then still on the buffer, you were being asked that if that was removed, that gap was narrowed. Would you maintain that the site was distinct from Hamstreet? You basically said what you've just said to me, that it would be uncomfortable. But can I just clarify there, when you're talking about potentially the site being distinct or not from Hamstreet, are you talking about physically or visually there, or both?
If one removes the buffer, then obviously physically there would be a closer relationship. But it's one boundary of the site. It's only one boundary, and that relationship does not exist. But the more further east you go, you definitely have a sensation of moving into countryside.
What about the visual sort of separation or distinction between the site and Hamstreet? Would removing that buffer make a difference?
In terms of how you see the development from the surrounding countryside, no. The development would still be seen largely in isolation. You would not see it in the context of the village, apart from those limited views from Willow Drive and Fairfield Terrace.
think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I do have one more question about this buffer.
Sorry.
So you said that if you removed it and brought the houses closer, there would be, I can't remember what words you said, but there would be problems.
I think it wouldn't be a
sorry,
yeah,
I finished my
beg your pardon.
question.
I beg your pardon.
Was it? I don't know if you use the word problems, but that's I think that's what you were getting at. What would the issues be there?
I think it's just proximity of houses to existing dwellings. I mean, you've been invited to view the site from rear gardens on Willow Drive. You would just have a much closer relationship between the proposed and the existing. Now, that's change, and whether that is considered harm is kind of a matter of judgment. But I think the nature of this site is such that a buffer between the properties on Fairfield Terrace and Willow Drive is desirable to get some separation.
Right. So if the houses were close, are you saying that the distances, I mean, this might probably be a planning question, but are you saying that the distances would not be adequate? The interlocking distances?
I think it would depend. It would very much depend on layout and whether one has long rear gardens going down to those properties. I think it's that. I mean, you would need to look at what the relationship would be with the existing dwellings, and I say that's as much about the site itself and the landform as it is about the. It's whether I think one looks at these as to whether or not you can create a good relationship between the proposed extension and the existing. In this case, you would simply be backing onto rear gardens.
Okay, but you're not. But are you sure about in terms of what we might call residential amenity?
Yeah.
Are you saying it would harm residential amenity if the buffer wasn't there?
I think there's a high risk of that. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. That's all my questions. Okay, so we've made quite good time. Shall we say an hour for lunch, 1:15? Yeah. Okay, and so we'll have the appellant this afternoon. All right, thank you very much.
local context to form the quality of the scheme beyond the outline stage. So I've been involved. Yeah, here we are, September 25. So well over 12 months now.
Yep. And at 1.1.8 of your proof on page 2, you set out that context. And when you mentioned the previous development, you meant, did you mean the one that you refer to there that was originally 170 dwellings that then became what we are here to deal with, the 140?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Site and its context for me, please, in the statement of common ground, please. I think this is all agreed. Sections 1 to 4. And can I just go to the first figure in your appendices, please, which we've already looked at, showing the Kent Downs National Landscape and the High Weald National Landscape. Just talk through what the inspector should take away from this, please. This is in the one we gave you earlier, ma'am. Over to you, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, we've covered. The intention with this plan was just to show that the overall strategy. We've touched on it already. It's just quite an important point in the spatial strategy that there are higher order constraints.
It's the first one, I think, is the first one that you go to the beginning. Yeah. It's the first one on the first page. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, I'm going to take it chronologically. Exactly. Thank you, Ma'am. Sorry, Mr. Williams.
So the simple point from a landscape perspective is that the other areas of growth within the spatial strategy, because of their either being located within a national landscape or immediately adjacent to a national landscape, they are higher order footnote 7 assets or areas, and therefore they've got implications to thinking about how development can integrate with landscape and what national policy is in regard to that. And Hamstreet is notable because it's not within or adjacent. Again, it's a point of common ground, and we've discussed it. But it just clearly shows that the distinction between Hamstreet as a settlement and the other settlements.
Thank you. And then I just want to go briefly, quickly through the various pieces you've got there, just so that chronologically, and then just talk through, for the inspector, please, the various other figures, and just take them one by one so that the inspector knows the settlement evolution is the next bit now.
Yes, and I won't dwell on each of those page by page. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know. They just chart the journey of the growth of the settlement. We often do this as a point of analysis just to understand how local context has evolved, because there's a direct correlation between when parts of a village was created or developed or changed and its character. So it comes together in the final plan, which is at PDF page 13. But just before we get there, I did want to point out on some of the aerial photographs, and also when you do this form of analysis, you're limited somewhat to the dates of historic information. So aerial photography helps as well. And when you look at an aerial photo, so if I'm looking at figure 2L, for example, on page 12.
Let's get there, page 12.
And it's a very specific point I just wanted to draw attention to, that these are quite helpful in showing also where public rights of way lie. So a point I'll touch on again later, but within our site you can see the public right of way. It links east-west across the site. It's not been cropped at that point in time, and it continues to Carter Farm. So you can see that as a line on the aerial photograph. If you look to the top of the plan, what you see, and again you can see the arable lines to the west of the railway line in the location that's now been developed, you can also see a line.
Did you say page 12? I don't know if you meant page 13 or page 12 is
Sorry, I beg your pardon, it's PDF page 12, it's actually page 10.
Page 10.
Beg your pardon.
Yeah, we're still looking at that. It's actually page 10, which is an aerial photograph, this one.
And so it's just a reference that there are public rights. There's a public right of way within the appeals site that extends as far as Carter's Farm and no farther. But to the north of that image, you can see a line within what is now the built-out Vistry scheme that will be part of the tour. And there's a line there that you can see as a public right-of-way. So the idea of public rights-of-way through sites that become development sites, and the consequences of that in terms of the level of harm of views from that public right-of-way, is not an issue that is one solely for this appeal scheme. It's something that's been wrestled with before and conclusions made on before. So that's page 10, and you carry on through that, and on the next page what you can see is the accretive growth of the settlement, how it's grown over certain periods, overlaid on the map. And on this version you can now see, because the OS mapping is up to date, you can now see the developments where it says post 2020, and that's the site to the north that I've just touched on with the public right-of-way, and there you can see its layout and you can see a pond. And also you can see the same in the green to the west, where there's recent growth. Again, it's part of the site visit itinerary that you'll see firsthand. And then flicking on to the next page, you see that as a diagram, and this I find most helpful to understand the pattern of growth. So you see with Hamstreet that most of the core was there pre-1870, and the colours indicate there was growth in most directions up to the 1980s, and touching into the 1990s as far as the east of the village is concerned. And at that point, growth concentrated back through the lilac and green colours towards the north and the west. So this idea of shaping of the settlement and pattern is quite important to understand in that context. The following page just identifies the different character areas within the village design statement, and I've not dwelt on that as a resource or piece of information, because those were identified as some of the better areas of the village when that piece of information was prepared in the early 21st century.
We will come back to these various other plans in a moment, including the constraints plan. But can I just jump straight into the mitigation, which is a significant difference between us and the council? I'll do that in two ways. One is the statement of your proof, first of all. Paragraphs 4.8 and 4.9 of your proof, please.
Yeah. Screen there.
And am I thinking of the right page? There is no 4.8,
No.
sorry. 4. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I think what we're talking about here is the council's proof, aren't we? So first we'll look at the council's proof at 4.89.
Yeah, and essentially what I'm... The council's claim, which comes through the statement of case initially, is that the mitigation would not substantially reduce effects, and that's at 5.9 of the statement of case. And that claim was taken up by Mr. Widdicombe at his 4.8 and 4.9 of his proof of evidence, and so that's probably best to just jump to that, because at that point this is where the claim is made that the mitigation is required to screen the proposed development. So that's 5 lines down at 4.8. Then it goes on another 5 lines down or so to say the landscape proposals do not relate strongly to historic landscape patterns and consist predominantly of planting around the development parcels. Down at 4.9, that's where, moving on to the planting to the south, north of the canal, the setting to the canal is predominantly open and rural in form. That's in agreement with the heritage evidence of the council. And then farther down, agrees that the planting that we've identified would be out of character and an inappropriate addition to the landscape setting of the canal. So the context for this is the statement of case said the mitigation does not reduce the effects significantly. and the council landscape evidence goes further to describe why that's the case. And so I wanted to pause there and take up to describe, from my perspective, having been involved in shaping the scheme, how the landscape...
You're looking at the illustrative master plan?
Well, I think it's best actually on the landscape strategy plan. It shows less detail for the layout or the illustrative layout of the scheme, but it describes in a more accurate way or specific way the intention between the intention of the landscape mitigation. So I just wanted to walk through that briefly. And I'll start at the top of that plan and work down. Adjacent to Hamstreet Road, it says the northern boundary includes new woodland planting, providing a backdrop to the development from the south, in keeping with local character as well as visual screening from views to the north and along Hamstreet Road. This is woodland across an edge of Hamstreet Road, where there's existing woodland, and that woodland is recognised on the boundary of LCA 21. Sorry, I'm going...
Which box are you reading from there?
So I'm reading from the box on the plan here.
Where it says northern boundary includes new woodland planting.
So along the northern boundary, what that really is doing is reinforcing woodland that already exists, but is a positive landscape characteristic of the boundary of the site, and moreover is a positive landscape characteristic of LCA 21, which immediately abuts to the north of that boundary. So that, as a measure of the mitigation strategy, is extension of a positive feature that exists, both for the site and the adjacent LCA. Just south of that is a new pocket park, and that's where two of the viewpoints 1 and 2 extend from. Public access at the moment doesn't come into the site other than the right-of-way, so there's a route across the site, although it terminates at Carter's Farm. The right-of-way doesn't extend beyond that. And I've not seen anyone walking it. I'm not saying that people don't, but you can take a view from the condition of the boundary gate on its eastern extent on the site visit, and we'll go to that to have a look. It's an historic route. It's an historic connection only between Carter's Farm and the village, which you can see on the Ordnance Survey first edition. So it's an important historic route for a connection through the site between Carter's Farm and the village. So the new public park that sits to the north of that is on the highest part of the site. There's no development north of the public right-of-way for a very good reason. We want to celebrate that as an historic route, and we want to create space above it for views out. And those views out from above it extend via Note 1 and 2 towards the landmark that's the church at Warehorn, and towards the marsh, not towards the canal. There was a lot of reference to the canal in the round table. It's not about views to the canal, it's about views to the marsh as an open landscape resource. And those corridors extend through the site. We've already now agreed, and I'm not going to dwell on this, that the landscape vegetation structure that's proposed echoes a good majority of the historic hedgerows within the site. And I do want to jump back to that after quickly running through this plan, because that is an important point, that the site did include 5 fields that were well treed. That's visible on an aerial photograph. They would fundamentally have affected the ability to view the marsh from the site when those field boundaries were in place. The wider blue line, which is one single field of 32 hectares, was 9 fields originally, and like many agricultural practices in this country, the incentives through the 50s, 60s incentives to intensify farmers were paid to remove hedgerows, and that's clearly what's happened here. The views that are visible from the site out to the marsh now are in no small measure by virtue of those incentives to remove those hedgerows. And so the idea of restoration, the idea of echoing the pattern, and I was interested in the suggestion that we had in cross-examination that it might be better if they weren't exactly aligned as a fluid concept. I think it's important that they do echo the site. I think it's important that they reflect the history of the site and the alignment of the public right-of-way, which is a historic route. And so throughout the rest of the landscape mitigation, I won't read every note. There's a lot to consume here. It's been thought about quite carefully. There's a lot of native landscape. There's a lot of native green infrastructure. About 2/3 of the site is wildflower meadow, some pockets of amenity grass, a lot of native planting, more woodland to the north because that's a positive characteristic of the LCA. Corridors to reflect the historic hedgerows north-south through the site and to the southern boundary. And as a result of that, most of the decisions on that green infrastructure landscape strategy is directly shaped by that awareness and research into the site's history and indeed the LCAs.
Okay.
So as far as the assertion that's made in the statement of the case of the council and the evidence that there isn't a relationship really between the mitigation strategy and the landscape strategy plan and the mitigation strategy, and the historic landscape and the LCA, I think it's just fundamentally wrong. And whilst there's very little actually between us in terms of judgment of effects, I think that recognition of where the mitigation plan has come from and why it's shaped in the way it is quite a difference between us.
Thank you. I didn't want to spend too much time on the rebuttal in relation to the heritage that we talked about and the canal side planting. I think it was accepted this morning that the planting in terms of what's being offered near the canal, you've handed up the planting, the canal planting plan. Did you want to just say anything? It's accepted now. It's sporadic, not linear. We've got the trees that are being set out there in the quay. The blue land is there in the corner. Anything you wanted to say to the inspector on this, please?
Well, I do, largely because this was my idea, and so it's for a reason. There was discussion at the round table about whether this was part of the heritage significance of the canal, and we're not saying that. The reason for the idea with this strip of vegetation is because it's got historic landscape relevance. That when the canal, and most importantly the northern ditch, was created, the fields to the north were all in pasture. There's sheepfolds everywhere on the first edition plan, which are small pens which sheep come into in winter conditions. The first edition OS has got a number of notes that relate to, when you look at the legend of first edition OS, it's uncultivated land, it's pasture, so there's livestock. So the ditch would be enclosed by a hedge or fence. So the idea of creating this corridor was because of that history. However, it's not even it's not even important to go back that far in the landscape, because there's some discussion in the Heritage Roundtable looking at the Google Earth historic imagery from 1990. There wasn't much vegetation across there. If you go back, and I've not put this in evidence, so it's not complicating or conflating the issue, but if you were to take up the invitation to look at the historic aerial photographs on Google Earth, if you go back to 1960, which was before the removal of the hedgerows through those incentivisation, what we're currently proposing in this canal, north of canal solution, is almost exactly what exists. So the idea that this doesn't have historic resonance is just factually incorrect. It does, and when you look at that photo, and we could circulate that, appreciate that's not been shared in the same sense as it was raised in the round table.
Can I just point out that I can't. You're saying this is on Google Earth and it goes back. Yeah, I mean, I can't go looking for evidence. So if you wanted me, it would have to be agreed between the parties that you provide it. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, perhaps we can circulate.
We can have that conversation, but we've got on the Statement of Common Ground, Inset 2 has site-specific ones, but not anything further. But we have the images in the rebuttal of Dr. Mealy?
There's photographs in the rebuttal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we can rely on those, and the point you've made is clear. Anything else? I know that I don't really want to spend much more time on mitigation. The only thing I wanted to ask you was about that debate that I had early this morning about the localized benefits, and therefore not something that could be elevated to major beneficial because it was just localized. That is something I just wanted to get your thoughts on, because Mr. Withycombe, when I pressed him on this, he wasn't saying that the benefits needed to be on an LCA level, and he wasn't suggesting that the benefits needed to extend to Hamstreet proper, if I can put it that way, in terms of the core. So what do you understand when this insistence that somehow the benefits are just localized and therefore cannot be given major beneficial? Just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I must admit, I didn't quite understand that, and it certainly doesn't reflect my judgment. The judgment of benefits is relevant to each scheme. So a scheme, let's say, that's got 10 units is capable of having a major benefit. It's just a major benefit in the context of 10 units. The same is relevant for a scheme of 1,000 units. One could argue that just means it's 100 times bigger than the 10-unit scheme. So the idea of where minor and major sits is relative to the site. By and large, you can only make changes within the site, or we're doing it within land controlled by the appellant as well. And the degree of visibility of that outside the site might have a relevance to how far the mitigation reduces, but doesn't have a relevance to how you judge the landscape resource to perform, because that landscape resource is within the site. So to take an extreme example, if you took the marshland and you took 10 hectares of the marshland and did an enhancement exercise, it's a very flat horizontal landscape that you probably wouldn't see that benefit within the marshland. That doesn't mean it's not capable of being a major benefit. You have a highly localised effect because it's only appreciated within its red line. So that's just an example of my view on that.
Back to the statement of common ground, please. And now the next topic, moving away from mitigation, is the landscape and visual effects, please.
Yes.
Now, we obviously have significant agreement between us. Page 20, the landscape and visual effects. I've already dealt with Mr. Withycombe talking about and accepting that apart from the public rights of way, every other impact is minor or moderate. We've covered that. And in terms of any difference between us, in terms of landscape effects, we're dealing with the landscape resource and LCA 2. And in the visual effects, we're dealing with C, G, and I. That kind of constitutes where we are.
Yeah.
Now, help me with this. You will recall that Mr. Withycombe was saying that even though we had that much agreement, in his judgment, it's still significant effects that mean that they're unacceptable. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So just help the inspector calibrate this understanding of how she should look at an assessment that says minor moderate by year 15, which, by the way, it's also accepted is the time when we should be assessing the ultimate impacts. Just help her understand this nebulous terminology that you landscape architects are using on a day-to-day basis that may not be entirely clear for the rest of us.
Certainly, yes. So in the calculation of understanding, or the judgment of understanding what the overall effects are, I'm sure, Madam, you're familiar with the idea that you understand what the sensitivity of the receptor is, and then you understand the magnitude of effect. And the combination of those two elements leads you to a judgment on the final view. I'm not going to go through in any detail the final view because that's been done, but I just did want to illustrate that a lot of the thinking that goes on in that judgment is in understanding the magnitude of effect. And what's helpful there as a guide is the methodology in the LVA. So this is where we do need...
Should we turn that up in the LVA, the methodology?
Yes. So I'm open at PDF page 85.
85 of the LVA at 1.12.
Which is Appendix A.
Appendix A, yep. And it says, Appendix A, landscape and visual appraisal, methodology assessment criteria.
And the section to look at is 1.7 with the title of Magnitude of Landscape Effects.
And again, there's nothing between you on methodology and methodological approach.
No.
That's on PDF page 87.
Correct. And so just holding that, as it were, in the left hand and the statement of common ground at page 20 in the right, the magnitude column sat under 5.2.3 of the statement of common ground encompasses 2 time periods. And those time periods are explained separately in the tables above. But it's not necessary to flick backwards and forwards between tables, because where there's a difference between at completion, which is year 1, and year 15, there's a backstroke. So you can see, for example, for site and immediate context, the magnitude is high at year 1, but medium at year 15. There's a debate about LCA 2, and essentially, I'll come back to this, but I think there's a mistake in the council's evidence on this, that they're saying that it's medium. I'll come back to that later, because I think actually after 15 years they really mean it's low, because the 2 entries there are low. We've then got, for LCA 19, medium at year 1, low medium at 15, LCA 21 low and low negligible. Now looking in the other hand at the table below 1.7 of the LCA. So just after 15 years, the highest is medium, and the great majority are either low or low medium. So medium under the methodology says partial loss of or alteration to one or more key characteristics or features, and the introduction of new elements that would be evident but not necessarily uncharacteristic to the receiving landscape. Overall landscape receptor will be obviously changed. Jumping down to low, limited loss of or alteration to one or more key characteristics/features, and the introduction of new elements evident and or characteristic to the receiving landscape. Overall landscape receptor will be perceptibly changed. Now, this isn't a formula. It's not plug the numbers in and out shoots the result, but it's a guide to inform what judgments you make, because when you're preparing landscape and visual evidence, really the core evidence is what's in these schedules. You're then just talking about what that means. So, when we talk about 15-year effects and what that means and what moderate means, really it needs to be read in the context of what's agreed in terms of the magnitude of effect. And we heard in opening that there was reference to acceptance that there were incongruous changes. The methodology does not say that in respect to those 15-year effects on landscape. If you flick down on the statement of common ground to 527 and deal with exactly the same point on visual, you have to scroll down in your right hand, as it were, to 527, and scroll down in your left to the...
Sorry, 527 of the statement of common ground.
527 the statement of common ground. So that's...
and that's the visual
21.
effects.
Visual effects.
Table.
And then with the methodology, you need to go down to magnitude of visual effects.
Yep.
Which is 1.11. So again, with the council, I'm looking at the statement of common ground, the magnitude column in visual, and I'm specifically looking at 15 years because Glivia tells us that's the end of the assessment process. So in turn for Group A, it's a low magnitude. In B, it's a low magnitude. There's some debate on C, but the reality is the only difference between us on C is the separation out of one viewpoint from other viewpoints. The assessment by and large is the same. So on D, it's low. Public right-of-way users in the site is high. Residents east of the site is medium. Visitors to Hamstreet Wood, there's some difference there. Users of the public right-of-way is low to medium. RMC users, we come to the same conclusion. There's minor adjustments there on whether that's medium or low to medium. Garden centre, low to medium. Users of the public right-of-way to the south, low to medium. And visitors to St Matthew's Church is none. But I recognise that there's been a change of view there from the council in some regard. So then looking with the left hand at what those judgments mean, where it's most of those are low or medium, and medium is the proposal will result in an obvious and recognisable change in the view and be noticed by the viewer. Low is the proposal would constitute a minor component of the wider view or a more recognisable component that reflects those apparent in the existing view. High says there would be a dominant and new and or incongruous feature in the landscape, and the only judgment that relates to that is the public right-of-way user in the site. And that's why I drew attention to the scheme to the northwest of the village, because exactly the same was found there and exactly the same assessment was made of that view from the public right-of-way in the case of that development. So I just wanted to explain that. So buried within this schedule are considered judgments that relate to some guidance on what it means.
Okay. And then just your reflection on the difference between you being that he's looked at the same list, the same conclusions more or less, apart from the few differences between you on year 15, and he's then come to a conclusion that it's significant effects. I mean, just your reflections on that.
Yes, just to come. The word significant effects is an assessment that only takes place in an LVIA with an environmental statement. You don't use the word significant outside of that context, just for background. So when you're in that context, it's really important in methodological terms to understand where the threshold of significance lies. And there's a degree of judgment there. It's not a strict formula. In my experience, I've hardly ever experienced a situation where a moderate adverse effect becomes significant. It's possible, but it's extremely rare. It's usually most assessors identify a threshold of somewhere between moderate and major of where you step into a significant effect. It's not a strict line, it's not a strict formula, but that's usually where that boundary lies. So when I hear the agreed moderate adverse, therefore, is a significant adverse effect, A, the word significant should not be used in this context. And the Landscape Institute has published some quite specific technical guidance in that regard. In an LVA, you should not use the word significance. You should understand whether it's the nature of the effect or the level of effect. So I think that phrase is wrong to be used in this context professionally, because this isn't an ES. But also I think the judgment, if it was an ES, is not substantiated. And it's highly unusual to find that a moderate effect would therefore, in an ES, be significant.
Finally on this, I put to Mr. Withicombe this morning that the calculation is 1 none, 5 minors, 6 moderates, and then 3 minor moderates. And then the only major is the public right-of-way on the site. Again, just your professional judgment to our inspector as to whether or not this then triggers a threshold of unacceptability from your judgment of a development.
I don't think it does at all. But from my perspective, my role in assessing schemes and reporting on them is not to say whether they're acceptable or unacceptable, is to identify the level of effects that then informs a planning balance that's a balanced assessment. Simply because I might say that this site shouldn't be developed, but if there's a demand for that use and it has to go somewhere else in a more sensitive or more harmful location, then I haven't done my job properly. I'm not the auditor of that judgment. I'm identifying the overall effects. And these effects I don't see as hugely unusual. Yeah. I've heard from the local authority they consider to be highly unusual. It's not my experience they're highly unusual.
And you will have heard the evidence of Mr. Withicombe this morning about his gut instinct for the site and the fact that his view is that this is a site that shouldn't be developed for housing in the way that he has assessed that judgment. he considers, and that's not like 5 units or 50 units, it's 0. Just your judgment on a landscape architect's perspective of just starting with a gut instinct that says no development. What do you make of that?
Well, we're all human beings. We all have instincts as part of our assessment process. My experience is you've just got to go through that process to assess the effects, and we're largely agreed on what these effects are. I think that's been a very positive part of the Statement of Common Ground. But it's not our job to say at that moment in time what is acceptable and what's not. It's part of a bigger picture. So we all have those instincts. You've got to resist those instincts in understanding a neutral and objective assessment of a site.
Thank you. I don't have anything else on landscape and visual effects. As I said to Mr. Withickham, I'm not going to go over viewpoints of, what you can see and what you can't see. I think the inspector's got judgment for that, and she's done them many times, I'm sure. So I'm not going to. Did you want to say anything about the viewpoint 6A, in particular, for example, that was in Mr. Withickham's evidence and his appendices from the footpath AE 575 at Cotton Hill towards the settlement edge?
Yes, I would like to say something about that. Only that I think, Madam, it's useful to have that experience in mind of the visual connectivity between what will be a new public park in that location and the appreciation of the village. And what I might suggest is to compare that experience, which we'll do first on the site visit. We'll go to the site first. Compare that experience with the visual connection that you have within the new developments to the north and the west of the village. And I will say now, so I'm not saying it afterwards, is that I think the visual connectivity to the site of the village is far, far stronger than those two development sites, simply because whilst there's a road those sites connect to that's within, that there's some built form around there, that there's no strong visual connectivity at all from those sites once you're within them back to the village. As I said, largely because of the buffer of planting either side of the railway line.
Where we got to on the buffer, it's worth just pointing out that one of the things that was discussed on the buffer was this idea that Mr. Withickham was essentially saying that this is something that, and I'm going to just make sure I don't misquote him, bear with me. He said that was he looked at the key and he said, this is a new planting, number 13, new planting enhances the character and landscape corridor and provides a separation of new development from existing properties. Do you remember he was talking about that?
Yes.
And in an answer to the inspector's question about whether, if hypothetically, that planting of that area in that way were not to be there, or the development was brought forward, or some other hypothetical. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do. Yes.
He confirmed that his view doesn't change at all. Do you remember that?
Yes, I did.
Just
yeah.
your thoughts on the function of that buffer, and whether it's, in his words, doesn't say disconnect. He now says it makes it distinct. Just your reflections on that.
Yeah. Well, this is largely a part of the green infrastructure network within the site. This is new public parking that will act as an integrator for existing and new residents of the village. As I said, at the moment, there's just a public right-of-way across the field, and it, in my experience and what I can see, it's not regularly used. This is a massive resource for the village, and and if successful and implemented, I would really hope that a great number of the existing village residents are using it, because it's a fabulous resource on their doorstep that they've now got free access, and free as in unfettered access across. So it would act as a community integrator, and that's quite often what we do on master planning when we've got a relationship to an existing and proposed residents. So it would function in that sense. It would allow the communities to mingle and have shared experiences. The planting is a reserved matter. I think it's there as a good manners courtesy to try and give the residents a sense of protection. No doubt the level of detail and the precise solution there would come through discussions at reserved matter stage.
And then, to be fair to Mr. Withycombe, he also added that he thinks that it still would represent, and I quote, an uncomfortable relationship. But then he also said that he considered the buffer to be desirable. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you agree with him on that, on the latter part there?
Well, I think so, actually, because it does create that space for existing and new communities to interact. It maximises the network of movements within the green infrastructure. So there's a variety of paths. So there are options, and people, existing and new, can explore that landscape. It would be perfect for recreation, dog walking, jogging, playing. There's a lot of play corridors that we deliberately put in to get people into this public realm and public parkland. So it's a natural resource. It's good for health and well-being, getting people in nature. We hear about that every day. So it's a attractive feature that I agree would be desirable.
What about his idea that it's, even though it was desirable, it still represents this uncomfortable relationship? What are your views on that?
Well, I think the level of comfort, I imagine, again, it's always difficult when looking at something on plan. If you picture yourself walking down that corridor and it's got people within it, mingling, walking, it's not an uncomfortable relationship at all. It's all about the people that are interacting. Other parts of the site, and the settlement is interesting in the number of constraints that it's got. Those communities that are now established beyond the railway line, they've got really challenging boundary and buffer to get beyond. That you can't see that village, it's really strong. And this doesn't have that. You can see the village and you can interact directly with them. I don't imagine, for example, in the opposite analysis, that members of the village are walking into those two recent developments and mingling, because the public open space isn't on their doorstep and as easy to access.
Thank you. I don't have anything else to say about that. Can I move on to the next topic, which is the scheme design? In the DAS, I think, should we just bring up the DAS? It's 1.6, please.
Yes. Okay.
So page 51, section 5, page 49 in the PDF is a section that's titled Design.
Yes.
And Mr. Withycombe yesterday was very complimentary about the DAS, so that we'll take that. Can I just get you to reflect on that section there and about what it tells us about the landscape concept areas, the character, and so on, please?
Yeah, so this in effect summarises the design review period that I started with from middle part of last year, spring last year, through to the application. And it explains, I'm not going to go through too much detail, but it explains the landscape strategy. I've touched on some of that, the idea of the Cotton Hill Parkland with views out, the various corridors with views to the marsh, not views to the canal, the Eastern Park, the edges. It goes into some detail on the overall principles. It zooms into the different areas to try and illustrate the intention between getting active recreation and play within that parkland area, but also facilitating views out. There's a variety of vignettes that describe that in the DAS. It goes on to show how drainage is solved, the access strategy, which is really making a virtue out of this historic connection on the public right-of-way as an active travel route into the village. It's direct. It will encourage people to walk and cycle to the village. The street typologies are set out, so there's a degree of consistency. The character areas, we've spent a lot of time, and I'm looking at PDF page 71, we spent a lot of time exploring, well, how do we make this resonate with the existing village? So we've created different character principles.
So just on that point about character areas, I think it's worth just bringing up PDF 71 in that same document. And that, just can you just explain what was the purpose of separating the site out in that way, as you just with these visuals, please?
Certainly, yeah. It came from the study, from the accretive growth study of understanding over time the village has grown in relatively small accretive elements over time. So we didn't want both parts of the site to appear the same. We wanted it to appear different, to respond to that characteristic of the village, but also to respond to its location within the site. So the eastern character area is slightly more organic, it's a lower density, And you can see as you turn the page some of the features that we're identifying in the Western Character Area, and that goes to an analysis of the urban design principles and layout at PDF actual page 73. And then there's a bit of analysis on the section and the precedent on page 75 to show where some of the alignments of the buildings and their groupings has been informed by. Then you move over to the Eastern Character Area, page 76, exactly the same approach, but using different features and qualities, so that it's more organic, it's a lower density. Same diagrams on layout and legibility and so on, and looking at different parts of the scheme, so parts of Fairfield Terrace. And all of that, we intend for that to follow through to make this the best quality scheme it can be, and have crafted Planning Condition 5 to require compliance with that section of the DAS. So it's not a promise or an ambition without control or rigour.
Thank you. Penultimate area, which is about reason for refusal 3.
Yes.
You could find it on page 1 of the Statement of Common Ground, as amongst other places, I'm sure. Can I just ask you about, this is the reason for refusal that talks about likely scale, massing, layout in order to meet the quantum, and then this idea of the suburban in character, conflict with the prevailing development, from the conflict with the prevailing form of development and the rural character of the area. Just your reflections on where we are now on this reason for refusal, please.
Yes, well, I don't think it's a character and appearance reason at all, and we've heard that we've agreed with the quality of the information that can guide that. It's really an extension of the visibility of the scheme, extension of landscape and visual matters. I think it's now common ground or agreed that the quality would be high, the guidance in the DAS is appropriate, and so it's not really a character and appearance concern.
And just to be clear about that point, Mr. Withycombe was very clear that when you pass that initial hurdle, what he was saying was that he thinks that what's being proposed is in keeping with what's currently there in the rest of the village.
Yes, yes.
Final bit is just a few other miscellaneous points. The first is just to deal with this point about the constraints plan. Going back to your figures, page 14 of the figures that we were, the page 14 is the one that is in your figure, and this idea that we're introducing new evidence about other sites. I mean, just explain why we decided to talk about this issue and why we even wanted to explain, and what was the whole point of this conversation, please?
Certainly, yeah. It was simply a reaction to the suggestion that Hamstreet could be developed, just not on our site, and hence the suggestion there are locations where it could be developed. So the constraints plan was essentially just to show the context of Hamstreet and how it's influenced the growth thus far. And I'm certainly not putting new evidence or submitting anything in detail on what goes on within the parts of the village referred to, but I understand from going to certain places that certain parts are public parkland associated with new development. Other parts can't be extended or accessed because of the size of the infrastructure. Other parts are far higher in an LCA 21 and quite damaging. Access over drainage is always going to be fraught with difficulties. So I'm not providing evidence on that. I'm really just saying this is a heavily constrained village. It's very difficult to identify sites that can be developed in a meaningful way. When I say meaningful, to any number, and I note there's been recent refusals on allocated sites because of the difficulties of that. So it's not an easy settlement to develop.
This week, in fact, or last week, the council decided.
So, sorry, where are we talking about now?
I'll tell you exactly where it is. It's your decision.
It's not my decision. I don't know anything
You're
about
here
this.
for the council, aren't
Okay,
you?
I don't know everything they're doing, so if you're referring to decisions that are going on, is this in Hamstreet?
I'm sorry, you would know if a decision was made in Hamstreet last week by your council that you're here to represent.
I know what I know what I'm told. I don't know what is being referred to.
I'm sorry that you're not prepared enough to know that they've made a decision about
I'm sorry,
Hamstreet
that's
last week.
rude.
Can we be respectful to each other, please?
Mr. Williams.
I can explain what I was referring to there. Is on page 15 of my appendices, I've got an aerial photograph to try and set the context of the village, and in particular the allocations and the planning permissions. And it's an aerial bird's eye photograph. And so running from left to right, so I think it's probably worth explaining all of this. There's an 8-dwelling application in for converting the care home that was part of the permission on that permission for 80 dwellings, and you can see the 80 dwellings that's the permission that I've listed there. You can see the line of the railway that I referred to in evidence. You can see in the foreground the 50 dwellings that have been permitted and largely built out. The village centre, the reference to the point we were just discussing was the 8 dwellings that are undetermined within policy S32 that wasn't refused at the time of submission of my evidence, which is why it's not in that evidence. But my understanding is that was refused on the 1st of September.
Okay, well, I don't think this has been submitted to me though, that decision.
No, it's not. I'm only raising it to identify as part of the explanation of constraints. If it's something of interest, then I'm sure the planning evidence can touch on that.
Okay, it's right. So but you're talking about this 8 dwellings, are you?
Yes, I've identified at this time as it was going to be developed because it's an allocation. But I'm only pointing out that that's wrong at this moment in time. It's been refused.
Okay, right.
Do you want to just carry on the figure 3A and then onwards to 3B and 3C, please?
Yes, so 3B, what we've done is we've modelled accurately to try and get an understanding. Now, I'm not suggesting for a moment this bird's eye photograph, before someone says that, is an experience that people will see. But because of the nature of Hamstreet as a village, with its topography and its various pockets of developments accrued over time, it's quite difficult to get an image or a perspective of how it's grown and how they interrelate with the village. So what we've done at figure 3B is modelled our scheme accurately, and we use visual references so we can verify that. And you can see the extent of the modelling, where it's proposed, where the vegetation is proposed. You can see how that relates to the parts of the village that are immediately next to it. You can see in the foreground, this is the point I made a few moments ago, about the recent additions to the north and the west of the village, which lie to the west and the north of the railway line. There is a degree of visual and physical separation in that relationship with the village. It's a result of the form of the village and the constraints that sit within it. And then the final image is really an image to try and illustrate, if it was all in place at the one time, what it might appear like. Again, it's an accurate model based on the photo and the modelling on the site, just to get an overall feel for those interrelationships.
Thank you. Final question is there anything else you want to say? Anything else you want to add?
Well, what I would like to say, and I've said this in my evidence, and I think because of the cohesiveness and the depth of thought in the scheme design, the condition that binds that to the design, I genuinely feel that this scheme can be the most successful recent development in the village. It's got all those tools in place to create a special place. The generosity of the public realm and public parkland is far beyond anything else that's been delivered in the village. It gives that public parkland with those views out. And I think it could be a really positive addition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams, there will be some questions for you as well.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Afternoon.
I'll just be clear about your involvement with this. I think you said to us, and you say in your proof, that you were instructed, I think you said spring 2024,
Yes.
Orally. That was your first involvement with the scheme.
Correct.
And you had some input. That was after the 170 homes scheme had been developed. Let me just get what you say in your proof. Yeah, you say you're instructed to review the previously proposed form of development, make recommendations of how a form of development could best relate to its landscape and settlement context. So that was mid-2024. The LVA is dated October 2024, but that's not your document, is it? That was carried out by
Correct.
FCPR.
That's correct, yes. My role was really on design at that time.
Mm-hmm. So you had no input into the LVA?
I didn't.
No.
No.
And also the DAS doesn't bear your name or your consultancy's name either, and it describes, it lists the team on page 6 and doesn't refer to Define or to you. So you're not the author of the DAS.
Deliberately so, if I may say. I did not want to supplant anyone in the existing team. I was guiding. I was at the design workshops, exploring ideas around the table, making design decisions on how the form of the development should come forwards in the application, in the revised application.
So not the author of the DAS, no involvement in the production of the DAS, its content.
No, the existing team was retained. I was
Yeah.
effectively a more executive design advisor. I went to look at the site, the context, came up with some ideas, had a series of workshops with the existing design team,
Okay.
who then took that on and adapted the scheme accordingly.
And then you've obviously come on, like Mr. Withycombe has as well, kind of at a later point. And just in terms of your methodology, we obviously know the LVA has a methodology. You've referred to it already this afternoon. I don't think you've stated it explicitly, but you've obviously reviewed the LVA conclusions, come to your own judgments. Can I assume that you have applied the same methodology that's in the LVA? You haven't used your own methodology at all?
I haven't. Like Mr. Widdicombe, if we'd have applied different methodologies, I think we'd all gone slightly mad. It would be very difficult to follow. So I think we both sort of followed the broad thrust of the existing methodologies. And it's not a formula, it's guidance.
Yeah, understood. Okay, can we just go through some agreed matters, which I know is slightly boring, but I'm going to do it anyway. In your judgment, the landscape and visual effects that would result from this scheme are more negative than was concluded by the authors of the LVA.
That's correct.
That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
I think your assessment of effects, you've set it out where the differences are. It's often a half or a whole step higher overall than the LVA conclusions, isn't it?
That's correct. My evidence, which I wouldn't take anyone through in detail, it sets that out, yeah.
And so we can see the obvious point that although different professionals can use the same methodology, the resulting judgments may be different because it's your own professional opinions that are coming into play.
100% correct.
Yeah.
And I, most of the assessments I make, where I do these audits, and it's a regular activity, it's very common to be half a step difference. That's not uncommon. I would suggest that the degree of commonality between ourselves and the council is reflective of a similar understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, and so where there is a sort of difference in view between, or different conclusion between yourself and Mr. Withycombe, it doesn't necessarily mean that one of you is right and one of you is wrong. Those are just different professional opinions applying the same methodology.
Subject to the discussions that we've had, but by and large, the answer is yes, but there really isn't very much difference at all between us. Actually, it's more a consequence of how that's measured and what that means.
And we can agree that there will be major adverse landscape effects to the site and its immediate context and to LCA 19, and that will reduce to moderate in 15 years. That's agreed.
Yeah, and the 15-year judgment is the one that matters.
The completion judgment does matter as well, though, doesn't it? Because obviously there is a period, 15 years, it's a period of time during which effects are being felt, so it'd be wrong to completely ignore those effects.
I'm not suggesting it's irrelevant by any stretch, but the guidance is very clear on the final stage of the assessment is when you've got a degree of maturity. Most mitigation in an environmental statement context doesn't have to deal with things growing or maturing. It's done when it's built, and we don't have that. So the judgment is when what you've designed becomes mature to a reasonable degree, and that's why the 15-year gets so much emphasis.
And we're agreed that the effects on users of the public right-of-way crossing the site will be permanent major adverse effects that won't be mitigated.
Agreed. And the same was the case on the Vistry scheme to the northwest
Well,
of the village.
I heard you say that. Again, I think we're trespassing into... I don't have that assessment. The inspector doesn't have that assessment. I don't know what was assessed, what the judgments were.
Well, we can leave it that. And the reason why I pointed it out on the plan is that there's a public right-of-way immediately abutting that development in exactly the same way as exists on our site.
Yeah, but of course, every site's different contexts. I mean, judgment on one site doesn't really assist anyone with what the judgment ought to be on this site, does it?
In this case, that's not correct, because a public right-of-way automatically has a susceptibility of high.
Yep.
It will have a high sensitivity. The public right-of-way is right next to development. The magnitude of effect will be high. What does that lead to? Major adverse effect. So I'm not suggesting that you copy or replicate, but the facts of those circumstances that was acceptable and allocated is exactly the same as ours.
We agree that there will be conflict with the landscape guidelines for LCA 19.
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we agree that has policy consequences. I'll come on to policy later, but that has policy consequences under the local plan, doesn't it?
Well, it relates to policy, but of course it's dated in 2009, and other developments in the village conflict with that as well.
Well, we'll come on to that in more detail. So we've got... What else is agreed? The visual envelope, we know, didn't include locations from which there will be visibility. So the criticism that the local authority had of that was justified, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was identified a more primary visual envelope, but yes, you can see it beyond that, and that was something that we agreed very quickly.
Thank you. Right.
But we also agreed, I should say, that the receptor groups that related to that visual envelope did not change,
Indeed.
was not wrong, was
Indeed.
not unacceptable.
Indeed. Right, can we just look into the local plan context? I'm going to go through the kind of landscape context settlement pattern of Hamstreet, prevailing form of development, that issue.
Yes.
Can we just start with the local plan, please? So it's called document 6.1.
Yeah.
And I think you're working electronically, and it's PDF 301 that I would like to take you to. This is in the supporting text to policy ENV3A.
Yeah, I have that, thank you.
And just want to take you to a few paragraphs of that, please. Firstly,
Sorry, can I just have that PDF, please?
Yes, it was 301. 9.28, where development is considered appropriate in principle, it will be required to be designed in a way which complements a particular type of landscape in which it's located. And then it lists key characteristics and features that shape landscape character. Those, if you were to go forward, you would find reflected in the wording of the policy itself. So this is elaborating on the policy requirements, the different criteria in the policy. Do you see that?
Sorry, which section are you at?
I'm on page 301.
Yeah.
Okay, I just read out paragraph 9.28.
Yes, I have that.
Yes, so it's just letting us know that what follows in the following paragraphs are key characteristics and features that shape landscape character. And I was just making the point that if you were to look at the actual policy, which is a couple of pages further on,
Yes.
it's essentially reflecting those kind of policy consideration. So
Yes.
it's giving us extra guidance on those policy considerations, isn't it?
I can see that, yes.
Yeah. And then we've got 9.29 landform, topography and natural patterns of drainage. The way in which development fits within the landscape can be determined by its relationship with the natural topography of the area. Particular landform features that contribute to the character of the landscape in that area and their setting should be protected. Views into and from a site will be a relevant factor in assessing the impact of a proposal.
Yes.
And then at 9.33, pattern and distribution of settlements, roads and footpaths. Form and pattern of built development within the landscape provides a contrast with the natural countryside, which together creates the overall character of the area. This may have evolved over many years or may be more recent, but in either case should be considered as a relevant factor in assessing the impact of development proposals.
Yes.
So that's all straightforward and clear. I won't sort of take more time reading out bits, but we see kind of similar themes in the supporting text to HOU 5. So what we can see is that how a development relates to landform and topography and how it fits the landscape is something that's important when one's assessing impact and accordance with local plan policies, isn't it?
Yes.
And beyond that, I think you'd probably agree that's a general principle of good placemaking, that any development should respond positively to the landscape context and settlement pattern.
Yes, and it's how you do that, how you respond.
Mm-hmm.
And I've described briefly how we did that.
Yeah. And indeed, we see it reflected in paragraph 135 of the framework, don't we? Development should be sympathetic to local character and history, including the surrounding built environment and landscape setting. So we've got that settlement pattern and settlement context and also landscape context as well, reflected in national policy.
We do, and that's why I analysed as I did the pattern of the village.
And you say in your proof that the landscape has been, I think you say, so influential in shaping the village of Hamstreet. You say that the settlement's form and pattern is intrinsically linked with its landscape context. I think that's something that's agreed between you and Mr. Withercombe. He makes a similar point in his proof. So that's something that's common ground between us, that for this settlement, the landscape context has been very influential.
It has, yeah.
Can I just take you to, if you've got the LVA open still there?
I'll find that. Yes, got that, thank you.
And I wanted to take you to figure 5, which is on
I'm sorry, I've just closed it by accident.
Oh, I'm
I was
sorry.
trying to open
Yes.
it. Can you just remind me what
It's difficult, so many documents.
Yeah.
It's 1.12.
Thank you. What figure was it, sorry?
It was figure 5, which is on PDF 50. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. Thanks. Have you got that?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just thought this one was quite useful because it's got the colours with the contours, so it's just slightly easier to kind of visualise the elevations here. And we can clearly see from that, can't we, how Hamstreet sits, kind of at the bottom of this sort of valley, branching kind of valley formation. It's enclosed by higher ground, kind of on 3 sides, effectively, isn't it?
Yes, I'm not as fond of the valley description. I think that what I favour is it's where the wheel meets the marsh, and they're crunched together, and it was the old shore, and there's indentations and rolling hills. And as you can see there in dark green, those rolling hills have shaped the settlement. It's shaped it to the north, it's shaped it to the northwest, it's shaped it to the southwest, and it's shaping it to the east.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, valley, yes, maybe that's my word, but it's in the lower it's kind of in the lower ground, kind of shaped by that rising ground to the north and to the east and west, isn't it?
Well, yes, but I described this in quite a lot of detail in my proof through plans as to where the origin of the village centre was, its height AOD, and how that grew in different directions.
Yeah.
So it's a bit more, I suppose the point I make is a bit more, there's two valleys that fork into a Y shape. The point I'm making is that the growth hasn't responded to the valley. It's effectively growth that's coming out of the valley. And it's come out of the valley to the north, it's come out of the valley to the west, it's come out of the valley to the east. And what we're proposing is to continue coming out of the valley to the east.
There is a difference, though, isn't there, in terms of the direction of those slopes?
They do vary. Yeah, they do vary.
Yeah.
And I think the point of our site is, 50% of it slopes towards the village and is a direct extension of the valley. And it rolls away and starts to roll away from the valley, which was one of the key changes we made, was to not extend as far to the east.
This goes to your... In fact, no, I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to come back to this point. I wanted to go at this point to the design and access statement, please.
Yes.
And page 8 just sets out the vision for DAS. Landscape-led, seamlessly integrating with the village of Hamstreet, new opportunities for connection between Hamstreet and the wider landscape. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then page 52.
Yes.
You've got those key objectives.
Yeah.
Assimilating with the receiving landscape context, creating an attractive setting that responds to and reflects the surrounding landscape. The first 2 bullet points. Fourth bullet point, responding to the site's natural topography to successfully assimilate the proposals within their landscape context. So we can see that integrating the scheme with the landscape and settlement context is an overarching intention
Yes.
in the DAS, isn't it?
It is.
And it's setting out design principles to try and ensure that that happens.
Correct.
So when we think about the vision, it's the DAS that's setting out how that vision of seamless integration and connection will be achieved.
Yes, it goes through setting out those high-level objectives, and then the critical step is, well, how do you do that? And that's the section I described under the design section, where it sets quite precise with landscape and built form principles.
If the inspector were to find that the scheme doesn't do that, that it's not sympathetic to landscape setting, it doesn't respond positively to the settlement pattern, it will follow that there will have been a failure to achieve the vision of the master plan, won't it? And the key landscape objectives that will follow.
It would, yeah.
And it would also, if that was the inspector's conclusion, that would mean that the scheme was contrary to local and national policy that we went through just a moment ago.
Well, potentially, apart from what I make clear in my evidence, or try to make clear, is when judging landscape changes, one has to interpret those through the framework at 187. And so local landscape policies have to be viewed through the lens of whether there's a recognition of the character and beauty of the countryside. That's the key lens to see those changes within.
Yeah, it was something I was going to come back to later, but might as well deal with it now. I mean, this plan was examined against the framework, wasn't it? I mean, we're trespassing very much into kind of planning policy here, but that's part of the framework. When local plans are examined, they have to be consistent with national policy in order to be found sound. So the policies, the landscape policies in the plan, have taken into account what national policy says, and an inspector has concluded that they are consistent.
That's probably a question for the planning witness rather than myself. The point I was really getting at in my evidence by saying that is that sometimes I'm asked, well, how on earth do you square an adverse impact with an approach that can enhance? And through the framework, it tells you how you do that. And so that's how you can have an adverse impact and still recognise the inherent character and beauty. And so if it was a question of whether development would have to not have an adverse effect to be acceptable in those policy terms, that would not be aligned with 187.
But if the policy test was not aligned with 187, the policy would not have been found sound. It would have had to be modified.
I'm not suggesting it's misaligned. They're words of emphasis that I'm navigating through this appreciation of. It doesn't mean that negative effects mean they don't comply. It means it has to be viewed through the principles of what you're trying to achieve. But I appreciate that in those principles of trying to achieve, let's say, to integrate or to assimilate, there's a fork in the road where you either, as decision maker, think that's happened or hasn't happened. I totally appreciate that.
We'll leave that point there. Can I go to your proof and just look at paragraph 5.5.5, please?
Yes, bear with me a sec. 5.5.5.
So this is it's just to locate you. It's within your kind of overall conclusions in section 5, which is the assessment of character and appearance effects.
Yes, I have that. Thank you.
Just getting it back myself. Essentially, this is where you set out your reasons as to why you've reached the view that the appeal scheme doesn't conflict with the existing settlement character. And I see there are 3 factors that you identified there. The first is the scale of 140 dwellings and that matching the total of the recent allocations to the north and west. The second is height, the maximum height of the appeal scheme would be lower than or recent permissions, or kind of in line, a bit lower than. And then thirdly, it's distance. You say that the appeal site is a similar distance from the village centre as the recent growth to the north and west. So those are the 3 factors that you have relied on to reach your conclusion of no conflict with the settlement pattern. Is that fair?
That's fair in that paragraph. I mean, I think that's a very narrow explanation of what I've looked at, but it's not fundamentally incorrect.
No, I mean, it's your conclusion summarising, isn't it? It's a summary of the points that you've made earlier on.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm saying is that there's probably 6 pages of analysis that need to be read and understood to understand the nuance of where those answers came from.
I didn't want to read out 6 pages.
Yeah,
You'll
appreciate that very much. Yeah.
Can we just go through each of those kind of factors then, please?
Sure.
And first is scale. And you've helpfully set out the figures in terms of the amounts of housing that have been allocated.
Yes.
At 3 sites in the settlement. I'm not going to take you to it. It's 5.33 just for reference. So the planned growth in the local plan's 140 homes up to 2030 across 3 sites. So
yes.
I think that's fairly straightforward to agree. So in terms of the scale of this scheme, we can agree then that amounts to a doubling of the planned growth of the settlement over the plan period. It's another 140 again.
Well, I'm not going to pass judgment on when. It's not my evidence of the timing of it all. I'll leave that to the planning witness. But certainly, yes, of course, I can agree that is doubling the allocations that have been made in the local plan.
And whereas those allocations were across 3 sites, 140 across 3 sites, this scheme is on 1 site.
That's right, but that doesn't make it a bad thing at all.
I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just saying there are differences there.
There are differences, and it was my evidence, and I said in chief, that gives the opportunity for a far more cohesive outcome.
But in terms of being consistent with the settlement pattern, there's nothing about the addition of another 140 houses on this site that is of itself consistent with the settlement pattern, is there?
Well, yeah.
What about 140 houses is consistent with the pattern?
Because that's the growth that's accrued through the 20th and 21st century. That growth in different direction is a product of the pattern of the growth of Hamstreet, largely because of the physical constraints. It's effectively grown out from the centre into the landscapes that can accommodate it.
But that's what's happened. But I just don't understand why that means that having the same again is somehow making it consistent or making it not conflict with settlement pattern. I don't understand how it does.
I have explained that in my episode. So the idea of the accretive study is to see where growth has taken place and how it's happened over time. And it's happened in different directions. So there's been a big push to the north and the west, after an early push to the north and the east. The scale of change we've touched on. You know, in recent years, there's been 140 units or thereabouts. So the idea of another 140 isn't alien to that idea of growth in scale terms. And in the pattern, it grows in different directions and has continued to grow in different directions. Certain parts of the direction is quite constrained, which we've already touched on, and therefore would be narrower and smaller because of the valley or the railway or the road. In other directions, it's less constrained. That doesn't mean it's incoherent with the settlement pattern.
We can agree, we've looked at your accretive, the coloured blocks on the plan, we've looked at that. And we can see from that essentially post-1980s, the development has been to the north and the west. I think that's common ground.
Yes.
Not to the east. And you make a point that the scheme would to some extent rebalance the overall structure of the village with the crossroads at its centre. So that's the sort of distance point. Where does this principle of, rebalancing come from, that it's a good thing that a settlement should grow equally in all directions around the historic core?
I'm not saying as a matter of course that all settlements should do that, but the reality is the centre of this village is at the crossroads. It's a really strong legibility location. It's got the mixed use elements to it. It's where the community interact. It's got some lovely locations down there. And put logically, if you extended for the next 10, 20, 30 years, let's say, to the north and to the west, that would lead to development that is so far from that richness of that centre. You can encourage people to drive, or they don't interact with other people in the village. And none of that is good. What you want to do is take an asset in the village, which it really is in the centre, some great uses there that reflect the community spirit in the village. And you want to add to that so people can access that, be part of it. So it's not a black or white principle, you'll appreciate, but as an overall objective on the future of a community or let's say a village in this context, yes, you want people to access and be part of the really historic, memorable and active parts of the village.
Can you point to any evidence, any published document or evidence that suggests that currently Hamstreet is considered to be unbalanced and needs rebalancing?
No, and as I said, I'm not saying... I've described why I think that is appropriate. The village design statement is 20 years old. So there's no narrative around the long-term structure of the village in that sense.
We've discussed earlier how it's agreed that the development of Hamstreet has been heavily influenced by landscape. So it's not to date been guided by some principle of being balanced either side or being equally distributed around the historic core, has it? That's not sort of how it's grown to date. It's been guided by the landscape. That's what you said earlier.
How it's grown to date. It is how it's grown to date. That's what the accretive study says. I'm not saying it's a focused policy or a 50, 60-year objective, but the accretive study tells us that very, very clearly. It's grown to the north and the east through the middle parts of the 20th century, the latter parts of the 20th century and early 21st, it's grown to the north and the west. And an output of that is balance. That's not the objective, it's just a feature of the patterns of growth.
The third point was about height and contours then. And I think you say the maximum elevation on this site would be 22 metres. you point to Brimstone Road and I think Carter's Wood, which is not one of the modern developments, but to the north of Fairfield Terrace, both being around 24, 26 AOD.
That's correct.
And can we just go back to that contour map that if you've still got it open, that figure 5? I just wanted to come back to this point from earlier. Figure 5, so it was PDF 50 of the LVA.
Big part of the LVA, yeah.
Sorry, I know there's lots of documents out.
Yes, I have that, yeah.
Thank you. So Brimstone Road, obviously this doesn't include the modern developments on it, this particular map, but I think we know probably by now where they are. And Brimstone Road, obviously to the north of the station, we can see there the land is sloping down to the east and southeast, isn't it, towards the valley formed by that watercourse and the train lines there.
Yeah, I would say it's actually far easier to see in my evidence, where the points that you're making, I've obviously created figures that specifically show that.
Yeah, I know. I just want to look at this one because I find it easy to look at the colours with the relief.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's just that they're terribly inaccurate when we're making judgments about specific heights of existing buildings.
I'm not talking about heights right now. I'm talking about direction of slope at the moment.
Okay, fine.
And you can see the contour lines, I think, clearly on this drawing. And it shows that the land is sloping down towards the east and southeast, down towards the watercourse and the train line. Correct?
Sorry, if you could just repeat that.
Yeah, Brimstone. So the Brimstone Road, the new development north, the land that development sits on is sloping down towards the east and southeast towards the train line and the watercourse.
It is, yes.
Thank you. And then Carter's Wood, if we can kind of see where that is, north of Fairfield Terrace, underneath the word Hamstreet.
Yeah.
The land there is sloping down to the west, isn't it? So towards the historic centre of the village.
It is. It is similar to the western part of the development form in the appeal scheme in that sense, yeah.
And so those are both developments where the land is kind of sloping down towards the existing settlement, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah. Now, let's look at our site, the site we're talking about. The high point is Cotton Hill, as we know, and we can clearly see on the contours on that map where that is, and it's basically where that little indent is, isn't it, where the ROC post box is, just on the northern boundary, yeah. And this shows that the land slopes down from that highest point. Part of it is sloping down towards the southwest, but it's kind of sloping around kind of 180 degrees in all directions, really, isn't it? Sloping, large parts of the site are sloping down to the south and also down to the southeast as well, away from Hamstreet.
Yeah, it as I said, the development area itself, you could broadly split into 50% is orientated to the west, and 50% is on the saddle that turns and starts to move towards the east and the south.
Can we get up the some of the visualisations now, the visual materials? So just want to look at, if you've got them there, the viewpoints. To start with viewpoint 13. I want to look at just the existing position at the moment.
Sure.
So if you're looking on the PDF, which I can see that people are, that's on PDF 73.
So the viewpoint number?
13.
Okay.
We'll just flick through a couple and then I'll make the point to you. So there's 13, which is, we can see the location. It's kind of directly to the south on just alongside the canal.
Yeah.
And then we've got viewpoints 15, which is further away on the Romney Marsh. I'm looking back towards, you can see the site there.
Yes.
And then, so that was PDF 78, and then 16, which is the immediately next page, is viewpoint 16, which again is another location a bit further away on the Romney Marsh. Again, we can see the site there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in those existing views, we can't see either the Brimstone Road development or Carter's Wood, can we, from the south?
We can't.
They are both concealed in these views by the landform and intervening vegetation.
Yeah, so these are viewpoints that are directed from the south of the site looking towards the site, so yeah, they wouldn't see them there. You can see ad hoc built form along Hamstreet Road, but you can't see those reference points that I allude to.
So even though the elevation, hold on, let me just go back a page. Yeah, I mean, viewpoint 12, I'm going to take what you just said, but viewpoint 12, if you look at the direction of that view, I know it's looking towards the appeal site, but, you know, the angle of the view is also towards Carter's Wood, isn't it? But obviously we can see that's concealed by the landform.
Yeah, it's on the eastern side of the hill, yeah.
So, I know you make this point about the elevation and metres AOD. And okay, the appeal scheme's similar, but that's ignoring the actual landform, isn't it, in the direction of the slope? So we can see that even though the elevations may be similar, the actual visual effects from the south are very different, aren't they?
Yeah, we've assessed independently and are aligned on visual effects. My reference to heights is not about visual effects. My reference to height is trying to understand how the village has grown relative to contours.
Yeah, it's all to do with this settlement. No, I know. No, I'm talking about a separate subject. I'm talking about the settlement pattern. We're still on those factors that you'd identified that mean that the development is consistent with the settlement pattern, and one of them was height. And my point to you is the height's just part of the story. Actually, it's about the direction of the slope, and that has a massive impact in terms of whether you see it, whether you don't see it, how it relates to the settlement.
Well, partly, but I don't think that's a particularly accurate point, if I may say, because, as I've said, that the western half of the site is west-facing. It's on the westward-facing slope. You would still see it from these locations, so you could follow what you're saying as being a good thing, and then saying, well, the visual impact is X. So what I'm suggesting is putting the two together as if they're inextricably linked is wrong. Well, I've looked at height in terms of the growth of the village, i.e. at what point do you start not reflecting where the growth has had to go, because other parts of the growth of the village that goes into high ground at the time it was built would have been visible. It wouldn't have been visible from the locations that we're looking at for this site, because it's a different site. There's viewpoints that have looked at the growth to the west and to the north that have come to similar conclude, because they're doing a different exercise.
Okay, sticking with these viewpoints that we're looking at from the south, would you accept that at the moment those views from the south are essentially a rural scene?
Predominantly, yeah. But yeah, we are agreed on most of the assessment of these viewpoints that we've been going through.
Yeah, I know. There is a kind of continuity of rural character, isn't there, between the appeal site to the north and obviously the marsh. I know these views are looking towards the site, but of course you've got that rural landscape continuing out to the marsh as well, haven't you? So they kind of one flows into the upper there.
You do, and by its very nature, when a village grows into countryside, and that's what this is doing, and that's what other parts of the village have done, it will urbanise parts of the countryside. That is a de facto outcome of that accretive growth of village outward into countryside. I totally accept that. That is part of the pattern that the village has established in its growth.
Do you accept that currently in views from the south, from the Romney Marsh and so on, there isn't really a perception of Hamstreet in those views of the settlement?
There's not a great perception. I totally accept that. Yeah.
we can, I mean, take viewpoint 15. We can clearly see the appeal site there. There's not any, if you didn't know Hamstreet was there, you wouldn't really have any, there's nothing to kind of indicate it, is it? You can't see it. It's basically concealed there.
You can't, but you would have said not radically different things about different parts of the village when it's been established.
Say that again, sorry. I didn't catch that.
I agree,
Yeah.
but you would not be saying radically different things about different parts of the village that's growing to the north and to the west. You've got different visual experiences. They might not be quite so distant views of it, but it would have been a fundamental visual intrusion into the countryside.
Well, again, we're kind of... He has finished.
No, he hasn't finished.
Okay, have you did you finish?
That is part of villages growing into the countryside. That's the point I'm making. And we're agreed on the nature and level of those effects.
Can you point to a visualisation where you can see from the south, or indeed from the north, the existing settlement of Hamstreet in conjunction with the appeal site?
Well, as the approach to the village, you'll experience it. It's probably something that's better done or considered as part of the...
Which approach to the village?
Well, the approach on the roads northwards to the village.
The roads northwards, sorry. I'm asking you about the visual material that we've got before us.
Yeah, I'm not talking about existing
Right.
representative viewpoints at this moment in time. The viewpoints to the south of the military canal are focused to the site, and we've been through those, and I accept that you can't really see any notable evidence of the settlement from those locations.
Say that again. Yeah. Right. Yeah, there aren't any, looking at the receptors that have been chosen for assessment, there aren't any that have both the existing settlement and the site in them, are there? You can't see one in conjunction with the other in these visual receptors in the LVA.
There's a few from within the settlement that's immediately adjacent to the site that's in the LVA, but no distant ones, no. But there's, in choosing these representative viewpoints, you could choose other viewpoints where you were trying to achieve that. That's not what the representative viewpoint locations.
Well,
are
I mean,
for.
you've obviously known the council's case about this site being physically and visually distinct. If there was a viewpoint that showed that wasn't the case and that one would be able to see the development in conjunction with the settlement, then presumably you would have brought that, you would have submitted that and said, look, this is wrong. Here's a view where I can see the scheme and next to the settlement. You would have done that, but you haven't.
Well, I've interpreted that point through pattern in the way that I've set out my evidence, and I understand the council is actually not assessed character or pattern. They've assessed the visibility, and that's their analysis on pattern. But you could go to viewpoint 3 that's within the settlement, and Hamstreet's in the foreground, and the scheme would be in the, not on the higher ground to the west, but you'd see it beyond that in the centre of the photograph. So they're not totally separately visually divorced.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mr. Withycombe has accepted that there are some limited views within the settlement. He referred as well to, Fairfield Terrace and Willow Drive, where you can have a partial view of the site, and this viewpoint 3 shows that. And obviously, we've looked at viewpoint 6A.
Yeah.
But from the outside, that's not the case, is it? You don't see the two together.
As I said, I've accepted that. From the landscape views to the south of the RMT that we've largely looked at, yeah, that's right. And that's a product of the green infrastructure and topography in the village.
It's also the case from the north, isn't it?
Well, from the north,
I mean, if we look at, for example, viewpoint 9. Can see the site. Again, no perception of the settlement at all from this direction either. Another rural view.
I totally accept that. It's a viewpoint that's to the northeast of the village, looking back to the side.
Can we just look at a couple of the visualisations showing the illustrative scheme and what that would look like?
Yeah.
Let's start with viewpoint 12, and I'm looking at PDF 71 initially, which is obviously completion. Let me know when you've got that.
I'm there, thank you.
Can't describe that as anything other than incongruous, can you?
Well, it's not incongruous because the methodology of visual, we agreed on the effects.
This is at completion.
Let me just check what we...
I mean, I think on the methodology, one of the problems with it, if I may say, is that there isn't actually the definitions that you referred to earlier are of one constituent part of the magnitude judgment, aren't there? There isn't actually an overall definition of the overall effects. We don't see that defined.
Well, that's the size and scale
Yeah.
of magnitude, yeah.
Yeah, but there's obviously there are other elements. So you've got one definition, but it's not actually a definition of the overall effect, is it?
Well, it's a prime influence combined with geographic extent.
Leaving aside the methodology, just look at that picture. It does look incongruous. We've agreed this is essentially a rural scene. We've got a suburban housing development. It looks entirely alien, doesn't it?
Well, it's highly visible. I'm not going to say it's incongruous because at that point it would become part of the village. You know, people that lived there would see this scene, they'd appreciate that's where they live, that's part of the village.
But we can see from this viewpoint, you know, you've put the developments there, you say it's part of the village. We still can't see any of the village. There's still no perception that this is actually next to an existing settlement. It just looks like it's, as I put it, dropped there.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is
so is that yes? Was that yes?
I wasn't saying yes to that description you
Right.
just gave. The point I was making was that you can appreciate the visual change, but it's part of the village. Recognising that change in the village and concluding it's incongruous is not necessarily accurate, given it's become part of the village and people would recognise it as such.
There is still no perception of the village in this view, is there? It does look alien.
You can't see the village from this point. No,
No.
there would be a high contrast.
And we can see from the next visualisation, this is after the landscaping has matured. It's obviously hiding the development to a degree, although we can still see housing, but it's not doing anything to make the development feel like part of the settlement, is it, from this perspective?
So in which view is this?
I'm just on the next page, so I'm on the 15-year.
Yeah, and this is showing you what the GI elements that are part of the historic fabric of this site, when it's realised, at a reasonable degree of maturity would look like. So
Yeah, I know what it's showing, but the point I'm making is that it may be concealing the development to an extent, but it's not doing anything to make it feel or appear as part of the settlement. It can't do, because it's about the landform. It can't make it appear as if it's next to a settlement from here. It doesn't change that.
it's not trying to make it appear next to a settlement, no. It's trying to embed it into the landscape fabric that's been informed by the historic landscape.
But I mean, if we went back to the DAS, it was trying to kind of assimilate it into the surrounding context, part of which is the settlement. And my point is, it doesn't and it can't, because the landform is such that you simply will never see it
Well, from
with
this
the settlement.
location, it's assimilating it into the new landscape structure that's inspired by the historic landscape structure. And I totally accept from this position where you can't see the settlement, the objective of trying to make it appear as part of the settlement is not possible. What this is trying to do is make it appear part of a landscape that's bringing back to life historic elements that are positive elements.
It's not just from this. It's not just from this viewpoint, though, is it? I mean, we see essentially the same thing if we look at viewpoint 13. We see the same sort of thing if we look at viewpoint 16. Even after 15 years and the full maturity of the landscaping, it can't do anything to make the scheme appear as part of the settlement from outside.
In the same context as the answer I've given, no, it can't from this location. What it's trying to do is make it assimilate into a richer landscape in the land that it's located within. That's all it can do.
I think we can just look quickly at viewpoint 10 as well. I mean, it's essentially, I can ask you the same question. I expect I get the same answer, do I? There's probably not much point me asking it again, but, you know, if part of your objective is seamless integration with Hamstreet, and that's part of the vision.
Well, that.
It can't, the scheme doesn't do that, and the landscaping can't do that.
Is there a question?
Yes. Do you agree?
You can't see the settlement from here, so you're not going to assimilate a change in the view within the visual relationship of the settlement. You can't do that. So that's what same answer which you thought I would give.
Yeah.
This is actually about the introduction of woodland that's a positive characteristic of the local landscape character area. So what you'll be looking at is a positive change, which is bringing back to life certain elements that are historic landscape elements that in themselves form a positive, more positive visual landscape. Now, so from this location you can't assimilate into the village, but what you can do is assimilate into the local landscape character.
We'll come on to the landscape character in a moment, but so we're agreed that both from the north and from the south, you know, the two kind of key directions which are getting views of this site, it's not possible for the scheme to be assimilated into the village.
Not visually assimilated from those locations, no. For the reasons I've given, you can't see the settlement.
We just talk a little bit about that western boundary, please. That is obviously the interface between the site and the existing settlement. That's where they meet.
Yeah.
We've looked already at the kind of views of that from within the site, Mr. Withercomb's viewpoint 6A. So fully accepting, of course, one can see the settlement from within the site, and we've already been over that there are some views, limited views from Fairfield Terrace as well. So there is a connection there. But in terms of seeing that boundary from anywhere else, it can't be seen, can it, from Hamstreet Road to the north? You can't sort of see that existing western boundary from there.
No, you can't.
No.
No, but the point is this is the public right-of-way, and it's used to demonstrate a visual connectivity with the village. And the point I made in my evidence is that from this location, in this site, you see far more of the village than you can see from the centre of the other recent developments that are on the site visit itinerary.
Yeah, but I'm asking you about seeing where the proposed development is joining the settlement and seeing that relationship from other places. So we've covered the north. You also can't see that. I mean, we looked at the visualisations already, kind of 12, 13, 14. You can't see that boundary from the south either, can you, because of the way the landform rolls?
Yeah, obviously depending on where you are to the south and depending which direction you're looking, if you're right next to the military canal looking in that direction, you'll see parts of it. But yeah, you don't see it far because of the topography.
If we look at viewpoint 2, in terms of kind of publicly accessible places, that's the back of the council car park where the proposed pedestrian access is going. That's probably, in terms of publicly accessible locations outside the site, probably the clearest view you get of that interface, isn't it?
Possibly. There might be stretches along the military canal, as I said, to the south. We can obviously explore that on site.
Sure. So, I mean, despite proximity, obviously that boundary goes along the back of quite a number of dwellings in the existing settlement, but despite that, actually that interface can only be seen from a pretty limited area, can't it? And mainly within the site itself.
That's correct, but that's a huge assistance in the integration of the community with the existing community. It doesn't help with the visual effects that we've already agreed, but it's really important to get that connection of communities, particularly when you've got that public right of way.
How is only seeing it from a limited area and mainly in the site assisting integration of communities?
Well, seeing it from the site and getting an appreciation of the context, the new part of the community you've created when you're there, and appreciating the community and village that you're part of, I think is a really important point of integration. It's connected visually and physically. I know that there was some discussion around that. It's unequivocal in my view. That's a really strong view for that point. That's not a view to deal with this wider landscape visual point you're making about the perception of this proposal in the context of the village. That's a different point. Appreciate that.
Can we just hop back into the DAS, CD 1.6, so looking at the sort of evolution of the what is proposed for this western boundary. So yeah, there's a couple of pages on page 36 and 37 of design evolution.
Yeah.
So we can kind of see the initial exploration of opportunities, and then the developed master plan concept. We have this sort of separation there on that western boundary that's appeared, and on the sort of right-hand column, the first proper bullet point down refers to landscape corridors retaining existing planting and incorporating new planting, also added along the eastern and western edges of the site, creating a better relationship between the development and existing neighbours. So we've got that master plan concept, a buffer, a separation to take account of existing neighbours on that side. You see that?
Yes, I see that, yeah.
And then if we go to the next page, on page 37, the call for sites master plan, we can see that buffer has widened, hasn't it, by that point?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's increased separation, and that's described in the third bullet point down. Landscape corridor on the western site boundary was significantly widened. This delivers increased separation with neighbours and enables the location of drainage features such as swales or small basins to be high up the slope, further away from adjoining properties, etc. So we can see that gap got wider as the scheme developed, can't we?
Yes.
And it looks like it was probably primarily driven by drainage requirements. Would you accept that? Because we already had a separation to improve relationship with existing neighbours, and then we've got the drainage features in there.
Well, I think once you create that decision to separate and create that space, then yes, the slope is going that direction, so you have to accommodate drainage. Mm-hmm. You could have backed onto that edge if we thought it was appropriate and still create drainage, so I don't think that is necessarily, it wasn't the driver for that decision. Mm-hmm.
And you've got in your appendices some sections that show the distance. I think you've got your figure 4A, which is at year 1, so I'm looking at sections D and D. which are behind housing in Fairfield Terrace and Willow Drive respectively. And then on the next page, figure 4B, you've got the kind of 15 years.
Yes.
And I think that clearly shows the intention that ultimately the housing will be fully screened in views from houses on that western boundary.
Yeah, the intention, as I said in chief, is to create a generous public parkland for people to be within. And that will be an integrating force between this proposal and the village.
And you tell us in your proof on this separation distances you described as very significant. I'm reading from paragraph 8.61. Very significant. You say 76 to 94 metres to the west. You say it's at its closest more than 3.5 times the typical acceptable separation distance. So it's going really quite a long way beyond what is necessary to achieve an appropriate amenity.
It's not motivated by that at all. It's about creating appropriate parkland whilst recognising that when you're promoting development on the edge of existing residents, without exception, having gone through this literally hundreds of times, the one request you always get is to try and set development away as far as you reasonably can. And that's obviously been a prime driver for this move. Then creating a public parkland that people can activate and enjoy.
But, I mean, there is a balance to be struck, isn't there, between, you know, on the one hand, you don't want to be too close, the relationship becomes uncomfortable, there's impacts on amenity, but equally, if the separation is too far, that's going to have impacts on the extent to which the scheme is feeling part of the village as opposed to separated from it. So there's a balance there.
I don't think that the setback from this boundary, whether it's 20 metres, 30 metres, 40 metres, is a key influence on the sense of integration or connectivity. The public right-of-way is really important. It's the historic route linking Carter's Farm to the centre of the village. There's no reason to go that way at the moment because it doesn't go anywhere. So providing all those people within that historic route will hugely enliven that route. All the public parkland that will come forward that's not available in the village at the moment, I hope, will bring people in the opposite direction. It will enliven these spaces. The integration is about people. It's not whether a building is 10 metres closer or farther. And I'm sure if we spoke to the residents and had an engagement on this, they would want developments, the houses to be set back. And then they're more likely to populate that open space. The integration is about that community, not the presence and specific location of buildings.
It's quite a different relationship, though, isn't it, to what we see at the other recent developments. If you take, I think it's the Pippins, isn't it, the one on Warehorn Road, you've got housing there facing existing development on the opposite side of the road. It's got a direct pedestrian access onto that road. No kind of big separation there. It's a positive relationship.
It's a different relationship. Mm-hmm. So on both of the extensions to the west and the north, particularly to the west, I refer to it as the Dandara scheme and the Vistry scheme. The Dandara scheme to the west and the Vistry scheme to the north. To the west, you've got a few sporadic cottages fronting onto that road. Mm-hmm. Once you're in the development, you've got almost no visibility of the community. The physical connection is just the road that goes under the railway line. The same is true the north, although there's more community there. There's the school, but it's also a longer and thinner site. And as you go into it, you've got far less visibility with the existing community. That's the point I made in chief.
Yeah, but what we're talking about is not I'm not talking about when you go in through. I'm talking about the interface. I'm talking about how that boundary, how that knits into what's on the existing settlement, and that's a different. There's a positive relationship there. It's fronting onto the road. It's not behind a big separation with trees. And if we look at Brimstone Road, it's the same thing, isn't it? It's got that strong physical visual connection to Ashford Road.
It's different. So the setback that we've got with the public right-of-way is as soon as you come onto that public right-of-way, you'll see the community. The visual connection is there. It's not on a street, and both of those have streets. But the properties are set back from those streets, and there's a different degree of visible village on those streets. So that relationship is different. But there's also a really fundamental difference in the relationship by virtue of the railway line. And it'd be wrong to talk just about connection to the village where that development meets the existing street frontage without talking about, well, once you're into that development, you can't see any part of the village. That's the point I made in chief, and I won't keep repeating myself. So it's a different relationship with the village, but I don't believe that this necessarily integrates any less well with the village because of that, because it's got this historic route that's going to be enlivened by activity. And there's development really close to the entrance to the site as you come in.
Just take you to your figures again. I'm looking at page 17 of your appendices now, which is this one where you kind of the sort of rendered drawing of the settlement. And we can, because you can see quite clearly that vegetated gap, can't you, behind the existing developments on Fairfield and Willow. It's behind belts of trees. It essentially looks a bit like an enclave, doesn't it? There, kind of all surrounded by trees, but separated from the village.
Sorry, do you mean the proposal or the area? Yeah. You'd say exactly the same thing, I think, if I had the same drawing for the developments to the west of the railway line. There's more development to the north that's attaching to, but the one in the foreground. If we were having a conversation at the Peel on that, I'm sure the same points would be raised.
Obviously, we're not. So, do you agree? I'm sure you don't, but I'd like an answer to the point.
I don't. For the reasons I've expressed, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
They're different relationships. They're different street frontages, which is different, but there's stronger visual connectivity between the appeal scheme and the village than these two developments, I think.
Still on, this point about physical and visual connections. The vehicle access, the main vehicle access to the site, Mr Withycombe estimates it's around 350 metres beyond the existing village confines. Is that a figure that you broadly recognise? I'm not saying it's exact to the nearest metre, but does that sound right to you?
I haven't checked it. I could do now if you like.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, in broad terms, it's there or thereabouts. I can accept that, yeah.
What figure have you got?
Sorry, I've just deleted it.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's not saying. It depends on where you measure the start of the village. The first property comes about 285, but then if you extend all the way into when you see development at both sides of the village, it's probably 380.
380. I had a feeling it might be higher since you were willing to agree it so quickly. Right, so it's 380 metres beyond.
Hang on. I did say that it depends where you measure it from. There's development closer that's at 290.
Yeah.
So I'm not.
Where are you measuring it from?
From the entrance.
Yeah, but to which point?
Well, as you're travelling westward on. The point I'm making is it depends where you draw the line of where the village is.
Mr Withycombe said the village confines, so I think that would be the edge of the property on Hamstreet Road, immediately adjacent to the appeal site.
Immediately adjacent to the appeal site?
Yeah, on Hamstreet Road, the red line, next to the red line.
Yeah, I think I've measured it less than that then. I can go into CAD and give you a fixed dimension if that's
Look,
helpful.
I don't want to quibble over metres here and there. It's broadly that kind of distance. And there's no pedestrian access, is there, along Hamstreet Road? There's no footways proposed there. It'll just be a vehicle access at that point.
Yes, the emphasis is the pedestrian connection to the village through the site.
And at that point where the site access, the vehicle access is coming in, would you accept that the road has a rural character at that point?
Yeah, yes, I do. And we've gone through the visual effects and agreed them. Yeah, that would change, definitely.
And at present, there isn't a physical or visual connection between that access point and the rest of the settlement?
No, there's not.
Okay, so, I mean, just going back to your proof and how you've addressed this objection that the council has, I mean, you've noted in several places the council's argument that the site's physically and visually distinct. I think our statement of case was clear about the nature of that objection in terms of it always being seen as part of the wider countryside, not in association with the settlement, referring to the western boundary not being visible beyond the appeal site. Can I just go to your paragraph 6.5.10?
Yeah.
Just whilst we're getting them on, it's been 2 hours. Can we just check if Mr. Williams is okay to carry on after this?
Has been 2 hours.
Yeah, happy thinking that's...
I've been an hour at that. So
Yes, sorry, I know. I was like, what? Fine. Yeah. I'm about to, well, I'm kind of maybe 10 minutes more on this before we move on.
Yes, let's take a break, because... Yeah.
do you want to do this bit first?
Can I just do this point?
And then maybe a short sort of 10-15 minute
Thank you.
break.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I was at your 6.5.10. So it's page 47 of your proof. And this is where you're kind of responding to the criticism the council makes, and it's obviously point 2 that I'm interested in. The appeal site is spatially, physically and visually distinct from Hamstreet. And then if I look at your response to that, again, I'm going to break it down into, you've got 3 sentences there. The first sentence, appeal site is distinct from the village of Hamstreet, is a 32-hectare amenity turf arable field that has few positive landscape contributions to the local landscape. So you're saying, yes, it's distinct because it's a field, essentially, in that sentence, aren't you?
It's distinct because it's an unusually large field without any landscape structure, yes.
In the second sentence, you say, it directly abuts the village and can seamlessly connect by pedestrian access into it. Yes, it's adjacent to the existing settlement confines. There will be pedestrian access, so fine, that we can agree with that.
Well,
we've discussed that.
We have discussed that, but I give some weight to this, as I have done in my evidence, because a number of sites that directly abut villages don't have public rights of way that directly connect into it, and don't have views where you can see the majority of the village beyond. So it's not a small... I'm happy to leave it at that, but it's not a small or insignificant point in answering that question.
But any site that's going to be developed for housing is going to have pedestrian access seamlessly connecting to the settlement, won't it? It won't be acceptable if it doesn't have a direct pedestrian access.
There's a lot of sites that don't benefit from a public right-of-way that connects directly into the adjacent line of the village and continues in a very straight way all the way to the centre of the village. That's not usual or common.
Okay, and then your third sentence is this point about height and the elevations compared to other schemes, and you refer to open space. Now, at no point in that response do you address the key point, do you, that the landform of the appeal site means that it's never seen as part of the village? You don't address that at all.
I don't. No, I'm talking about the development as seen largely from that development and its relationship with the settlement. I've dealt with the visual effects separately.
But this is where you are seeking to respond to the council's point about the site being physically and visually distinct, where the council has in the statement. And you're referring to the statement of case here.
Yeah.
You're referring to paragraph 5.5 of the statement of case. I'll just read that to you, that the site's not perceived from publicly accessible locations within the village. When perceived from locations beyond the settlement, it is always seen as part of the wider countryside and not in association with the settlement itself. That's the crux of it. You just don't have a response to that in your evidence, do you?
Well, I do. The public right-of-way in the site is a public viewpoint.
It's not perceived from publicly accessible locations within the village. When perceived from locations beyond the settlement, it's always seen as part of the wider countryside, not in association with the settlement itself. I mean, we've been to the visualisations. You've essentially agreed that with me.
That's the wider views, yeah. And when we've spoken about the views within the site, which is outside of the village, appreciating the site in the context of the village. That's why I raised that point here.
I don't see any acknowledgement really in your proof of, we've been through those visualisations. We've looked at what you can see from the south, what you can see from the north. You've agreed with me that those are essentially rural scenes, that you don't see the settlement, that it's impossible for the settlement, for the site to be seen as part of the settlement in those locations. Why don't you mention that? I mean, that's the crux of the council's case, that it's set out in the statement of case. Why don't you grapple with that in your evidence?
Because we have grappled with it, and we've agreed a statement of common ground where we assessed all the viewpoints and pretty much agreed on them all. You
don't actually seek to tackle that head on and dispute it in any way, or explain why the council's wrong to have said what it did in the statement of case about that?
I do. I've just said that there. We've got visual connectivity, we've got physical connectivity from outside the village of both the site and the majority of the village. That's what I write in response to that point. I personally think, and I've said this, that I think the village, the council has rather conflated visual impact, and we've agreed visual impacts, and most of what we've been talking about for the last hour is in the statement of common ground. We've agreed those effects. You've taken me to a series of viewpoints. We largely have no disagreement on our assessment, and they all lead to no higher than moderate impacts after 15 years. That's the fact, that's the substance of an assessment, and we've agreed it through a statement of common ground. And I thought probably wouldn't mean that we'd go back through them. And that's how I've understood that part of the discussion, really, on how you're going to see the scheme. You see the scheme with your eyes as people. That's a visual effect. That's why we've assessed that.
Okay, Madam, I'll take a break there.
Okay, thanks very much. So if we come back at 3:45, is that all right? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 1:45 now, so we'll resume when you're ready. Thanks.
Thank you. Right, just a couple of points that kind of arising from your evidence in chief earlier, and from cross-examination of Mr. Withycombe as well. Mr. Mohammed told us that there was this point about the starting point, and Mr. Withycombe was being criticised. Do you remember about his view that this site should just be ruled out, essentially?
Yes.
And Mr. Mohammed told us that your starting position was that building housing on this site is acceptable. And is that correct?
Well,
that was your starting position.
That's my end position. That's
oh,
not
so
my,
you're
that's
like
not my
Mr. Withycombe, it's
no,
the conclusion.
No, not the same. My starting point is to... I've got a different starting point because I've shaped the scheme in the way that I described earlier. So I'm very familiar with the reasons behind the mitigation strategy and believe them to be the right mitigation elements to restore historic elements in the way I've described. So my starting point is a knowledge of the scheme, and then I've assessed the landscape visual effects, albeit relatively recently through the process that we've discussed through the Statement of Common Ground. My approach to it is I assess in that role the landscape visual effects that go into the mix as part of the planning balance to understand, and this is what I said in chief on this point, to understand whether those effects are acceptable given the benefits or given the alternatives regarding where that growth may go. I don't make that decision. That's not my role. My role is to understand. My role is to shape the scheme.
I understand.
And assess it. But I should say, to make the point clear, if I didn't have that role and if I was auditing from another side, I would not be making the judgment early on that this is a no-go as a site. I was saying I need to measure the effects robustly and then hand that on to be part of the process of how that weighs up against the other pros and cons. That's the usual planning balance that a landscape architect doesn't lead.
Because we looked earlier at your paragraph 1.1.8 of your proof where you told us that you were reviewing the previously proposed form of development, make recommendations of how a form of development could best relate to landscape and settlement context. So from your perspective, it was never on the cards that you could be concluding that this site wasn't appropriate or that the effects were so high because you were essentially being asked to advance a scheme that was already kind of existing in the mind of Hallam.
Well, to answer that, I turn down more instructions of this type than I take on, is the honest answer. So if I didn't think that there was a way of shaping the scheme, then yes, I wouldn't have taken that. I would not find myself in a position where I have to justify something I don't think is justifiable. And so there's a balancing act between understanding in doing that audit how you can shape a scheme for the better, and that's the role I described. And I wasn't doing the landscape and visual effects at that time.
No, exactly. But so when you come to be instructed to actually do that assessment, you've already basically said this. You know, you've already had involvement in the scheme and the kind of the fact of it being a place to develop is already kind of the starting point. Then when you come to do your assessment, you're not coming to it kind of on a blank sheet of paper, as it were.
Sort of, but not quite. Slightly. So the role I've had is shaping the scheme, and therefore I do understand and appreciate and support the measures that are within the scheme that I've been part of, and I think they're the right responses. So I do understand more about the scheme, but then I haven't gone through the process of landscape and visual effects. And I said this before, but forgive me for saying it again. The core part of my evidence and the council's evidence on this point are the assessment schedules and the Statement of Common Ground. That is the core of our evidence, and we're largely agreed on that. We're largely agreed on what the effects are. The conclusion thereafter is how those effects relate to other considerations. It's not for us to say they're acceptable or unacceptable at the moment in time. That's my position.
Okay. Just quickly on kind of alternative sites, because we seem to have got into this discussion. You don't present any assessment or evidence of, other opportunities for development in Hamstreet, do you?
No, I've explained why. It's not my evidence to do that.
No.
It was the council that alluded to Hamstreet could grow, and there are other places it could grow. That all grew out of today, not by virtue of my evidence. No, but I've identified the constraints just to demonstrate how constrained the village is.
I mean, you say that. Can I take you to the LVA again? Core document 1.12, PDF 43, page 41, paragraph 7.28.
Sorry, you're going to have to repeat some of that.
PDF 43 of the LVA.
43.
Yeah. 7.28.
Yes.
The authors of the LVA, and I appreciate you didn't write the LVA, refers to new development, said leaving very few options for development for further residential expansion at Hamstreet, the site being one of the few opportunities for development remaining. So actually, at an earlier stage, the appellant was kind of raising this issue, but you haven't taken that assertion forward into your own evidence, have you? You don't make that kind of assertion that's in the LVA?
No, because I've focused on the reasons for refusal. I don't disagree with it, but I've tried to focus on the reasons for refusal. Although
the LVA makes that statement, there isn't any assessment of other sites in the LVA either, is there? It doesn't do that exercise.
Of what sites, though?
Well, any other sites, any other possible opportunities for development in Hamstreet that we were speculating on earlier. That exercise isn't.
We didn't start that process.
Well, it's in the LVA. Mr. Withercombe made a comment on it, said he wasn't going to go further. Questions were then asked about it. I'm now asking questions about it. The LVA doesn't do that assessment.
It shouldn't do that assessment. The LVA is about assessing the effects of the proposal.
Yeah, exactly.
My evidence doesn't do that assessment because it's not in the reasons for refusal. It's a diversion that's taking place today.
So nobody's done that assessment, and it's not a relevant assessment to do. Can we agree that?
We can agree on both of those, but what I have put in my assessment is the constraints map to demonstrate how constraints have shaped Hamstreet, and we got into the extent that it might affect and essentially close down the ability for it to grow in directions because of the constraints I've drawn. I drew the constraints to demonstrate how Hamstreet to date has been affected by constraints.
All right, let's move on. I'm moving on to the landscape guidelines for LCA 19, so it's called document 7.5.
Yes.
And the material on LCA 19 starts at PDF 94.
Yes, I've got that.
And I just want to ask one question before I get into the detail of this. You suggest in your proof that the guidelines are out of date, and I think you made a similar point about the age of it earlier. You're not suggesting, are you, that there's been some significant change in this landscape character area that makes this assessment somehow not accurate or less relevant?
No, I'm not suggesting that for a moment, but what I am suggesting is aspects of an LCA that identifies in 2009 no development here or no development there. Inevitably, when it makes those statements, it can lead to some conflict between allocated sites that sit within that LCA, that there's good reason for that development, it's a considered reason for development to be in place, that might conflict with the LCA. That's what I was alluding to.
But you're not suggesting that any of the, if we're looking at characteristics of the area and the guidelines, none of that's out of date or inaccurate anyway?
I'm not suggesting that for a moment.
Thank you. Okay, in terms of how characteristic the site is, as I've noted in your proof of evidence at 6.2.7, you say that the arable or turf use of the site is not of a scale or use that's typical or positively contributing to LCA 19 characteristics.
Yes.
Can we just look at the key characteristics?
Yeah.
Those bullet points. The first two of those, the site itself clearly displays, doesn't it? The site itself is 94, the landscape character assessment, core document 7.5.
I'm just looking at the table. The bullet points, sorry, I'm not actually 94, I can see the landscape effects table on PDF 94.
Of the landscape character assessment.
CD
7.5. 7.5.
Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry.
I'm in the landscape character assessment. First two, undulating landform slopes southwards towards Romney Marsh, open views out of the area across the Romney Marsh to the south.
Yes.
The site itself displays both of those key characteristics, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Thank you. And then if we go to, I mean, that's sort of elaboration, isn't there, in the text to the right, referring to those extensive views out of the area that are available to the south. Views stretch across undulating mixed farmland within the character area. Varied field pattern, although to the south, immediately adjacent to the marsh, graze fields are more extensive and exposed. I mean, there's the site being in agricultural use is clearly not uncharacteristic, is it? The character is views across mixed farmland.
Yeah,
So that's not uncharacteristic, is it?
The agricultural use isn't necessarily as a specific land use conflict. What I found was conflicting slightly was its use for amenity turf and the sheer scale. I mean, 32 hectare field with 9 historic hedgerows removed it talks about open views because of hedgerow removal, but that scale is not typical.
It does specifically refer to adjacent to the marsh, graze fields are more extensive and exposed. Now, okay, I take the point that this is not currently used for grazing, but there being kind of extensive exposed fields to the south of the character area adjacent to the marsh seems to be in line with the landscape character as described here, doesn't it?
Not to the extent of a 32 hectare field. You simply have to look at an aerial photo and scan across LCA 19. It's a relatively narrow ribbon, as I've described. It's the shoreline that's sat between the marsh and the weald. It's quite narrow in places. It's not necessarily a small field pattern or intimate field pattern in those places, but a field of this size is highly unusual, particularly when its crop is amenity turf. With no hedgerow structure, nothing there, just 32 hectares of nothing is not typical.
If we go to the guidelines now.
Yes.
So obviously it's common ground. Hold on, wait there. Just bear with me a second. Yeah, I mean, there are, we'll get onto the conflicts, but the fact that there are conflicts indicates, doesn't it, that the site is embodying characteristics which are distinctive and which are sought to be conserved. If that wasn't the case, there wouldn't be conflicts.
I don't think it's fair to draw such a connection between the two. I accept there are conflicts, and I do accept that some of the aspects that are conflicted with are part of the key characteristics. Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't just say that because there are conflicts to those guidelines that relates to all of the conflicts.
The LVA, I'll try and stop turning up lots of different documents, so I'll just read it to you. In paragraph 6.20 says that the site is considered typical of this LCA, i.e. LCA 19, and it forms part of the undulating landform that slopes southwards towards Romney Marsh. Open views out across the marsh are possible within the site. So the LVA thought it was typical of the LCA. Mr. Withycombe takes the view that it strongly reflects landscape character and appearance, as described in the assessment. So are you the outlier here?
In the regard that I think the 32 hectare size field with its land use isn't in alignment with the characteristics of LCA 19, that's correct. and I'm looking at the map and I can see that that is correct. There are very fine fields to its east. There's probably 10 fields. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fields between the site and Rockinge. Then there's a site 32 hectares. I'm guessing, but probably reasonably accurately, that most of those fields might be 5 hectares in size. So not small, but very different. To the west, southwest, I won't carry on, but you can understand. I'm not basing that conclusion on me just putting a finger in the air.
All right, let's go back to the guidelines then. So we're on PDF 96. And I think that's agreed in the statement of common ground, isn't it? There is conflict with, I think 4 guidelines are it's agreed. Conserve the rural prominent backdrop to the Romney Marsh. It's conflict with that. Conserve the open rural character of the south-facing slopes which run down onto the expansive low-lying farmlands of the marsh. Conflict of that. We've been through the visuals that show that. Conserve, so I'm jumping down now, conserve wide open views across the Romney Marsh to the south, conflict with that, and maintain the lack of large-scale development. You can accept conflict with that as well.
I agree, yes.
Do you also accept, there's the third bullet point, I know it's not agreed, but conserve the small-scale settlements and avoid further enlargement? Would you agree there's a conflict with that as well, because we're not avoiding further enlargement?
If we've agreed what is in conflict and your witness is saying it's only 4 out of 10, why are you putting these points now?
I'm just asking, well, it just seems to me that logically, it's not relevant. I can ask it.
No, you can't.
I can ask it.
That's not your case.
I can ask it.
4 out of 10. You can't put a case that is not in your evidence and is not what your witness is saying. You're trying to add to conflict when your witness doesn't say that.
I'm just asking the question. I can ask the question, Madam. May I ask the question?
Well, I thought there was an agreed position on what the conflict is. I don't know.
No, there is. I understand that it is agreed. I'm just looking logically at that list. If there's a conflict maintaining the lack of large-scale development, then surely logically there is also a conflict.
So
I know it's not agreed.
Why didn't you ask your witness?
Okay, can you stop shouting at me?
I'm not shouting.
Well, you're speaking
you
quite.
Ask your witness.
Okay.
You didn't ask your witness. You shouldn't ask this witness.
I'm in your hands, Madam.
I think perhaps we should move on from that
Fine.
point.
Okay.
Thanks.
You can form a view on it. We agree that the landscape and visual assessment didn't acknowledge conflict with these guidelines.
I've not checked that.
Okay. Don't know if you want to, or will you accept for me that it didn't?
It's going to take me some time to go through it and check that. It's quite a long document.
You're not pointing me to a place
I'm
where
not.
it acknowledges it. Fine. Okay. And the main reason for these conflicts is because the site has that open south-facing aspect adjacent to the marsh, and there's that extensive visibility. That's the basic reason, isn't it, why there is this conflict?
Yes.
Now, you say in your proof of evidence, paragraph 3.96, that any form of development within LCA 19 of a similar magnitude would conflict with the same guidelines. That's clearly not the case, though, is it? I mean, let's take the Pippins, that new development. That's within the landscape character area. That's not going to conflict, is it, with conserving the rural prominent backdrop to the Romney Marsh, conserving the open character of the south-facing slopes, wide open views, because we've already looked at the visualisations and you simply can't see. You can't see the site from the marsh and vice versa. So there wouldn't be that conflict, would there, on that site?
Sorry, just for clarity. The Pippins, do you mean the Dandara scheme?
That's the one you're calling Dandara, yeah.
Okay, fine.
Wareham Road.
Well, we've not assessed that.
No, but you made the point that basically these conflicts are essentially inevitable, that any development would conflict with that. But my point to you is, if it's not a site that is on the rural prominent backdrop and that is on the south-facing slopes where there are wide views, those particular conflicts wouldn't exist.
We don't know that because we're not assessing those schemes. I have looked at the LVAs for those schemes, and as I said, it's not in my evidence, but I'd anticipated you'd ask me. They identify moderate adverse effects. but I haven't assessed those. It's not unreasonable to expect, given the nature of the guidelines as they're drafted, for proposed growth of scale that's commensurate with this appeal to fall foul of those.
Then why are you making assertions about whether other types of development would inevitably conflict?
Well, it might be to the field to the east. There's an inherent conflict, is what I'm saying, in evidence between these guidelines and establishing development in LCA 19.
But what I'm putting to you is that there isn't an inherent conflict with the guidelines that relate to the backdrop to the Romney Marsh, the south-facing slopes,
we don't know that,
the open views.
But we don't know that because you haven't given evidence on that. I haven't.
Then how can you say there is an inherent conflict?
It's a general principle that LCA 19 is narrow. We've heard, because it sits between the Weald and the marsh, that it's going to be visible from the marsh. That's, it's a raw, high-level element of that feature, a linear shoreline that's going to be visible from the marsh to a greater or lesser extent, but that visibility is going to exist, and there'll be a conflict with it. And there was a conflict with those areas of growth. There was a conflict with various aspects of the LCA guidelines.
Continuing with that Dandara scheme, is that scheme part of the rural prominent backdrop to the Romney Marsh? Is that site, that piece of land, does it form part of the rural prominent backdrop?
I don't know.
Well, we've looked at the visualisations. We can see from lots of positions in the visual material that's before the inquiry from the Romney Marsh.
No, sorry.
We
the
can't
marsh
see that site,
is a
can
very
we?
long, expansive marsh.
Yeah.
We've looked at a very specific part of it where you can see our site. We haven't looked at all at the marsh where you may or may not see other sites. I will not accept for a moment that by just looking at a plan and looking at our photos that can be assessed. It can. The broad proposition of positioning 140 units in the Saxon shoreline that sits between the Weald and the marsh, and being able to navigate these guidelines such that there's not conflict, I've said I don't think is possible. The degrees, there might be various degrees depending on which ones, but as a high-level view, I would, as I've said in my evidence, I doubt that's possible.
Okay, I'm just thinking through. I think we've done landscaping quite a lot, and the historic field boundary. So I think the inspector's probably got the parties' points on those. I'm not going to go over those again with you. Can I just touch on the landscaping along the canal, because that hasn't really been discussed too much. Certainly wasn't put to Mr. Withycombe at all. Can I just be clear that's obviously within the Blue Land?
Yes.
And I've kind of tried to look back from where it kind of came from. It's not discussed at all in the DAS, is it, or justified in the DAS? I don't find any reference to that.
No, it's in the Blue Land, and so we've tried to be clean, and that would now be navigated through the 106.
Sorry, just to be clear, I did ask Mr. Whittaker about it. I asked him about whether it was a linear planting. He accepted. He's nodding, so it's not quite right to say I didn't ask him about it. I asked him these three questions.
All right, I stand corrected. So it's not discussed in the DAS, is it, that part of the...
No, for the reasons I've expressed, but it wasn't a last-minute idea. It came up quite early on, where I appreciated the historic form of the site, walked the canal, looked at what was along the canal, looked at the historic maps, and it evolved from that, which is why, genuinely, we were so surprised when we got such a reaction to say this is totally out of character, it doesn't relate to the history, but we dealt with it in the Blue Land, so there's a clean separation from the DAS and the application drawings.
Okay. It is discussed in the desk-based assessment, so it refers there to the intention to help mitigate the impact in heritage terms. So my understanding of it is that it's really performing a heritage role and not intending to perform particularly a landscape role, because otherwise I would have expected to see some discussion of it. I know it's in the Blue Land, but still it's still part of the overall scheme. So if it was a landscaping kind of intention, I would have thought it would be in the DAS somewhere.
It was a landscape intention.
Right.
Yeah. It was my idea.
Okay.
And, you know, it was my idea informed from what I've just described.
I mean, we looked at the kind of maps of the historic kind of planting in the Heritage Round Table. Would you accept that what is proposed in that blue land is not replicating that either in appearance or in location, is it?
I agree. We are not replicating what was on the first edition map.
Mm-hmm.
What we're doing is replicating the field patterns and the landscape treatments that was evident before the removal of hedgerows through the mid-20th century. That's evident in the Statement of Common Ground. And we went to that earlier, that is the aerial photograph at page 4 in set 2 of the Statement of Common Ground. It's also, and there's a question of what, if anything, we should do with this. When it was raised in the round table about Google Views saying it wasn't there in 1990, go back to 1970, it's there almost exactly as we're proposing.
What are you referring to now, sorry?
The corridor alongside the
no, but which document am I looking at
well,
now?
we're not, and this
Right.
is the question for the. It's
Okay.
not in play at the moment. I've only raised it because it was raised by the council in the round table by reference to Google Earth, and I totally accept that's not in play at all. And if everyone thinks it would help for it to be in play, then we can circulate it. If they don't, and it's just accepted that it's an exchange of reference on Google Earth, it's not made up. It's there. It is historically accurate, but it's not a heritage feature. It's an historic landscape feature.
Not a heritage feature.
It's not part of the RMC.
No.
However, the point that we made in the heritage rebuttal was that because all the land to the north would be pasture, the northern secondary ditch would have a field enclosure. It would have to. And so, historically, it's not inaccurate. Whether that's as far as claiming that this is part of the heritage feature of the RMC, because there would have been stock grazed at that time, it's not for me to say, so I'm not a heritage witness. Mm-hmm. But it's historically accurate as a landscape feature.
Can I just ask a question? Sorry,
Yes,
about those trees in the blue land. So I just want to understand this correctly. Are you saying, am I right, that you're saying that the trees that you're showing there,
yes,
they would have formed perhaps a field boundary previously in the, did you say the 1970s?
No,
No,
both.
I have
Sorry,
then.
sorry. They would have formed a field boundary when the ditch was first constructed, because the landscape to the north was a pastoral landscape, primarily with sheep.
When the ditch was constructed with the canal?
Yes. And so it wouldn't have been left as a ditch because all the sheep would have fallen in the ditch. So there would have been a field boundary there.
In the blue land?
Yes.
Not the historic
Correct.
pattern of trees?
Yes, because
Okay.
the blue land is immediately north of the secondary ditch.
Right.
So if you remember, if you can imagine the cross-section in Dr. Mile's evidence.
Yes.
We've got the canal, then we've got the parapet, then we've got the secondary ditch, and that's the end of the canal, but immediately next to that is the agricultural pastoral land with sheep that would have a field enclosure.
Okay.
Fast forward to the 1970s aerial map, and if you looked at that map, and I appreciate it's not in play, but what you would see is something almost exactly, eerily, like what's proposed here, with a sporadic row of trees on the northern side of the secondary ditch.
Right. So it was kind of reincarnated. Right. Okay.
And there's no doubt, Madam, that that's evolved because there would have been a field boundary north of that ditch. And when you put a field boundary in, all the seeds from the birds, they naturally will go into hedgerow and native trees will appear. And that's evident on the aerial photo from 1970.
Right. And your purpose of your vision of putting those trees there, is that for people walking along the canal, the screen?
It adds a bit of visual filter. What I experienced when I walked alongside the canal was there are parts of the canal that have sporadic planting, and therefore it creates a more intimate combination with views through. And there are parts, particularly farther east than this stretch actually, where there's some quite open parts to the canal, farther east, which we'll walk on the site visit. And I thought, well, this is relevant because this is what's here now. Let's look at the historic maps and see what was there. This is a good idea. What we're doing is putting in a restoration of a field boundary, which the guidelines actively promote, in a way that's historically relevant, but also acts to filter views.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to move on. I'm trying to kind of not cover bits that I think we've probably covered quite extensively already, but I do want to touch on this assessment of the landscape resource of the site, because obviously that's an area of disagreement. I have to confess to some kind of confusion about this. It's not, as a receptor, this is not a receptor that was assessed in the LVA, is it?
No.
So it's a receptor that you've essentially come up with to assess. Well, okay, I mean, it is that you have come up with it. You have identified this as an appropriate receptor to assess.
I'll take that in the spirit it was given.
Yes, please do.
It's a standard part of our assessment process.
Right.
What we mean by landscape resource is purely understanding the fabric of the site itself. It's not quite like this, but it's almost like a BNG assessment. Ecologists understand ecology, assess ecology. They also do a BNG assessment that comes up with a figure to say, okay, what material is there, what's its current value, and what is it in the future? It's simply a measurement of me looking at saying, what's the landscape resource? Barely nothing in the site itself. There's just some hedgerows around the edge. It's either amenity turf, sometimes spring crop. So there's almost nothing landscape there. It's 32 hectares of land, including the blue line, with nothing. And what we're putting back is housing, a third of that site. 2/3 of it is appropriate native tree, scrub, hedgerow, meadow planting that separately leads to an over 50% BNG increase. So from a landscape resource, how many appropriate landscape elements are now in the site that aren't there at the moment? What I'm saying is there is a major difference between what's there now and what will be there in the future. It is not a judgment on character. It's not a judgment of what you see. It's a raw judgment of the landscape fabric comparing what's there now and what will be there if this scheme is delivered.
When the LVA, as I say, didn't assess that as a receptor, but all of the elements that you're speaking about, the planting and the open space, the biodiversity, etc., that would have been considered as part of the overall, the effect on the overall site and immediate context, wouldn't it? Those kind of mitigations or beneficial effects would have been factored into that receptor.
Yes, it would, but it's not double counting. When you're assessing landscape effects, you're assessing numerous effects. They're multi-layered, and we heard that earlier. I agree with that. They're multi-layered. I'm not claiming that because I think there's a major beneficial effect to the landscape resource that somehow that distorts the other judgments that we've agreed on. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is it's something to take into account. If this site is left as it is, it has almost nil landscape value. There's no landscape resource within the whole of the blue land. 32 hectares of crop or turf, very little if nothing there. If the scheme is put forward, there's a major change in landscape resource. There's a change, some houses added as well, but sheer landscape resource, there's a notable change, and I consider that to be major.
Does your assessment of that receptor include the addition of the houses, or is it just looking at the landscape elements, the trees, the hedgerows, and so on?
Yeah. So in effect, what we're saying is that a third of this.
Which one is it? Sorry.
I'll try and clarify.
Thank you.
Now, we're assessing everything.
Right.
A third of the site becomes housing. So a third of the site that doesn't have a landscape contribution at the moment remains without a landscape contribution because it's housing. 2/3 of the site are radically different. The landscape resource is, as I've described it.
Okay, but you said a third of the site's housing, so that doesn't contribute anything to the landscape resource. Are you effectively treating that as kind of a sort of neutral or as a zero, if you like, in that assessment?
Yeah.
Or are you factoring in negative effects on the fabric of the site from the housing?
I'm not counting in negative
You're
effects
not
because
counting
other
negative,
parts
thank
of the
you.
assessment do that. This is
Yeah.
why this is a multi-layered assessment. We've assessed harm to the site in the immediate area. We agreed on that. We've assessed LCAs and we largely agree on that. This is not trying to escape that there's housing that will be visible and that will have effects. This is a landscape fabric measurement.
Yeah, no, I think that's useful, and it probably does explain something of the difference between the two of you, because I think you're saying to me you're effectively treating the housing as a sort of zero, but not taking into account harm to fabric from that, whereas Mr. Withycombe is.
No, that's
so
wrong.
That seems to
That's
be the
wrong.
difference between what
I've
you're
explained
saying.
in my evidence what I think the difference to be. You're trying to suggest that somehow this housing and all the negatives that come with it, I'm not counting.
I know you've assessed them. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just trying to understand
What I'm
the
saying,
difference between the two of you on this particular receptor.
what I'm saying is Mr. Withycombe has conflated the effect of housing and character in his judgment on the change on landscape resource. Because he said, well, it's minor, but it's because it's screening. Well, that's not the point. It's a positive landscape change in its own right, not in character terms, but in physical fabric terms.
Yeah, but that's the planting. I was trying to talk about the housing. I'm still just slightly confused about exactly what it is that you've
Well, I
taken
think
into
I've
account here.
explained
But
it.
maybe we're not going to get any further into it. I suspect.
It's a consistent part of our assessments, and we've been doing it for about 20 years. So.
Yeah. No, that's fine. It's just that because it wasn't in the LVA, and there's not. I think you've both sort of done an assessment of this, but without that receptor actually having been kind of defined as such. And I'm just trying to work out whether you're actually both assessing the same thing or whether you're assessing slightly different things. I'm not sure I am still any further forward, but maybe the inspector is, and that's all that really matters.
Well, I set in my proof of evidence what I think the difference is, and I think it is that Mr. Withycombe has made a judgment on the landscape fabric as to whether it's appropriate or not. You know, there's a qualitative sense to that, but it's in evidence.
I must admit, I'm getting slightly confused now. So could we go to your bit in the proof of evidence, and that might make it clearer to me.
Sure,
You can
certainly,
just take me to it.
Certainly. Under. I deal with the differences, areas of disagreement with the council on page 45 at 6.4.4. And so 644, I explain essentially what I've just said. And 645, I say I can only explain this different judgment by the council attributing a degree of character relevance to this landscape receptor incorrectly, as it's clear to me that the magnitude of physical landscape change will create more than a minor benefit. As at present, the site only principally contains amenity turf / spring barley. And then if you cross-reference that with the statement of common ground, and you go to the comments right at the bottom, let me be more accurate. If you look at page 23,
This big.
at 23 at table 4, under landscape resource of the site, the council says it's minor beneficial. It says a landscape proposal would provide localised landscape amenity and BNG benefits, but are required fundamentally to screen the proposed development and do not relate to historic landscape patterns and character.
Sorry, where's that? I'm on page 23.
So on page, actually it's PDF 25. It's physical page 23, table 4, which is where Mr. Widdicombe explains why he disagrees with what I've said. So the reason he disagrees is because he thinks it's necessary for screening and is not relevant to historic patterns and character, which I disagree with, and I've set out why I disagree with. Notwithstanding that, what I'm saying is that disagreement isn't part of the landscape resource calculation. So Mr. Widdicombe, I think, is assessing it with a character perception hat on as well as a landscape resource hat on.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I heard you say that before, and I understood it then, and then for some reason it seems to become more complicated to me. But we're back to my previous understanding, so
good, okay.
That's okay.
Thank you. I think probably the part that I was trying to get at is in Mr. Withercomb's proof, where he refers to when he's describing or discussing the effects on the landscape resource. He says there would also be permanent and irreversible adverse impacts and effects on the landscape resource and rural character associated with the loss of agricultural land to residential development and the associated roads and hard surfacing. So he's taking into account the adverse effects on the landscape resource and the fabric by the addition of the housing development. And I think I understood from my questions earlier and your answers to them that you hadn't assessed those as negative effects in this part, for this receptor.
I'm measuring change to the landscape fabric. So
Yeah.
where housing replaces amenity turf
Yeah.
or spring barley,
Yeah.
it's not removing a positive landscape contributor and
Right.
putting a negative one back.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't a positive landscape contributions from that land use.
Okay, visual effects I don't need to do. Just a couple on policy, coming back to it, and the only reason I'm doing it is because both you and Mr. Withercombe have gone into that exercise of looking at the policies and kind of forming judgments about them. So I know it's kind of a planning point as well, but I think I'm going to have to go there with you. Back to the local plan where we started at core document 6.1. And I just want to start with policy SP1, which is PDF 23.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah. And I think in your proof you identify SP1B.
Yes.
And you say there's a partial conflict with that because of the adverse landscape character effects. What you mean is criteria B isn't satisfied. That's what that means, doesn't it?
There's a degree of judgment, and this is the issue here is whether you read that through the lens of the framework of 187, because 187, the framework, is to conserve and enhance natural environment, and in non-valued landscapes, that's to recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. As I've set out, the landscape strategy is derived from historic landscape features that the local plan encourages, i.e. restoration of hedgerows and promotion of appropriate woodland. But I accept that you can read it through that lens in the framework, and you read this policy, and if you don't apply that interpretation of the framework, any adverse effects would not satisfy SP1B. So I recognise that that's a consideration, it's a planning consideration. But if you look at it through the lens of the framework, we think, well, it is derived from appreciation of the intrinsic character and beauty, because it's, for all the reasons I've expressed, has grown out of historic relevant landscape principles, accepting that there are moderate long-term adverse effects.
But if you actually apply the wording of the policy, there is a conflict with SP1B.
That's why I've said a partial conflict, because if you read it just as it is, using English,
Yes.
there's a fundamental conflict between conserve and enhance and have adverse effects. But if you read it through the lens of the framework, you can have adverse effects and still conserve and enhance, because you are recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. and being a mere landscape architect, that wrestle is a planning wrestle, but it would be wrong for me to talk about it without identifying that there are different ways of interpreting that test.
Yeah, I won't repeat, where we got to earlier with the examination of plans and so on, because I appreciate that's outside of your area, really. But so on the wording of SP1B, reading it in English as we do, there is a conflict with that criteria, isn't there?
If you read it as it is, without looking at it through the lens of 187, the framework, you would, because you'd say there's adverse effects, therefore it doesn't conserve and enhance. If you looked at it through 187, you'd come I would come to a different conclusion. That's really what I'm pointing out there.
And your answer is the same in respect of policy HOU5 and its criteria E, because it's essentially the same wording, so it's the same point.
It's the same point, yes.
So, I mean, you refer to this is actually where in your proof you set out this argument about 187.
Yeah.
But again, the same point applies if you actually follow the wording of the policy. There is a conflict with criteria E, isn't there?
Sorry.
If you apply the actual wording of it's the same point because it's the same
point.
wording.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think you also acknowledge a conflict with criteria F1 of policy HOU5, which is that development should sit sympathetically within the wider landscape. You acknowledge a conflict with that as well, don't you? Paragraph 7.3.10 of your proof.
Yeah, it's the same point, yeah.
Yeah. Can we also agree that for the same reasons there must also be a conflict with F2? It preserves or enhances the setting of the nearest settlement.
I'm not so. Yeah, I see the relationship. I'm less firm on that because.
In fact, let me look at my notes, because I think I may have what you've put in your proof the wrong way around here.
It's F that I deal with.
Yeah, sorry, at 7310 you do actually say policy conflict in respect of enhancing the setting of the settlement. So you do agree a conflict with F2 in your proof.
Yeah, I can see that. 7310.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think we've got to a point where you accept, from a landscape point of view, that there is conflict with E, F1 and F2 of policy HOU5.
Yeah, I think as I've set out, if you look at this purely through the lens of 187, you come to a different view. If you read it in its pure English and you put it together with adverse effects, there's a conflict with it.
Would you still say that for F though, because that's got different language, hasn't it? You don't need to read that through the lens of 187, do you, to find a conflict?
I think you do because, well, sitting sympathetically, it's still categorised under the conserve and enhance the natural environment in the framework. And in the framework, the tests would be, is it valued landscape? If so, you protect. If it's not valued landscape, you recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. So I think it's reasonable to bracket it in with 187 if you're looking at it through a 187 lens.
Isn't it 135 sympathetic to local character and history surrounding built environment and landscape setting? So that's fully in line with the framework, isn't it? You don't need to somehow read that in a different way.
Well, I think because it's talking about the wider landscape, it's got a much stronger connection into the natural environment section of the framework than the design section.
Ensure developments are sympathetic to local character and history, including surrounding built environment and landscape setting. That seems to me to be what F is getting at.
Well,
Can you accept there's conflicts there?
Yeah, I think apart from with this site, I think it does relate to 187 better because of that it is in countryside. It's it's an agricultural field, but I accept it's not black and white in that sense that 135 has a relevance.
Okay, and then ENV3A, which is PDF 303.
303.
I think, again, you accept there's a conflict with criteria H because of the conflict with the guidelines.
Yes.
And we've been through that.
We've discussed that, yeah.
I'm going to suggest to you also that there is a conflict with A, having particular regard to landform, topography, and obviously natural patterns of drainage, no, but landform and topography for the reasons that we have discussed.
Yeah, I mean, I set that out 7311. I think that when you go up to those various categories that you took me to earlier, that my position is that we are positively addressing those. So, yeah. But I do see a conflict with H.
I think similarly there's probably a disagreement between us on E, pattern distribution of settlements. I think we've been through that, so I'm sure you're not going to agree the conflict with that either, but we can see that's another one where there's perhaps a disagreement to be had. Right, I think that's it. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Right, thank you. No, thank you.
I'll try and be as quick as I can. Thank you, Mum. Mr. Williams, could I just ask you, going back to earlier this afternoon, there was a series of questions about your involvement, not involved as part of FPCR's work, and then it was said, and I quote, you became involved at a later stage similar to Mr. Withycombe. Do you remember that?
I do.
Is your involvement comparable to Mr. Withycombe's involvement in this project?
No, because I started probably 15 months ago or so in shaping the scheme and reviewing the previous scheme, but probably more similar in the sense of when we assess landscape visual effects, but certainly very different in terms of how we shape the scheme.
And it was also, and you deal with this in your proof a great deal, you accepted that your assessment was more negative than what FPCR had founded.
Yes.
Just tell us about what that means in terms of how you have approached and what it says about your approach.
Well, it's robust. I do audits that are genuine, and I apply my judgment consistently from one audit to the next. And I've been doing this far too long to do anything else. It's genuinely what I professionally consider to be right. And as I said, I turn more down than I accept. Having assessed schemes or propose and say I don't think that's something I can help with.
And then the question about the public rights of way and it being the only major left, as it were, between us and the council. Do you remember that line of
Yes.
questioning in terms of magnitude? Again, you said that you said you were trying to explain how this was common, but you didn't finish your sentence. Do you want to just tell us what you meant by that, please?
Yeah, we a lot of the sites that we're involved in, a lot of growth across the UK. We have a fabulous asset in our country that is an extraordinary public right-of-way network that connect historic villages to places of work and communities. And when you put growth around settlements, it's very, very common to have public rights of way through your site. And it's very common for there to be a major adverse effect on those views because they fundamentally change. You might be putting a lot of good stuff back, but it doesn't change, doesn't mean that the visual impact changes from an adverse to beneficial. And so it is pretty common. And I pointed towards one that was in Hamstreet. It happened there. It happens regularly.
Core document 6.1, the local plan, PDF page 301, please.
6.1, bear with me a sec. Local plan, yeah.
Yeah,
sorry.
the local plan, sorry. And this is, just the context of this question is a significant part of this afternoon was spent on the visual, where you can see the development, and in conjunction with Hamstreet, what can you see, where can you see it from, does that mean it's disconnected? Do you remember those series
Yes.
of questions that you were being asked? Well, at the beginning of all of that was these passages under the landscape character assessments, yes? Do you remember
Yes.
that?
Yeah, I do.
And you were specifically taken to two parts of that, 9.29 and 9.33. Just help the inspector with this. And when we look at landform, topography and natural patterns of drainage, I'm going to really take this bit slowly because I think it's quite important. The way in which development fits within the landscape can be determined by its relationship with the natural topography of the area. Particular landform features that contribute to the character of the landscape in that area and their setting should be protected. And then this is the bit. Views into and from a site will be a relevant factor in assessing the impact of a proposal. Developments should be planned around natural patterns of drainage and minimise the need to divert or block these. Insofar as this passage helps us understand our site's relationship with Hamstreet visually, does this passage help us?
It does, and I've highlighted it actually, yeah. I mean, it's clear that it's not just views into, it's views from. And so the emphasis I gave to the council's view 6A has relevance in this context. That view of Hamstreet from the site is relevant to this consideration.
Thank you. And then 933, the pattern and distribution of settlements, roads and footpaths. The form and pattern of built development within the landscape provides the contrast with the natural countryside, which together creates an overall character of the area. They have evolved over many years or more, maybe more recent, but in either case should be considered a relevant factor in assessing the impact. Again, this is about the impact, and it's about pattern and distribution of settlements, roads and footpaths. Again, help the inspector understand insofar as visual connection between our site and Hamstreet. What would you say to her about the pattern and distribution of settlements, the roads and footpaths, and what that means for here, please?
Well, the footpaths is particularly relevant, isn't it, because of the conversation we just had about public rights of way, and that the public right of way has a direct pattern and connection between the site and Hamstreet, and that's an historic asset that's relevant for our proposal.
A series of questions you were asked about the rebalancing question, and then you were taken to a plan about the contours, and then you said, actually, I don't find this plan helpful. It's much better to discuss the contours point in my own plan, and you weren't given the opportunity to do that. Should we just go to your contours plan?
Yes.
And just so that you can share what you might have had in your mind. This is in that, yes, Mum, it's in that one. Is it in that one? No, I think it might be in the statement of common ground, the contours plan. Sorry, I'm so sorry. That's the constraints one, isn't it, that one? It's got a few contour lines in there, but wherever you want to just explain this point about rebalancing and contours.
Yeah, I was actually looking at inset 5 in my proof of evidence.
Okay, so the inspector's got that in front of her. Inset 5.
And the only reason, I mean, it's slightly, I accept it's slightly harder to understand because there's more lines.
What page in your?
It's physical page 14, PDF 16.
Yes.
And so it's just more accurate. What you find with the Ordnance Survey, even the 25,000 map, is the contours at 5 metre intervals, but they're not very accurate. So if you're looking at subtleties of pattern, it's less accurate. So these are 2 metre contours. I think they're accurate physically to half a metre in their position, so they're pretty accurate. And it tells you a little bit more about where the valleys change, and where the level changes in the site, the severity of the slopes has a relationship with the pattern and the ability for the pattern to change. So it's a more accurate reference point to make any judgment on the contours. That was simply point I was seeking to make.
You were taken to a number of visualizations. I'm not going to go over them, but just to refer to some, viewpoint 13, 15, 16, and you were being asked, well, you can't see Brimstone from here, you can't see Carter's Wood. Do you remember those line of questioning?
Yes.
What is the relevance of being able to see the site in conjunction with Hamstreet from those specific viewpoints? How does that help the inspector understand the relationship of our site to Hamstreet from where you're sitting?
Well, I don't think it has to be understood in context with local viewpoints and walking through the site. It's understanding the representative viewpoints are chosen for worst case assessment locations of the physical change, and so they're concentrated in the locations that you can see the change to its maximum. Really, that's its role. It's not trying to identify viewpoints to show where you might see the site from the settlement. That's not the purpose of the LVIA.
We've already looked at the passages in the local plan that my learned friend took you to in relation to views to and from situating all of this. But help me and hopefully help the inspector. The big point about the line of question that you were being asked is about the relationship visually between the site and Hamstreet. I get that. But is there what have you seen in terms of guidelines, thresholds, expectations of what you need to be able to see to and from the settlement and your site in order for there to be a clear established relationship with the settlement?
Yeah, there's no guidance of that sort available. I mean, the point I was trying to make is that really what matters in that discussion is the agreed judgment on visual effects. And where measurements exist is in the methodology of understanding magnitude. And so the critical part of the whole conversation, we've already done that. That's in the statement of common ground. And as we concluded that there's no visual effects beyond moderate long term.
And when we think about the developments in the north and the west, the more recent developments,
yeah,
has the council produced any evidence, as far as you can tell, to say visually these more recent developments have this visual connection and therefore are much more related to Hamstreet in comparison to yours, as far as you know?
No, they haven't done that. And in fact, I dug into those sites to understand what was said at the determination of them, and they didn't do the assessment then because they were allocated sites. I had to go to the submission LVAs to understand what was being said about the landscape visual effects of those sites. That it wasn't part of the approval process from the council, and it's not part of the evidence.
Let's take this another way. Let's say the inspector agrees with the council. Let's say she is thinking right now that there is a lack of assimilation of this site with Hamstreet. Let's take it one step further. First things first. If it was to be built, what other settlement would this development be assimilating to, other than Hamstreet?
Well, none. It's adjacent to Hamstreet.
Okay. And insofar as it's in the countryside, which is, I think, their point, if this development were to take place, what would be the natural, or what would be the reaction of people experiencing this area, and how would they relate to this particular site's development in terms of this question of assimilation, please?
Yeah, well, over time, it is visibility of Hamstreet. It wouldn't be visibility of the appeal scheme, it's visibility of Hamstreet.
Because I think one of the things you pointed out, and I quote here, is when you were taken to the DAS on this point, you said, this is about the integration over time, about people and the community. Do you want to just explain a bit more what you meant by that?
Yes, I mean, there's obviously, when you're looking at landscape and visual effects, you're looking at the raw change, you're assessing the effects on people from those viewpoints. And the point I was trying to make was that you've got to understand and appreciate as well as to how this would function. And I genuinely believe that with that footpath connection from the site straight into the centre of the scheme and the generosity of the public open space, if it's delivered through the guidance that's been provided and the condition would enforce that, it genuinely would be, without question in my view, if that's followed through, the best recent development in the village. It would generate a degree of positivity that the communities come together and suddenly it's not a negative because there's change, it's a positive addition to the village. Now, that's not a landscape visual test, but it is a consideration for the appreciation of how change to a village could assimilate, i.e. the pedestrian movements and the open space and the facilities that both of those communities, new and existing, could benefit from, are a factor of assimilation.
Final question, which I think we got clarified afterwards, but I just wanted to just make sure we're clear. It's about the landscape resource of the site. Take it in really slow stages. First things first, what is the current landscape resource of the site?
It's a crop. In recent years, that's been amenity turf. There was some spring barley that was planted briefly and is now removed, and it's probably likely it will come back to turf or more arable after that. And
so in landscape terms, how would you characterise that resource?
It's a very large arable field with no positive landscape factors within it other than it being an arable field.
Okay.
The landscape elements of quality by and large are the hedgerows around the edge,
okay,
which are mixed.
Second stage. How much of that area you've been describing will have housing on it?
It's about a third, almost exactly.
Okay. Again, taking it in stages. What does that mean for the landscape resource once that third of housing is built compared to what it is now?
Yeah, so the landscape resource is a third smaller than it currently is.
Yep.
But the 2/3 that are left are vastly, vastly improved in landscape terms over and above an arable crop, be it turf or barley or something else.
Okay. So when it comes to the landscape resource as we currently find it, in the landscape resource, a third of housing, 2/3 what we're proposing,
yeah.
How do you compare those two elements in terms of landscape resource?
Yeah.
Has it got better? Has it got worse?
Yeah, it's obviously, my judgment is it's a major benefit.
Okay. Next stage, thinking about what the impacts of that third of housing is. Have you ignored that, or where do you put that into the accounts?
Yeah, that's assessed entirely separately in the consideration of the character of the site in the immediate context, or the landscape character areas, and then separately in views through visual assessment.
Okay. And insofar as it was being suggested by my learned friend, is it legitimate for someone to take those adverse effects of the housing into account when assessing the landscape resource and the landscape fabric?
In my judgment, that's absolutely wrong, because what you do is you consider the separate layers. Impact on local character, impact on LCAs, impact on fabric, and you make a judgment based on those various layers. They're different layers and you appreciate them separately.
And what do you think Mr. Withycombe has done in this context?
Well, it's evident from the statement of common ground that he states very clearly that he recognises there's a large difference in landscape resource, but because he doesn't think they're reflecting historic patterns and are used for screening purposes, he doesn't. That's how he describes why he thinks it's only a minor benefit.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ma'am, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams. You've had quite a long session there. Okay, so if we just talk about what will happen tomorrow. Yes.
I think that Mr. Pycroft will be here on behalf of the council on the 5-year housing land supply. I think the difference between us is 6 sites from the last time I checked. 9 sites. And I don't know who's going to be here on behalf of the council tomorrow. But that's the first thing that we can deal with in the morning.
Yeah.
And then the site visit.
Okay.
do you want to discuss the site visit a bit more, because I don't think Mr. Withercomb's not going to be here tomorrow morning. I assume Mr. Williams may not be here tomorrow morning either to hear housing land supply.
I can speak for him, and he will be here.
Oh, he will be here. Oh, okay, well,
mind.
fine. Well, Mr. Withercombe won't be.
Well, I'll be nearby.
You'll be nearby. Yeah. But just to I don't know whether you want to discuss arrangements for it, because you might meet. I'm just thinking.
We'll travel together, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you travelling
Well,
to
I'm
meet, etc.
I've booked a car to be dropped off at my hotel at 8:30 tomorrow. Whether they do or not, and they're not always that reliable. So, assuming that they do, I'll meet you somewhere, and then we can walk around together. If they don't, drop it off, or they're late, because sometimes they're just unreliable. Then perhaps I could either get a taxi there, or I could travel with somebody, but I'd have to have both parties in the car with me. So, but maybe we'll cross that bridge if we have to come to it. Yeah, and the housing land supply, I'm not sure how long that's going to take, because I've got the Scott schedule.
If you had the latest as well, the latest agreed, the statement of common ground, there was a...
I've had...
I think it was sent on
Yes.
Friday. Was it on Friday?
Yes, definitely, because I think you queried whether that was the right figure.
Yes, that's right. Yes, so I've got that, and I've got this this schedule here. So I'm not sure what more evidence. Is there any additional evidence from the council?
No, I mean, not additional evidence. No, we're not submitting anything new.
Yeah.
But I guess it's a chance to discuss those
Yes.
sites. I know that I think that the officers were hoping to say a bit more about the Stobmarsh issue, because obviously that's something
Yeah.
that's common to a lot of sites.
Yes.
And go into a bit more detail about that, although appreciating you have some material, obviously you already have some material about that in the proofs and in the housing land supply update.
Yeah, and I am interested in.
But I think that's probably an important one to talk
okay.
about. So there's that. I think, yeah, probably matter for you how you want to run it in terms of the sites themselves. Because as you say, those schedules are quite detailed.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because I'm assuming that we'll just go through the site by site on the schedule. And I'm just thinking about timing. I'm not expecting a lot of discussion on it, that's all.
Personally, and I've discussed this with Mr. Jones, I can't see how we're going to spend even close to an hour on this personally. But you know, I can't see it taking that long. But I can't speak for Mr. Pycroft, who isn't here today. So, but I would say probably no more than an hour max. I don't know if my learner friend agrees.
I've yet to see a housing land supply roundtable that only takes an hour, but I'd be thrilled if it did. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, I suppose it just depends what people want to say and how many sites. For some reason, I had the figure of 12 in my mind, but maybe that's not the updated position, I think, right now. I don't know. There we go. So it is 12 sites.
Yeah.
And then, but obviously, I think a lot of those, really, Stobmarsh is pretty much the only issue. So I suppose if we do a bit on that, maybe... then yeah, but I mean, I'm hopeless at estimating, so I won't go any further.
Well, you never know how much people are going to talk, do you? Okay, so hopefully then we can perhaps have an early lunch and go out on the site after an early lunch. Right, and should we start at 10 tomorrow? I mean, I could do 9:30, but I'm just thinking we've got time. Well. Oh, yeah, I might be cutting it fine, mightn't I? Yes. Yeah, okay, 10 o'clock. I think we've got enough time.
Have we now got, bearing in mind residents' input, have we got any additions to the route, or are we following?
I don't know what...
Right.
I don't know
what's... That's a very good question, actually, because we had a route plan, and then this morning... we added something about people's back gardens.
Yeah,
I think there were just two back, which you probably don't need both of them. And are they covered already? Are they in the route?
We go to Willow Drive anyway, so if you wanted to go into the back garden, you could.
Okay, well,
but it's the previous day, there was a lady who wanted to look at some other
long
viewpoints.
distance views, I think.
Well, I think she said Ivy Church, and then there was the email that I alluded to this morning where there was some other kind of wider, but I'd kind of assumed that wouldn't be part of the accompanied site visit and that you might kind of go around in the wider area and pick up those other places so far as you felt it useful to do so.
Yeah, so again, I'll get a car next week and I'll drive around and have a really good look at the wider area. So yeah, we don't need to worry about those, but I would like the list of, because I don't think I've got the actual. I asked her to tell Mr. Jones about where she wanted me to see them from.
Mr. Musk.
Oh, Mr. Musk.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
No, I think you're right.
Sure,
There was that email, and we did sort of. I spoke about printing, and obviously then we've been involved in all the landscape stuff and haven't really.
That's all right. Yet. So long as I get that list at some point.
We don't need it for tomorrow, I think.
No, we don't. Like. No. Okay. I think we're all sorted for that. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about my name confusion. I'm really bad at names. It has been a long day. Right. Okay. All right. We'll adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.